to the whoop-de-wop.
Drifting off and getting
We're
away from
going to
that.
keep going over it, and I'm going to keep twisting your words
Whoop-de-wop
to remind everybody
is
we
a
don't owe white people. We do not owe white people
Whoop-de-wop
shit.
is a place.
I run the risk,
Whoop-de-wop.
and it's not my channel, so I will just drop this fucking link.
Just curious. You know the
Yo,
who's your
hand me the whoop-de-wop.
Well, I know it's an Indiana thing.
Yo, you got some
but do
money?
you know what
We're
a
going
Hoosier
to the
is?
whoop-de-wop.
I actually don't.
Okay.
Yo,
that's
we
something to
can
do with me.
throw some cool
And
whoop-de-wops.
from a Hoosier, you're going to get certain things that are going to happen.
Well, I do know at one
Comes
point
though, go
Indiana
grab that
was
shit
like
right
the
quick.
center of the
She
clan.
was like, cool. And she already know to get my dough. So,
we've had mixed results with democracy. The folks that are the most mobilized.
Wait, Terrence.
Hello?
Wait, Terrence.
We don't want to keep defending a thing that is failing us, right? My generation has now voted for 2 presidents that got the most votes and lost. Why do we want to defend that thing? Now, that doesn't mean abandon democracy, right? We can reform democracy, remake democracy, renew. There's a lot of things we could do to democracy, but defend a system that has failed us is not something that was mobilizing, and this research confirmed that.
Greetings, everyone, and welcome to Clock It. You know, it may be summertime, but we stay in production.
Yeah, summer's not real for people with jobs. That's right. Every Thursday, you can count on us.
Okay, because we will be here, babe. Rain or shine. No beach will stop us, even though I'm probably at the beach as you are listening to this one.
That's why we have a special episode, because she got to go to the beach.
Very
Some of us
special.
work.
Very special. Look, some of us need to take a vacation, Eugene. You need to take a page out of my book.
It's true.
But
it's true.
Eugene is very correct. This is a very special episode because we have been, I think, for a while talking about what the media and strategists are missing in the coverage of this moment. You know, like meaning a primary summer leading up to one of the most important midterm cycles of the last 20 years.
Historically, the media and strategists miss what Black voters care about, what they're actually thinking. And I would argue, I think Simone would argue, that is also happening again this time around, which is crazy because as we've been talking about on Clock It recently, the Democratic Party cannot win anything without Black voters.
They can't win nothing, and for the foreseeable future, they won't win nothing without Black voters. So instead of trying to skip over them, you might need to just get into it and understand them so you can win elections. One of our producers, shout out to Adriana, she pointed out that there is, in fact, somebody who has been consistently talking to Black voters, asking what Black voters are worried about, what's motivating them, what do they see when they look at the news, all of that. Somebody that's been in the trenches, okay?
That would be Terrence Woodbury. Many of you probably know him. Longtime strategist, pollster, and the co-founder and president of the public opinion research firm Hit Strategy. So we asked him to join the group chat to give us some insight into those very important and very aware voters, the people who will be deciding the future of this country. So welcome to Clock It.
Welcome, Terrence.
Of course.
As Eugene mentioned, Terrence, you are the co-founder of Hit Strategies, and your firm conducted research in 2025 and in 2026 about Black voter participation. Okay, one could argue that all these party committees should take note.
And Hit Strategies is available for any of those party committees. We are available.
You sound like one of the politicians. Go to hitstrat.com.
That's right, www.
Okay, but I mean, like, Terrence, look, as we were talking about this, one of the things, and I got lots of notes, child, the Black Ops Project, and we want you to talk about it. Phase 1 focused on the economy. Phase 2 on the Democratic findings. My takeaway was that the electorate is not neatly realigning, that the electorate is becoming less attached, less trusting, less willing to hand either party its loyalty for free, and that voters are paying attention. So all these people out there is like, when are the American people going to pay attention? Right. Well, the voters, and especially the Black voters in the Democratic coalition, young and old, they are aware of what's going on. So I just like, this seems very important. Who are you talking to for this research? Break down for the people what the demographics are.
Of course. Listen, so we have been, since 2020, we have been arguing that there's a new swing voter in America that what conventional wisdom has often pointed to as the swing voter, suburban white women and soccer moms and Joe the plumber, all of these adages of who we think that the swing voter is, when in fact, the voters that are shifting the most cycle over cycle are men of color and youth of color, both of which have shifted. Youth of color shifted 10 points. Men of color shifted 16 points away from Democrats over the last 3 or 4 cycles.
Whew.
16 points.
That's a lot.
That's a lot.
That's a whole lot.
That's a
16
whole lot.
points
Right?
is
And it
an
was-
election
and-
decider.
And Terrence, was that movement, that 10 and that 16, were they slow? Or like, was it
Yes.
like 2 here, 3 here, or was it like
slow. It
2
was
and then
very
8?
slow? And it feels like we've been making this clarion call that's been ignored because they were moving 2 or 3 points, but it was 2 or 3 points every election. Democrats have gotten 2 or 3 points less votes from men of color and youth of color in every single election since Barack Obama has exited the political stage. And so they've
Welcome to Stanley versus the World, everyone. Happy Friday. I guess I felt like doing a show after all. Don't know that this is going to be a super long one. I do have a show planned for tomorrow. I'm still not 100% sure what it's going to be about. I was thinking it, still thinking about going back and revisiting that CM bullshit, but that might be yesterday's news, to be honest. So I'll rethink it. I'm open to suggestion, to be honest. So I want to thank, before I forget, Brooklyn Watson, who is so far the sponsor of tomorrow's Short Bus Saturday. She has provided the initial gas money. So thank you, ma'am. And she is also one of our executive producers, folks who consistently, help me pay bills or do artwork or give me ideas, like actual, like usable ideas. So I want to thank her, DCKJ3, Dirty Dude, Lupin Reiging, and Speak Radio. By the way, CJ or CKJ3, if you do happen to hear this or swing by later, I still want to double back and talk about the Abraham Lincoln. Both of you have been carrier sailors. I've been on a carrier, but never one underway. Never been, assigned to one. So I am very interested in a sailor who is actually deployed on one. Just kind of tell us about it. What are your thoughts, etc. So there we go. Kelvin, what's up? Clarice, what's up? Good to see you both. And Tamika, I don't know if you're still there, but good to see you too. So this is basically talking about Black voting patterns and shifts. My thoughts on Black people shifting from the Democratic Party is, we change our minds, and Democrats, quite frankly, aren't the most stable of partners. There's a lot of lip service, but when it actually comes down to it, are they really the stable base that we think they are? Now, I personally have huge problems with the right, especially the MAGA right. I vote as I vote. Most times, I'd say in my lifetime, probably 99% Democrat, though I personally know a couple Republicans that I would easily vote for, regardless of who they were running against, but I know them personally. So Black people changing their minds and voting their conscience, more Black people should do it. I do get worried when I hear people go, well, my daddy was a Democrat and or my granddaddy was a Republican and I'm voting Republican. I think people being that loyal to a party, instead of, as long as you're voting your conscience, I don't really care who you vote for. But, that's just me. Hey, Fred, how you doing? The Navy complaining about a deployment being hard. That's not exactly what they're complaining about, Fred. What can I say? The Navy's not used to being treated like an Army mule. Carriers deploy longer than other ships generally. But I think Trump has basically treated the Navy like I said, an Army mule. And I don't think he's a good commander in chief. I think he has misused troops, especially with this Iran debacle. And I think Hegseth needs to go. The warrior ethos is not to keep people at sea for 9 months with like one port call. That's not a warrior ethos. And somewhere in the Army, one of those units talks about loyalty up and loyalty down. And I don't think Trump and Hegseth have a warrior ethos.
Gone from 94%, 92% of black men's votes to under 80%. Right? These are seismic shifts, and it's where the margins of victory are happening. But what we saw in 2025, despite these voters shifting from Biden away from Biden towards Trump, from 2020 to 2024, in the 2025 cycle, Governor Mickey Sherrill in New Jersey, Governor Spanberger in Virginia were able to get 92% of black people's votes. Right. And so what it tells me is that these voters aren't just shifting to the right. They are swinging back and forth. And a part of why they're swinging is not because they're bipartisan. It's because they're anti-partisan. They hate both parties.
They like to call these the double haters during 2024.
Double haters.
Oh, yeah. Are these double haters?
These are the double haters. Exactly. We call them rightfully cynical voters because they're also closest to the pain.
I like that better than double haters now that
but they're all accurate. Look, voters. The double hater, the rightfully cynical, hell, it's even the vaccine hesitant. It's all the same person. They don't trust institutions. They don't trust either party. They didn't trust that damn vaccine. They don't trust 5G. They don't trust us, right? They only trust each other. Right. And so what has happened is that many of them who were what I consider Trump curious, they never were very favorable of Trump. They didn't like him a lot, but they were still willing to vote for him because they felt like Democrats had failed them. This is exactly who Donald Trump was talking to when he said, "What the hell do you have to lose?" He was talking to those double haters.
Look, what do you have to lose? You're living in poverty. Your schools are no good.
Well, I'm going to say at this point, now they know what they have to lose. A war. So that question has been answered. Thank you very much.
You have no jobs. 58% of your youth is unemployed. What the hell do you have to lose?
How has this shown up in the research? And I think what people should understand is that you do a lot of focus groups. And as a former political strategist, a Democratic strategist, the focus groups, they are always more expensive, but they are more expensive because they matter and they work, because you're getting real feedback.
Accurate.
Yes, from people in real time, and nobody's hiding behind a computer or keyboards or a phone. They're literally,
and you can follow up.
Yes,
that's exactly right.
The focus groups matter. So give us some, like, how is this showing up in the research that y'all did?
Yeah. So, I mean, I talked to some of these double haters, and one of them has told me, my hood didn't get any better under Biden. It didn't get any worse under Trump. So what do these elections have to do with me, right? These are people that just feel like no matter who is in charge, my community, my life is not changing. It doesn't get better. It doesn't get worse. This has nothing to do with me. But what we've seen is that those young voters of color and men of color who were willing to vote for Donald Trump in 2024, despite not being very favorable towards him, that those Trump-curious voters have become furious with him. They're Trump furious now. Their approval ratings for him have dropped. Like, black approval rating of Trump was as high as 20 points when he was first elected. Now it's back down. But what we're seeing in focus groups is that the Trump and Republican disapprovers have not automatically become Democratic voters. Right, just because
and that's
they
key.
are
Hold up,
this is key. This is key because some Democratic strategists, they don't understand that voters have more than two choices. And I don't mean like in terms of like parties, right? I don't mean like, oh, they can vote for the Green Party. There are a lot of people who are just like, I just won't vote.
Yeah.
And one thing that Vice President Harris used to say all the time behind the scenes, and I think other people have, but she's the one that comes to mind, is that in 2024, their biggest enemy wasn't going to be Trump. It was going to be the couch. And she said that before she was the nominee. And it seems like that has continued to happen over and over and over again for the last 10, 12 years.
Yeah. Look, just because they do not like Republicans doesn't mean that they want to vote for Democrats. They still need a reason to vote for Democrats. This is important as we go into the heavy election season where there's about to be a lot of ads on TV reminding voters why they should hate MAGA and not vote for Republicans, that we still have to give them a reason to vote for Democrats. What we've seen in the Black Ops Project is that in the absence of Democrats providing a proactive vision for the future, a reason to vote for them, and it is something I'm still looking for, but that Black people are finding another reason to get involved here, and that is Black power, Black political power. If you're going to oppress Black votes, you better do it privately, because once we get whiff of it, hello,
do it privately.
Black people. So what we
when they see it, they got a problem.
Listen, you're gonna F around and find out, and so the Black Ops Project has witnessed how over the past year, Black people have been activated by overt, oppression and attacks on Black power across the South. I've often said the South are not red states; they've just been oppressed states. Well, now Black people are being confronted with that oppression as a dozen Black congressional seats across the South are being eliminated. And so in response to that, Black people are activating, right? And they're taking resistance actions now and not waiting until election day. They're engaging in boycotts, ask Target about it, right? Engaging in ways to express their frustration, their discontent in ways that reminds me a lot of the summer of unrest in 2020. They haven't taken to the streets yet, right? But they are activating, they are engaged, they're paying attention. Then I think that's going to lead to a surge in the Black vote like we've seen across many primary states in the South.
You have a word for what you found that you're talking about, the Blacklash. And I am struck by this, what you're saying, because I do think people can be furious and ready to vote while the maps, the courts, heck, the president, and all these other pieces are being used to attempt to.
I'm going to have to say this. I hate people I hate it when people do this weird cliche, like wordplay, like Blacklash or Black by popular demand. That's so old and cliche. Can't we do better? And the other thing I also fucking have started to get annoyed with, see how this guy in the middle has that straight edge, like it's lined up, like, it's almost like having a crease in your trousers. His fucking edge is so straight. Does he know that cutting into your hairline like that over the years is just basically gonna erode your hairline? I mean, I know it looks neat and it looks crispy or whatever the term is for it. But dude, that motherfucker basically looks like a Klingon with that haircut, the prominent forehead and stuff. I don't know what the styling alternatives are, but I know it couldn't be me. So and it is pure esoteric. It is petty to be talking like this. I know it's beneath me, but I could not help it. Dude just literally looks like AI with the forehead. And to you, Megabyte, that's Simone Sanders. I actually don't have a problem with her looks. Yeah, I mean, at least she has a nice shaped head. And if I recall, she's married, so somebody likes it. You don't have a girlfriend, sir. You are crying over some weird dude who got bounced from Cambridge. Didn't he teach something like sociology or, it was something that great. He's a young tenured professor. It often, every now and again, you'll come across some, like I remember reading, maybe it's a year ago or more now, about some, I don't know, 14-year-old young Black lady getting her PhD. And I'm here thinking, well, damn, maybe it's in physics or chemistry or, something that's meaty as a topic. And it was in, I don't know, psychology or something like that. Not that psychology and social sciences don't have their place, because, there's a lot of math and regression and statistics. You got to know research methods. But, having some dude, teaching, I don't know, cultural studies at Cambridge, at 24 or whatever his age was, yeah, that's cool. It's prestigious. I'm glad to see him doing well, but I saw he got bounced for plagiarism or something. I also heard he was autistic or something. So he, just got, it happened. Life happens. I feel bad for him. I feel bad for his family. I feel bad for you, Kelvin, as a fellow PhD and academic. I know it hurts people of your particular stripe badly to lose one of your own, but you're still young. You'll get over it. Time heals, not completely, but it does heal. So my condolences. Sorry for your loss. And I'm going to move smartly on. You take your time to grieve, Kelvin. And, we're here for you if you want to talk.
Silence them or make their votes count for less. And so the two things are happening at the same time, like bumping right up into each other.
Yeah. So the backlash is what we have been since, honestly, since 2020, right? Is that when faced with this oppression, this overt racism, Black people respond in kind. And so we know that resistance movements can win elections, just like we saw in 2020, where I would argue that young people taken to the streets in every city in America contributed as much to Democrats winning as any candidate on the ballot, right? And so as we started looking at many of the protests in 2025, the ICE out protests and the No King.
Oh, no, I know nothing about the story other than he was like the youngest tenured something or another at Cambridge. I think it was Cambridge. Maybe it was Oxford. I know he got in trouble for something, plagiarism or something. I know he had a book that is like in the process of being published. That part I know. No, I don't know intimate details of the story. Want to know why? Because I don't care. It's something I know about, not anything I feel particularly inclined to explore on a deeper level. I like people who give me show ideas. If there's something you think I need to know about your relationship with him, Kelvin, maybe he was your mentor or something, just email me. And, if it's something worth talking about on the show, I'll help you through the grieving process. But no, I don't know a lot about the story, and it's not really my cup of tea. Tea is like a British thing. So let me know if there's anything I can do to help you through your grieving process, though.
Rallies and all the protests that were happening across the country in 2025, the complexion had changed, right? There wasn't a lot of Black people in those protests. There wasn't a lot of young people in those protests. Very different than what we saw during Black Lives Matter, even what we saw in reaction to the Dobbs decision that overturned abortion.
We actually have something from one of your focus groups about protesting.
How many of you feel afraid to engage in protest? I know some of you have shared sentiment like this, or just afraid to resist in general.
I think it's more of like, I feel like I can't afford to resist. I think that's what it is. Because it's like, no matter how deep I feel about it and how much of a want of like me going out there and doing something or protesting, like whatever it is, I always have this lingering fear of, is my life in jeopardy? Will someone see me and try to report me, whether that's to my job or, you know, like is that, or my face going viral on the internet, and now am I a target? It's a combination of that. Like I said, I just don't feel like I can afford to.
That speaks to so many things. It speaks to the knowledge that this administration goes after people in a completely different way than I think young folks are used to. It goes to a lack of trust in even maybe the people around them, right? Like even the people that might be at the protest. It goes to a lack of trust in the media, because when they're talking about my picture may go viral, that's because reporters are out there, videographers and photographers are out there. And so I wonder how all those things, if I'm a voter, right, what are all those lack of trust in my safety when I want to go and do the thing that is in the First Amendment? What does that tell you about how these folks are going to behave in their electoral lives?
Yeah, you know, and this is exactly what we started the Black Ops Project to figure out, is what were the barriers that were preventing Black folks from engaging in many of these protests or resistance movements. And what we found was exactly what you heard there, that the biggest barrier was fear of state-sanctioned violence against Black bodies. I would hear Black women tell me, my kids can't go out there. They know if they go out there, they're going to be on the front lines and they're going to target us. It was fear of political retaliation, fear of being arrested. And it's the language that she used there, that she can't afford to protest. She can't afford to resist. And so what we found in the polling was that, unlike in the Black Lives Matter movement of 2020, where the young people that were in the streets were closest to the pain, you know, those most likely to be impacted by police brutality were taken to the streets. Well, now that we're fighting and marching for democracy, those who are most likely to be impacted, those who are most likely to engage, it really became a resistance of privilege. That those that were most likely to protest, most likely to boycott, to not go to Target, to sign a petition, to show up to a meeting, they were the highest educated and the highest income. They were older, they were whiter, right? Fighting for democracy while you cannot afford to put groceries in or pay for gas is a resistance of privilege. But what has happened in 2026, post the Cali decision, where that oppression became overt, where those attacks on Black power became so obvious that you started wiping out our elected officials. It's no longer a resistance of privilege. 75% of Black people say that they've taken at least 3 actions to fight back against some of these attacks on Black power. That is what I believe is going to mobilize Black voters in the midterms, even if candidates don't.
Can you go a little bit deeper on your point about the democracy framing versus freedom framing? And post-Calais, I do think, and frankly, Eugene and I talk about it all the time, Black political power is under attack. Eugene got a whole Black voter series that's coming out this fall in advance of the election, because Black voters, Black political power, Black elected officials in this country are under attack because of the power that we possess, because of the ways in which you've laid out that we are able to shift elections. But in your research, you found that the democracy framing did not move the younger age groups of Black voters that you were talking to. But when you started talking about freedom, people were like, tap in.
That's exactly right. And look, while this was one of the biggest findings of the Black Ops Project, I didn't need Black Ops to know this. Listen, we've been telling Democrats for years, you got to stop defending democracy, because we've had mixed results with democracy. The folks that are the most mobilized.
Wait, Terrence.
We don't want to keep defending a thing that is failing us, right? My generation has now voted for 2 presidents that got the most votes and lost. Why do we want to defend that thing? Now, that doesn't mean abandon democracy. Right? We can reform democracy, remake democracy, renew. There's a lot of things we could do to democracy, but defend a system that has failed us is not something that was mobilizing. And this research confirmed that. And this is where we start to see this gross generation gap. The generation gap between the younger Black voters and the older Black voters. Of older Black voters over the age of 60, 81% say it's important for them to defend democracy. Only 50% of Black Gen Z, half of Black Gen Z, said that it's important for them to defend democracy. How?
Clarence, no, I don't think back during, the height of BLM, I'm not even sure that I was even appearing on YouTube panels. That's back around like mostly during the Floyd stuff. I might have been on John Galt's channel back then. I'd actually have to go back and look at dates of videos and stuff. But I'm gonna tell you something that's rather odd. I've never been in I've never really been a joiner. Years ago, and I've told this story before, years ago when I was in college, there was Forsyth County, Georgia, which is right in that Lake Lanier, Georgia area. And back in like the late 80s, it came to light that the last Black people that had lived in Forsyth County had been driven out like in the 20s or something like that, 1920s. And they flooded the little town, the little black town or whatever they called it, brown town. They flooded it, kind of like a TVA type of project, part of the Savannah River project, I think. So something akin to that. They flooded it. Those buildings are still there. There's like a whole legend, ghosts of Lake Lanier, that sort of thing. And it made it all the way to Oprah, to the Oprah show back when she was doing like a daily, like afternoon show. She was kind of famous. She was pretty famous by that time. But anyway, the whole show about, hey, Black people hadn't lived there in, 80 years or something like that. So they basically, like Joseph Lowry and some of these former civil rights people basically formed a little movement and did a protest march and all this sort of stuff. Bunch of students that I knew from the University of Georgia were going all the way over. It's a little bit of a hike from Athens to, this is just west of Atlanta proper. So, good hour from Athens, going, a little bit south and east to get to this protest. And as I recall, I had a bad cold. It was like a cloudy, rainy, cold day. One of my friends called me and go, "Oh, hey, blah, blah, blah. See you at the protest." I'm like, I'm not going to the protest. Number one, I have a cold. Number two, I'm not I'm just not that kind of guy. Why the fuck would I want to go out into the cold and rain to protest a place where Black people hadn't lived in 80 years? And my thing is, there are plenty of good places to live in Georgia. If they don't want me in Podunk, Forsyth County, I have no reason to protest to live there. I'd rather live somewhere else, around people who would be able to tolerate my presence. So that's kind of how I feel about Black Lives Matter. America is America. Those who actually like being that kind of activist, I 100% encourage. I'll pay for your lunch, et cetera, et cetera. It's just not my shtick. So having a black square on an Instagram account in support of Black Lives Matter, even if I knew where to get one, I just got Instagram recently because people kept asking me if I had an Instagram account. I don't use it for much. A couple people send me stuff every now and again, but that's the only time I ever check Instagram. Anyway, the bottom line is I'm not a joiner. So what's up, Speak Radio? How you doing? Oh my Lord. You mean over on CTs? Yeah, I listened. I actually watched pretty much all of that Andrew Wilson Candace Owens debate. I watched it from her channel, which I didn't even know I was subscribed to be honest, because I don't get like the pop-ups. I think I passively, like if there's something big, I'll get a pop-up alert or something. So I was curious to know what CT's take on it was, because I noticed it was in the title of his show. It was a nothing burger. I actually listened to the whole debate. It was a bit dry, but I'm the sort of person who, will listen to people's arguments. And if they're not too dry, I just suffer through it. I have a take on it, which I'm not going to get into now on that debate. As far as Be Brave up on CM's show, it's nothing I need care about other than just trolling, which, I'm pretty good. I've gotten pretty good these days about trolling from the chat and getting noticed. That they noticed me was good enough. that I got Be Brave's attention. And my joke was I live under that hat on the top of his pointy little head, rent free. That's all I needed. Just him to acknowledge that I'm trolling him in the chat. I didn't need much more than that. My care in feeding is simple. So what's up, CJ? So oh yeah, I'm an inveterate troll. And what happens is I get bored with what's happening on the panel. And a lot of places like what's his name? Nightish. I find Nightish's chat way more interesting than Nightish or his panel. And I think that drives him a little bit up the tree. I'll mock what he says. Like this morning, I mocked some drivel he was talking about. But I find his chat way more engaging than Nightish himself. And anyway, I don't want to get too far off where I am. If you want to later, CJ, I don't know if you go up on panels or not, but at some point I am interested. I think I have one more story somewhere out there, or a news article about this Abraham Lincoln issue. So feel free to come up if you want. Folks, the link is dropping every now and again, along with the other, stuff that gets dropped automatically into the chat. Support the show by supporting the host. The Sovereign Beer Fund is open for investment in the Saturday show. All that information is dropped, and there's the little banner crawl at the bottom of the screen. Feel free to invest. If you got show ideas, that is contributing to the show as well. Not exactly sure what tomorrow's show is going to be about. I do have a plan B. I just don't have a plan A. So I'm open to suggestion. Oh yeah, everybody, please make sure you hit the like button, especially if you're listening to this on a replay. Same thing if you're new to the channel, you're hearing this on a replay, please make sure that you like the show, you share it out, you subscribe, all that good stuff. I think I'm up to 382, so we're right on the cusp. 18 away from 400, and once I get to 400, I'm probably going to push the subscribership a little bit harder. So we'll see if we can make that threshold and then go from there. So feel free to hit the link if anybody wants to. I am wedded to getting through the news articles. I do have a short monologue about the title once this particular video is done. Once the news articles are over, I do have one particular video I want to watch. But again, if the show kind of goes off, it is Friday. If it goes off in a direction I'm willing to follow it. I'm not really wedded to because the video I want to show is pretty much political philosophy, political science, right in that area. What's up, Lawrence?
However, those young Black voters are mobilized to defend Black freedom, to defend Black voting rights, to defend racial justice
Fred,
more than they are to defend
Fred, they're saying it's in its 9th month, which is a little bit long for a carrier. Usually carriers are like 7 months. The normal ship, at least when I was in, like a destroyer, cruiser, one of the smaller warships, usually it's about 6 months, but you'll get a port call like maybe every 30 days. The problem with carriers is they're hard to take into port. And they've only, like, they had a stop in Guam. They were diverted to the Middle East. They were doing a Pacific, like, deployment, like a pack. I forget what they're called. Basically a Asia Pacific type of cruise. Trump diverted them to the Middle East. They had like a port call in Guam. And that was like in their first 30 days underway. And then they haven't like had a port call, maybe a minor port call. They haven't really had a port call in like 6 months. And, the funny thing about deployments, that first month or two that you're deployed, everything is clicking on all cylinders. Everybody's crisp, everybody's sharp. But after, 6 months of standing 24-hour watches, and carriers go, ships in general that are deployed, but carriers especially, they are 24/7, 365. They're doing flight ops even in bad weather, unless, you got a hurricane or something. They are on the go all the time. Maybe on a holiday, they'll stand down for a while. But being at sea, just being at sea is tough because it's a funny thing. When you're afloat, your body is constantly compensating for wave motion. It's not like being on solid land. I remember, you go to sea, you're afloat for a couple months and there's always vibration. There's always waves. I remember being at sea for like 4 months straight. And when I stepped onto solid land, I almost got seasick because you're constantly, in motion. And all of a sudden you're not on a surface that's constantly vibrating, moving. It's just your body is always balancing itself to stay upright. It's kind of exhausting. You don't even sleep that well because you're always in motion. So it's an odd feeling being afloat for any length of time. It's hard to describe. Anyway, I've gotten way off topic.
America's democracy. And so we can mobilize them, but we have to mobilize them around what they care about. And right now, that is just not democracy. In fact, there's one more stat I just want to give you real quick, and that's 56% of Black Gen Z say that Black people have already did their part. That it's others' responsibility to fight for America's democracy. While only 22% of Black boomers believe that if we're going to mobilize young people, we're not going to do that by getting them to defend America's democracy.
I'm looking for the lie. I'm looking
Terrence,
for the lie.
When you talk to the campaigns and those senior staffers on those campaigns, I don't say no names, but we all know the folks that Terrence has worked with. And you can say it if you would like. But let him say it. Let him say it.
Well, whether he want to disclose or not, this is not a personal preference. Terrence has worked for a lot of people, and he was one of the posters for the Harris campaign in the general election in 2024. And I know from direct knowledge that Terrence was one of the people whose numbers was accurate, and they were not listening to him.
Terrence,
We
if you would like
absolutely
to name
observed the
names.
same erosion.
So, but when you're talking to these folks, and you say what you just said to us, for example, right? Whether it be the folks that were on the Harris campaign or the campaigns that you're working with now, what do they say to you? What is the thing that they like? Why do they seem like they're not getting it? What is their counter?
You know, I brief elected officials often. I brief the party. I brief the apparatus around the party. And what I found, and you all know this, man, even when they're surprised by some of the data, they don't dismiss it. They don't reject it. These elected officials and even some of these party leaders are not the ones that are making decisions about strategy. And they certainly ain't the ones making decisions about spending. These are consultant-driven decisions, consultant-driven strategies. And until either these consultants are fired, replaced, or convinced that what they did last time ain't gonna work this time because it didn't work last time, we're gonna keep defending democracy again. We're gonna do that again. I want to be clear, y'all.
Outside the walls of power,
we're gonna defend democracy again. I can assure you, they don't want to defend these systems that have failed them.
I just so appreciate you breaking this down, because when you think about it, the elders, right, of the civil rights movement, they were our age when they were fighting and doing the work,
younger,
even younger, like from SNCC to the Southern Christian Leadership Conference, so on and so forth, to the journalists at that time, like who were really doing the work. They were young. And so they did fight to get these institutional protections that were a response to, they just trying to get us back to where we were during Reconstruction, okay,
right.
88 years later. We, the generation of our ilk, the millennials, the younger millennials, and then the folks even younger than us, my experience has been is that we are not interested in, those young people that I'm talking to, young millennials like myself, not interested in defending an institution, but we're concerned about the progress, which is why like the Black freedom thing, the fighting for freedom thing really jumped out at me, because it's not about the institutions, because these institutions have failed us. To be very clear, like Congress is working right now. Okay. The Supreme Court is in quote unquote tact, and they doing their thing. The institutions are not self-executing. And I think the generation before us, it's like we're having two different conversations. But the voter,
but they were failing them too. This is the thing that's so
then
interesting.
why are they so
protecting
the institution?
Right, because part of me feels like when I talk to young people, and I'm curious what you guys think, what I hear from them is that they no longer believe that electoral power is the only power that makes sense. And frankly, they believe that electoral power sometimes is the most ineffective way to make change.
Crazy.
Right? And so they think about the other ways in which they can make change, right? They think about being in civic society. They think about their own like communities. And so Terrence, the systems have always failed. They were failing in the 50s and 60s, right? And so they're failing before that.
Agree, but to continue where Simone was going, because the generation, these Black boomers who 80% plus say that we must defend democracy, to Simone's point, they are defending the progress that they made. They're defending their work. They're defending the Voting Rights Act, the Civil Rights Act, the history, all of these, Black holidays that were established to recognize Black contributions. What I do? Black holiday?
No, I mean, he's keeping it real. This is why we love Terrence. Because you're right. They're defending MLK Day. And now they're defending Juneteenth, even though we just got that.
But but think about, like, they saw a system that was broken and reformed it in radical ways. They included millions of new voters into the electorate, right? They removed these, segregation.
Well, I'm gonna, Fred, you haven't been around that much. You've got young children, so, and you're like a continent away, so you don't really tune into my sometimes daily rants. I think this idea of Black boomers is ill-conceived, basically from the ground up. The only thing that Black people in that boomer age range have in common with their white age range counterparts is their age. Black boomers are basically 64 to, I don't know, 1950 or something like that. Blacks didn't have the socioeconomic power, political power. They didn't shape America. They didn't participate in making policy. So this idea that there's a untapped wealth in the Black community to the extent that there is in the white community, I think having a bunch of millennials whining on a panel about their great grandpa from Mississippi not leaving them the estate or the trust fund, I think they sound like fools. What estate, what trust fund, what policy? Black Americans didn't shape Cold War policy or economic policy. At least if they did, it was tangentially or, third or fourth hand. For a good portion of that time, the Black community was outright isolated in a good portion of America. Oddly enough, they were probably more segregated in the North and the West than they were in the South. So the whole concept of a Black boomer, I don't buy into the notion, and I don't really have answers to questions I don't think are even legitimate.
Segregation laws across the South. Well, young people right now want to do the same thing. They want to reform it in radical ways.
Mindset, I don't buy into the fact that Black boomers have the same mindset as white boomers. When you say boomers, without being very specific about what type of boomer, I assume you mean boomers as a class. And my contention is Blacks did not shape policy, economic policy, political policy, social policy. They lived a good portion of 1950 to 1964 in almost abject isolation. I don't think there's a common mindset. Again, I don't have answers to questions I don't think are particularly legitimate. So yes, I'm hearing, Fred. I don't agree with the premise of your question, is all.
In ways that may feel a little uncomfortable, right? When you got a lot of young people saying capitalism is failing us.
Okay, King was a guest in the White House. He had a hand in shaping policy, but I don't think, it was almost like Frederick Douglass was in the White House. Frederick Douglass was a major recruiter for Black soldiers in the Civil War. Would you say that Frederick Douglass had a major influence on the Civil War? I think that King had input on the policy. I think a lot of it was, I know that there were phone calls, and I'm not even that good with the history of it, but I think there was a lot of compromise between Johnson and the Republicans and the Democrats. King had unusual influence, I will grant you that. But again, I don't think that other than civil rights, I don't think that Blacks had that much influence on politics, economics, social, Cold War policy, Vietnam War policy. I don't think the mindsets are the same. I think a Black boomer doesn't necessarily share. There's overlap, of course, but I wouldn't do a plug and play with a white boomer and a Black boomer. Main huge difference is the isolation and the wealth disparity. I don't think the question has a basis. I don't think the question even makes sense.
It's making America uncomfortable. Right? When you have young people who are saying we need term limits on every damn thing, that's going to make Congress uncomfortable because half of them have probably exceeded those term limits. But it is time for our reform. It is
The
time.
facts are just, it's so funny because it's true.
The same way that our parents and their parents reformed the systems that were failing them, our generation is ready to do the same thing. And they believe that there's a generation standing in their way. And that is what we see happening to the left.
Eugene raised something about, and I was like, that's crazy, but I do understand that that is a real sentiment. President Obama often talks about this, that young people don't believe in the electoral power, the system anymore, that elections can make change. How do you reconcile that statement with also what you just said, is that they're ready for this
I don't think that elections are going to make that much of a difference if you don't organize for change. I mean, even MAGA organized for change. If you go back to 2015, Trump wasn't an initial front runner. He surprised a lot of people by even getting the nomination. I think there was a certain level of grassroots action in the MAGA movement. I think in places like Georgia and South Carolina, I think votes did make a change, especially in 2020. I think changes did happen when, in the case of Joe Biden, Biden wasn't doing well until he hit South Carolina, and he and what's his name, Jim Clyburn, kind of got together and organized something. I think a lot of it has to do with education. Someone said something to me earlier in a YouTube chat. We were kind of going back and forth about schooling being a failure. And my response is, well, parents are supposed to manage their children's education. And the guy responded to me, well, these days the parents don't know much more than the children. And, I kind of had to concede that point. We got some dumb motherfuckers that are in their 30s, 40s, and even into their 50s who don't seem to know. And I'm just kind of making a broad statement based on my YouTube experience. I don't have numbers to back this up. It's just my opinion. But I do worry about, parents not being that much of a backstop to failing schools. And, I guess in the end, I'm just going to sound horrible when I say, well, then the social Darwinism kicks in. If you can't keep up, as my father used to say, you're going to see a lot of people fall by the wayside. So in the end, I am a little fatalistic.
Radical movement, because oftentimes we hear that, like, oh, these young people are infrequent voters, you can't count on young voters, blah, blah, blah. But in many of these midterm elections, and frankly, in election in 2024 and in elections since then, young voters, Black voters especially, but I think young voters across the board have made the difference. Like, these kind of elections are won on the margins, and young voters matter for the margins.
Right, absolutely. Right. Listen, millennials and Gen Z now make up more than 50% of the American electorate, but less than 30% of them vote, right? We are no longer the margin.
So less than 30% of the 50% vote.
That's exactly right. Less than 30%. Okay. In most Democratic primaries, less than 20%. I'll give you an example, and this is what I think is happening to the Democratic Party in many of these 2026 primaries. When you look at a place like New York, in Mamdani's race, 12% of young people in New York had consistently voted in primaries until Mamdani ran, and 33% participated. He didn't double it. He almost tripled the turnout of young people in that primary, and then they came back.
It's rather interesting. It will be interesting to see how young Black voters deal or navigate the DSA waters. Now, I'm not a huge fan of, politics that far left. There are people on YouTube, Revolutionary Black Network, and what's the other one? With Pierre, there are a couple kind of Marxist-ish There's Jared Ball and his group. I keep up with it mainly because I like politics. I'm not particularly, in their camps, but the DSA types, like Mom Donnie voters, I kind of wonder how that works out because DSA in particular, they are not particularly sensitive to race. There are people who will call the DSA types class essentialists. They think class basically will intersect enough to take care of racial issues like poverty and that sort of thing. I'm not convinced of their argument. I think America defies, strict classifications like that. Class is kind of nebulous. Race, I think America is race first, not class first. However, it's not, it's an arguable point. I don't think DSA is going to serve Black Americans' needs. However, younger Black people tend to be less race conscious, in my opinion, but it's just my opinion. Hearing people like CM, hearing people like CT that are basically so race neutral, they're willing to go in and basically be racist and comfortable interacting with a bunch of like trailer trash. John Galt's another good example. Just basically, they're so fucking race neutral that they just kind of blend in with whatever crowd they happen to, get the most cash apps from. So it'll be interesting to see, as things develop out, how far DSA makes inroads into Black voters. I do know that Bernie Sanders hit South Carolina like a lead balloon when he was confronted with reparations arguments. That was basically the death knell for Bernie Sanders' campaign when he hit South Carolina.
During this last primary against when the three members of Congress just fell, yes.
Yeah.
And so what we are seeing is that for young people who feels like voting doesn't make the kind of changes that our parents made with the Civil Rights Act and the Voting Rights Act, that they are now being presented with an option that is offering a radical change, that is saying these entire systems can be remade and reformed. And that is what I think is mobilizing young people, not necessarily, a radical progressive agenda of eliminating all of these institutions, but that we could remake them in our own images. Make this thing, it's a FUBU government for us, by us.
For us, by us.
I have one more question, Eugene, before we go to the issue. This realignment or the realignment versus withholding, and the fact that when voters are asked about if they are ready to, support a candidate or support a party, and you get these numbers where people are like 8% undecided, 15% I don't know, or folks who are saying, I don't really like what the Democrats are saying, I don't like what the Republicans are saying either. That is not necessarily realignment. That withholding is in fact a political choice. And I think about Michigan. I think of all of these places where all these battleground states, Georgia, Texas, when it comes to this general election, there are a lot of voters that are still talking about maybe they're not ready to support someone yet. They are withholding. And I do think that that's a political choice.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it is an expression of power. It comes back to Democrats have to give these young people something to vote for and not just something to vote against. They don't believe that either party is going to make a material difference on their lives. And so I think that this is the campaign for the next 90 days. It's not to remind them how bad Republicans are, how bad MAGA is, because the unique thing that happened in the 4 years without Trump is that they got to experience their lives with Trump. They got to experience their lives without Trump. And so when I ask these questions, was your life better under Biden or under Trump? Or has Trump's policies helped you or hurt you? The plurality of young people, 30 to 40%, are still saying it's made no difference. Think about that. The last 2 years of Trump have made no material difference to their lives. Despite us having our hair on fire and watching every institution burn down, it's made no difference to their lives. In fact, many of them who supported Trump supported him because he promised to burn down these institutions. This is our opportunity not to.
Yeah, but I think that a lot of differences, I mean, I think there's substantive differences. I think things like tax cuts, I think things like Doge, I think things like cutting welfare benefits, I think firing a bunch of federal workers impacted the Black community a lot. I think that there are some material impacts. It could just be that, I mean, people don't keep up with politics. I think sometimes out of sight, out of mind. Like if I didn't keep up with the news every day, pretty much my life hasn't changed. Pretty much between Biden and Trump. I don't know that my life has been that materially impacted. I do think that what you don't know sometimes won't hurt you. But I think if you're always on a video game and not paying attention to politics, a lot of politics is vibes. You may not notice, you know, the Navy, you know, the Abe Lincoln, you know, impacts a lot of military families or Navy families. However, only 2% of the population is active duty. I think, you know, currently somewhere around that number. So even something like, you know, the Abraham Lincoln, a lot of people aren't going to be impacted by it, but the vibe out there on, say, a world stage or the families that are impacted, I mean, there's material impact. Just because you don't notice doesn't mean there's no impact. One thing that I am afraid of is how little young people know these days. And when I say young, let's just say 45 and below. It does worry me that schools do not inspire curiosity in their students, it seems. We got a lot of issues going along, and I think they're both cascading and compounding. But you know, like I said, I'm on the back nine of my life. I have concerns, and you know, my son, for instance, I do what I can to, you know, make sure that he's capable, but I am not going to get out, you know, on some soapbox on a street corner in Atlanta and start preaching, you know, how effed up everything is. That's a young people problem. And if these 45-year-olds want to couch vote or just act like nothing's going on out there that impacts them, that's a world I may not live to see. And bluntly put, therefore, I don't care. As long as my son, my nephews, maybe, you know, my brother's a bit younger than I am, as long as they're okay, let the Darwinian chips fall where they may. Because if you're 45 and you're on YouTube with all kinds of fucked up notions, sitting on a panel calling other people stupid because they read books, you're not going to get a whole lot of my sympathy when your life crashes and burns around you. You may get trolled.
put the Department of Education back and put Medicaid back and put Consumer Financial Protection Bureau back and put USAID back. They don't want any of that shit back. This is our chance to build something better for us, by us.
So, Terrence, we have talked about kind of what these voters don't want, right? That seems to be very clear. We have talked about how their feelings about the institutions. But when you talk to them about the actual issues, what are the actual issues that these folks feel like, young folks feel like are going to move them? What are the things, maybe some things that we don't pay a lot of attention to and are undercovered in our media, that they're saying this is either going to move?
Well, it's funny you say this, Clarice, about gas prices. There are a lot of people who noticed it. I literally heard one or two conversations of Trump voters basically saying, yeah, well, gas prices go up, but as long as they come back down by November, I'll just ride it out. I guess, hey, round about November, you need to be putting shit on layaway or something. Or do they still have layaway, by the way? I have no idea. It's been years since I've even bought toys. But, as long as the gas prices are down by Halloween, I'll ride it out. Trump's my guy. Even with the higher gas prices, these people are just making excuses for a very substandard president and an even worse commander-in-chief. What's up, Sin?
Me to vote, or it is in my head as I'm voting, if I were to.
Yeah, for sure. There is a level of pain and desperation amongst young people right now. This, Gen Z is the first generation ever to believe that they won't do better than their parents did. The first generation in American history to not believe that they're going to do better than their parents did. That's a part of the American dream, is that we're making progress. We're moving forward. And these young people don't believe that we are moving forward. In fact, they don't believe they can ever afford to buy a house. They don't believe that they can ever afford to support a family, right?
Okay, well, what's with the bad luck? What is it? Bad luck schleprock? I'm dating myself. There used to be a character in these Flintstones cartoons called Bad Luck Schleprock. His tagline was "Wowsy, wowsy, whoa, whoa." Okay, do none of these young people have the fire in the belly to defy odds? I hope that they're wrong. And you know what? I have this dude in the center runs like a political polling opinion type firm. So he is probably way more in the know than I am. I just shake my head. If I'm sad to hear that the fire in the belly, or whatever it's called now, it's not being inspired into kids by their parents or their schools or mentorship or what have you. So sad to hear this.
This is a level of desperation. One thing that I think they point to is, look, Democrats are going to basically have one power if they take either chamber of Congress, and that is subpoena power, accountability power, right? Investigative power. Right. That's all they can do. They can't pass nothing. They can't really negotiate with this White House. They can investigate and hold people accountable. And so when I started to ask young people, who do you want to see Democrats holding accountable? ICE is at the very top of that list. They want to take the mask off of ICE. And I think that that's a criminal justice conversation, right? We look at ICE as an immigration conversation. But I don't think young people are looking at ICE as they're looking at people with badges and guns abusing Americans, shooting Americans in the face. That's sparking that Black Lives Matter, alarm bell of, wait a minute, we can't have police militarized in our communities and be able to do what they want to us with impunity.
You also, what the fuck is he talking about? Police have been militarized since the 70s. What was the incident in Philadelphia where they fucking firebombed? They firebombed the hood. Do you know, I remember back in the 70s, there a lot of people was it who was it that was in the police procedural called SWAT? Which rapper was it? I can't even remember now. It would take me a minute to think of his name. Okay, well, there was a SWAT with a Hondo back in the 70s. You know, it was something, maybe grade school. I think it was gone by the time I got to high school, but yeah, SWAT, that concept of special weapons and tactics and all that stuff, has been around since the 70s. So this police militarization thing, that's not anything new.
Seems to have an issue with color, because if his issue is, okay, well, he wants to get rid of all these Mexicans who are rapists and murderers, and he's going after the worst of the worst. But you never see ICE rolling up on gang members and all that stuff. They're going to Home Depot and schools and courtrooms and picking up laborers.
That was from the focus group of Black men over 40.
Mhm.
And I do think that speaks to the point you're saying. They're identifying it as a criminal justice issue. And I mean, in 2020, criminal justice reform was like one of the things that people talked about a lot. And then throughout the Biden administration, it was talked about, and it's like it's non-existent in the 2024 election, and we're not really talking about it right now.
Yeah, and look, the issues that I know would mobilize young people, not just because that's what the polling data says, but that's what the voting data has said over the last two cycles. They were mobilized to combat racism. They were mobilized to combat police brutality in 2020. They were mobilized to fight for abortion rights in 2022. Well, criminal justice reform and abortion rights and racial justice, none of those are top 5 issues anymore. And that, I believe, is on Democrats. Sometimes winning the election is about defining what the election is about. And as long
What
as
are the top 5 issues right now?
I have them right here. It's economy. Well, economy is the number one issue all the time. But here's the thing about economy. Economy means something different every time. Sometimes
yes,
means jobs,
thank you.
Right? Economy can mean jobs. Economy can mean stock market. It can mean foreclosures. It can mean COVID shutdown. Right now, economy means one thing: cost. That's it. That's it.
Yeah.
Economy means the shit is too expensive. That's the whole game.
Right.
But after economy, top issues include healthcare, immigration, democracy, crime, and abortion. Abortion number 7. It's even lower amongst independent voters, right? As long as immigration is a higher priority than abortion, we are losing.
Say more about that.
Republicans have a 40-point advantage on immigration. We have to make the election about.
Well, that's going to be a tough haul, okay, because Democrats lost on the border just outright. There's no way they can broach immigration without having to answer why that border wasn't secured when it was so easy for Trump to do it. Now, there's a way where you can go, well, hey, Trump took it to the extreme with Minneapolis and all that stuff. But I don't think Democrats are going to get a get out of jail free card on the immigration issue. Basically, there's a reason they don't bring it up, because there are too many questions about why didn't they get it right when there was a whole border czar who could have done it. And Thune and whoever, Schumer, I think it was, had a whole thing, and Trump is like, no, I don't want y'all to pass it, et cetera, et cetera. But nobody remembers those sorts of details.
About the issues that voters trust us on. They trust us on abortion. They don't trust us on crime, right? So to the extent that our issues, things like education and climate change and abortion, are at the bottom of this list, but things like crime, economy, and immigration are at the top of this list, then we are still fighting on their terms. right?
Karen, so if I'm a candidate that just hired y'all, right? And you tell me what you just said, right? You went through that list and you said that we need to make those things move up the list. And my first thought is probably, well, that's chicken or egg. I'm supposed to be listening to the voters, right? If the voters say that, abortion is number 7, then that means that it's number 7. And I should think about the 6 things that are above that list or whatever. Yeah. So how do Democrats turn the table on making those issues go up when they should also keep hearing from everybody that they need to listen to their voters?
And should they? I mean, I'm with you, Gene. And should they? Because every campaign has to make a decision. And if I were in a campaign and I got the presentation you just gave in the meeting, I would say, okay, well, do we have time to move abortion up, or should we just go in on cost because we know that's already number 1?
So here's the challenge: is that none of these campaigns are operating in a vacuum, right? They're going to be operating across hundreds of millions of dollars of other spending. And all of that spending, I would argue that the top 3 issues that'll probably be spent on in this election cycle are economy, democracy, and Trump. Like as a whole issue, Trump will be a huge fraction of what Democrats are talking about this cycle. Not that I think we should, but that is what is going to happen. They are going to make this election about Trump. And the problem with that is...
Why shouldn't they make... Now I got to ask, because everybody is saying, make this a referendum on Trump because that is Democrats' strongest place. Why, though? Tell the people why the data and your experience says don't do that.
The problem with making the election about Trump is what I heard from a young man in a focus group. That I was broke before Trump and I've been broke during Trump. I'm going to be broke after Trump, right? They don't believe that Trump is the reason for their pain.
That's a failure of Democrats.
That's right.
Donald Trump is literally actually making their lives harder when it comes to the economy by the decisions that he's making.
That's right.
Like, that's crazy. Like, it's actually like, I've heard this before from voters, but it is confusing to me that you are also picking it up quite a bit in your focus groups and your polling, that they don't blame Trump for it when actually, largely he is.
A lot of it is him. But so here's the thing, right? When your life sucks and you're doing everything you can to, you're working twice as hard to get half as far, you got the degree and now you can't even get the job, but you're still paying for the loans. You need a reason for that pain. And I've often told the Democrats and the candidates that I work with, if you can't tell them why their life sucks, why would they trust you to unsuck their life? And policy is not why their life sucks, right? And so Donald Trump comes along and gives them all of these reasons for their pain, those immigrants and those poor people and those trans kids. That is why your life sucks. It's because of them, and I'm going to take care of that. What reason have we given? What reason have Democrats ever given for why young Black men can't seem to get their footing in this economy? I can tell you the reason they've been given for the past 10 years, Donald Trump. That's it. That is the only villain that Democrats have stood up to.
This is fascinating. It's so...
Well, I think this time around, though, come this midterm, I think Donald Trump will do. We've got the humiliation on the world stage. We've got all the fucking court cases that he has dithered his time trying to win. The economy, gas prices and food prices. Food has not come down. The only thing that's come down is eggs. And Biden, really had nothing to do with egg prices, but Donald Trump made it his issue. So yeah, he's got egg prices down, but food prices are still up. I think this time around, there are plenty of things that have made a material day-to-day difference in Black Americans' lives specifically. I think they got him this time. Now, whether it takes or not, but I mean, there's plenty of stuff we can talk about that Donald Trump has done wrong in the past year and a half. So let's not get too doom and gloom here.
Is shaking me. The last thing I feel like we cannot leave you. We can't leave this one to the next time. How is Gaza and Israel and AIPAC, how is that? Because we're seeing that play out in primaries, but how is that going to play out in a general election? What's the data and your focus group say about that? Or is it coming up at all?
Because you mentioned 7 things and it was not in 7.
It was not in the 7. No, and it's not going to be in the 10 or even the 15. You know, it's true. Gaza is a top issue for less than 2% of Americans, right? Maybe 3% of Democrats, may get as high as 3. That's not going to make it a top 5, 10, or even a top 15 issue for Democrats. That means that there are 14 issues that they care about more. But their top issues are, around cost and corruption and this, this kind of rigged system.
Yeah.
And what the left and progressives have successfully done is use the issue of Gaza and Palestine as an example of how the systems are rigged, of how special interests and money can influence our politics. And so while Gaza and Israel are not a top issue, it is indicative and it's defining the top issues. And I think the left has just figured out how to capitalize on that.
I mean, one thing that's so interesting, what I hear from folks is if I can't trust you on this issue that they feel is like a moral issue, that they feel is a very black and white issue, right? Little babies dying, bombing civilians, right? So if I can't trust you on this, how could I possibly trust you and your instincts on anything else?
That's right.
And that's where I think Israel and Gaza pops up as opposed to like actual thing that, a huge part of the electorate is going to go vote on.
That's right. Or stay home on.
Right.
To your point.
Right.
To your point about them having more than one option. To complete your statement, if I can't trust you on this because because special interests will make you close your eyes to injustice, right? And so when I'm looking at AIPAC as much as I'm looking at Israel and Gaza, and AIPAC has the same approval rating in the Democratic electorate as Donald Trump.
That is insane.
I can't wait to come back and keep talking to you all about more of these issues. I mean, I think that we're going to, as the spending starts, as you all know, after Labor Day, spending will start in earnest. Hundreds of millions of dollars will be spent on telling people what they should think of each of these issues. We're going to keep our finger on the pulse of these voters, especially these young voters, and how they are receiving some of this paid advertising. And I can't wait to come back on and talk to you all about it.
Oh, Terrence.
We will have to have you back.
We will have to
have you back.
This is very
stressful.
Oh my gosh, I have many more questions here. Thank you so much for your time. We look forward to seeing you very soon, my friend.
I can't wait to come back and clock it.
Yeah.
Yes.
Well, look, all I can say to CKJ3's point is I don't know what to tell you. I grew up with people like Randall Robinson and Ed Bradley, Carol Simpson. These were Black Bernard Shaw. These were Black people who were treated as serious newsmen and women. I don't know why they have, I think that, somehow or another, they're looking at demographics and going, oh, hey, a guy who could easily be a character in a Yogi Bear Jellystone Park cartoon. The topic was the topic. I was interested in what they had to say. I don't pay too much attention to, the aesthetics of it. Sometimes it shocks me when people go, well, who is this weirdo? I don't pay that much attention to, I'm more interested in the topic. I think that the 3 folks that were up there, Simone Sanders used to be Joe Biden's, she was something in the communications department. She had some White House job. I don't know what to say. Dude, if you think looking like that up on a serious news show is how you should look, well, it is what it is. I'm more interested in what you have to say. So let's do a quick monologue on the show title. That actually was a 39-minute video, and it took way longer than I thought it would with all the commentary and stuff. It took an hour and a half to do a 40-minute video, which is fine. But my show title today is called Cali Black Re-Education Camp. And I've been having a bunch of issues with Cali blacks. Not just CM, but there's Nightish, and there are 2 or 3 others who swear that California is like the epicenter of black culture. And I've been slapping down that notion everywhere that I can. So, finally, I was on Nightish's show. In his chat, I woke up and I noticed he was on. So, I figured I'd hop in the chat and see what he was up to. And as I was saying to CJ earlier, I tend to find Nightish's chat more engaging than he or his topics tend to be. So I don't know. I made some random comment about one of his favorites. And Nightdish, well, let's time him out for 5 minutes, which I think, the motherfucker is petty. I troll. If somebody says something and I know them, and you know what, I have a pithy remark, let me do my thing. But Nightdish gets all in his feelings and wants to time people out. Well, since you don't support my show, you go cool off your feelings for 5 minutes. Motherfucker, I'm not going to support your show if you keep timing me out for every fucking, random comment I make. You're not encouraging me. What does Nightdish think that I'm going to pay, $10 to get a wrench so he doesn't time me out? Time me out, bitch. That'll just encourage me to go somewhere else. Nightdish is a weirdo sometimes. As I said, I find his chat oftentimes way more fun to interact with than him personally. And make sure that gets back to him. He needs to know this sort of stuff since I can't seem to talk to him anymore. So, fuck the Cali disrespect. It's meant to be disrespectful, Brian. Why do you think I keep using the term disrespectfully? It's intended. So, as I was saying, I think Cali blacks eat their fucking, chitlin tacos with guacamole. I think they're weirdos. I think West Coast rap, I was grown by the time West Coast rap became a thing. I think Snoop Dogg is a weirdo. But I mean, that's my personal feelings. I'm an old man and I didn't grow up with rap. But the bottom line is I'll be goddamn if I'm going to have somebody like a fucking CM pretend like he is the vanguard of what's cool and what's cultural in the black community. I think CM is an illiterate, miseducated felon and who gets in his feelings when a nerd can fucking roast his ass better than he can roast the nerd. And then he wants to go out and strike channels. Same thing with Nightdish. Nightdish got it in his mind that I think he's abjectly stupid, and consequently, he is a self-fulfilling prophecy because every time I make a fucking joke, the motherfucker gets in his feelings and acts all stupid. So what can I say? So anyway, bottom line is it just popped in my head that, these Cali blacks need some re-education. They need to pack their shit up and move back to the deep South to be re-educated on what black culture can and can't be. Black culture can be anything it wants to be. We're not a monolith, but I think some actual home cooking, somewhere in Mississippi or Alabama or the panhandle of Florida would do some of these fucking avocado eating weirdos a world of good to know what it's like to actually live amongst Black people. And not that I'm an expert, but I can claim that at one point in my life, as I've often said, I could go a whole fucking summer and not see a white person unless we went to the mall or something. So I think my Black card has been stamped enough time to where I don't even need to present it to someone like a fucking Clifford Moore. Oh, my daddy grew up in Hollywood. Well, that's half your goddamn problem, son. So anyway, that's where the Cali Black education, a re-education camp comes from. Just something that popped in my head. It may be funny, it may not be, who knows. However, I ran across this Maya Angelou clip. She's talking on some old what would you call it? Some old show, talk type show. And there was an interaction she had with a young Black girl, basically, young lady, that just it was just so telling. And it's just a few seconds, maybe a couple minutes. But let me play this and then I'll talk about it.
From
let me start it at the
early 1800s.
Oops, because I watched it through, but it was the very beginning that interested me.
Thank you. And first, I'm Miss Angelo.
Miss Angelo.
Yes, ma'am. I'm not Maya. I'm 62 years old. I have lived so long and tried so hard that a young woman like you or any other you have no license to come up to me and call me by my first name.
You just told her that she should call you Ms. Angelo.
Miss Angelo, Dr. Angelo, Professor Angelo, Auntie.
Is that part of the problem in this culture that we have? There's not enough discipline. There's not enough respect.
Yes.
Pardon me?
I'm from North Carolina, and I'm so happy that you went back there.
Thank you.
Because it is a peaceful place. I've been out here in California about 8 years, and there is no respect.
Hey, call me Louis. This is my spot.
Yep, that was it. This lady's been out in California, and Maya Angelou just moved back to North Carolina. It's right in line with what I'm saying. Out there in fucking California, they're calling, their elders by their first name, like Maya Angelou is her fucking maid. Like Maya Angelou is the help. Back when I was growing up, you'd be calling her Miss Maya or Miss Angelou, some sort of honorific, some sort of respectful name. You didn't just go up to people you don't fucking know and call them by their first name. Back in the day, kids knew their place and adults would correct them. Like Maya Angelou has no clue who that young lady is, but she had enough pride of place to go, ma'am, you don't call me by my first name. We need more of that, folks. Clifford Moore did not get enough of that growing up. His daddy or his mama should have. I bet he called his daddy by. I bet Seymour called his daddy Clifford. And the same thing with these other Cali Blacks. They could use a good dose of Black culture, kind of like my grandmother used to give me castor oil sometimes. So that is my explanation of the show title for what it's worth. Now, this next little bit is for I can't even remember who it was in CT's chat. The topic of Christian nationalism came up. Somebody talking about Andrew Wilson. I did watch a good portion of the Andrew Wilson Candace Owens debate. So I'll say a few words on that, but it came up, well, what is Andrew Wilson? It was Be Brave who asked, who basically asked if Andrew Wilson was pro-white or something like that. Somebody in CT's chat said, no, I believe he's a Christian nationalist. And my response to the person in the chat was, well, if he's a Christian nationalist, there's a very good chance he's a white nationalist. Sometimes they're synonymous. However, sometimes they're not. And I just did a quick Brave search, Google search, whatever you want to call it. It says here, Christian nationalism and white nationalism share significant rhetorical and ideological overlap, but are conceptually distinct, with scholars noting that while the two movements frequently intersect, they are not inherently identical. Christian nationalism is defined as an ideology seeking to formally privilege Christian hegemony in American civic life, often based on the belief that the U.S. was founded as a Christian nation and should remain one. While historically rooted in Anglo-Protestant supremacy, recent data indicates it's not exclusively white. For instance, Black and Hispanic Americans often score higher on Christian nationalism. Black and Hispanic Americans, indices than white Americans, though their adherence correlates with different political outcomes. So the bottom line is, there is frequent intersection. For my purposes, they're synonymous. Let's just say 98% of the time or something like that, but they don't have to be. So that is when I say that, when I hear that someone's a Christian nationalist, I will often just go, yeah, well, they're probably a white nationalist too. And if I'm wrong, I'm wrong. I don't know that much about Andrew Wilson. Probably the longest I've ever seen him quote debate was today against Candace Owens. So bottom line is, I thought that the topic wasn't particularly of interest. Charlie Kirk, I was by no means a fan of. I think Charlie Kirk was racist as fuck. He was wrong on a lot of American history. I think him evangelizing on college campuses was literally disgusting. He would often pick on students, who don't know much. The one or two times that I've seen Charlie Kirk actually go up against an adult, he tended to lose miserably because he didn't have a good education. He was very political. He was very ideological. He was basically dogmatic. Other than that, I'm sure he was a good guy. That we're sitting around a year after his death and the trial hasn't even, kicked off yet. We're having whole debates on premises, I think is a waste of time. I think that Andrew Wilson wasted $300,000 going up against someone that is better at this sort of stuff than he is. I'm not a Candace Owens fan, but she looked way more comfortable in her little shoes than Andrew Wilson did. I think she has the type of personality. She's had a lot more practice, I'll give her that. But she didn't flinch. She didn't get intimidated. Andrew Wilson, you could tell. I think Candace Owens won when she made him not smoke on the set. That motherfucker, I hope that motherfucker needed some nicotine gum or needed a patch or some shit like that. Because, the way his toes, he was shaking and shit. Dude, Andrew Wilson does not have a personality. He's not a likable fella. I think he has zero sense of humor. I think he has zero sense of irony. I don't engage with people of his ilk. I don't even like Candace Owens, and I loved the way her calm demeanor. She didn't flinch. And by the way, she basically said, I'm going to do what the fuck I want to do on my show, whether you like it or not. And I kind of line up with that philosophy. I do what the fuck I want to do on my show. If you dare question me, my answer is going to be, what the fuck are you going to do about it? And that's exactly Candace Owens' stance. And kudos to her. I'm not a bigger fan than I was before, but I think she is miles above Andrew Wilson. I'd rather listen to her debate Andrew Wilson than me listening to Andrew Wilson debate her. He's a bore, and a pedantic bore at that. What's up, Chocolate Earth? So there's that. And looks like I'm going to have to do a quick pause here. I went ahead and ordered the necessary libations for the show. So let's see, what else do I have next? Well, next is something that Pete Hegseth got engaged in. I guess he was in Panama somewhere. Let me see, where's the volume on here? And I wanted to hear what he had to say, but I can't quite figure out where the hell the volume switch is. So give me a second. I guess I should have pre-listened to this or something. One minute. Let me see if I can figure out where is the volume on here. Oh, there it is. Here we go.
Concern over a mental health crisis among our Navy sailors. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Kira Phillips. Disturbing new reporting by the Military Times finds at least one family says their loved one and sailor attempted to go overboard the USS Abraham Lincoln. It comes amid even more reports that our sailors aboard the aircraft carrier are exhausted and they're being pushed to the brink amid an extended deployment during the war with Iran. The reports actually prompting backlash among Democrats, including Senator Richard Blumenthal, the Connecticut lawmaker, sending a letter to Defense Secretary Hegseth and the Navy's acting secretary requesting.
Folks, if I'm not back by the end of this, just give me a couple minutes.
They answer questions on whether the Navy is able to properly care for our service members. But Secretary Hegseth is already pushing back on the reports from his trip to Panama. Take a listen.
Completely misrepresented. Listen, we make sure that every ship, every crew, every captain has everything we can provide them at every single moment. Some deployments are longer than others, and I have more respect and gratitude for those sailors than anybody. What they do in those high seas and those austere conditions with less port calls, it's incredible. And Americans don't understand what it's like to do that. So as someone who's not been on a ship like that, but been on long deployments, I feel it.
Well, the Navy also putting out a statement saying we have not identified an increase in reported suicidal ideation or suicide attempts aboard the ship. But this story doesn't end there. Sources now telling us the aircraft carrier USS George Washington will now be replacing the Abe Lincoln as part of a long-planned rotation of ships. Joining me now, the editor-in-chief of the Military Times and Marine Corps veteran of the Iraq War, J.D. Simpkins. J.D., great to have you. Appreciate it.
Thank you for being here.
We reported on the one family that you were able to talk to, but you actually talked to another family as well. What did they tell you?
Well, both of these families who spoke to us were demonstrating the fact that they're their spouses, their family members are overworked. They're exhausted, exasperated at not getting off the ship for such a lengthy time as it is right now. One of them was somebody who was actively involved in an incident in which they allegedly pulled someone back from the edge of the ship. The other one had expressed a desire to jump from the ship. And this is, to get to that place where you are actually considering or putting action to that is quite an alarming trend. And I think it demonstrates some of the absolute mental exhaustion that we're hearing right now. And ever since we released that report, we're getting more and more feedback from sailors from previous deployments who are just really
exhausted.
They are exhausted, and they're discussing that more and more with us, because I think that's a narrative that has been suppressed a little bit until now.
Well, and let's talk a little bit more about that. I was on the Abraham Lincoln during Operation Iraqi Freedom. You have been on these ships as well. The food's not great. The quarters are tight. You're working long hours. You're not getting a lot of sleep. People are missing their family members. They're missing big events. I remember when I was on the Abe Lincoln, one of the fighter pilots missed the birth of his child. They're missing graduations. So, and then when you don't know when you're coming back, when your deployment is being extended, you're out in the middle of the ocean, things happen to your heart, mind, body, and soul.
Yeah, we discussed it earlier when I was deployed on the USS Tarawa, which is now in the bottom of the Pacific Ocean after a SINKEX. There was, we were supposed to get off the ship something like 4 weeks into our deployment. That got extended a little bit out to about 45 to 50 days, which is absolutely nothing compared to what these sailors are enduring right now. But I can say that even 45 or 50 days without touching solid land and just being in the middle of an ocean pushes your mental strength to the extremes a little bit. And you talk about missing things, the familial elements of that. Everyone who joins the military knows that that's a part of deploying. That's a part of potential wars that we might be involved in. So that's a factor that everyone has accepted, but the indefinite nature of what they are doing right now with the Lincoln and the lack of stopping at ports. I think the last time some of these sailors have stepped on solid ground was in December. That's absolutely insane to go that long without a port call, without any type of mental refresh. And we're talking about doing that amid combat operations, which are extremely frantic. They're day in and day out launching sorties off of the flight deck, which, if you're not involved, if you're not a pilot, if you're not working air traffic, if you're not doing any of those things, like the majority of the ship is not, a lot of those during flight operations, you're not even allowed to go outside. So, these sailors who are now 7-8 months since the last time they stepped on land, a lot of them have not been able to go out. They haven't been able to talk to family members because of River City rules or communications blackouts because of operations. So there's a lot of just disconnect, and you're really putting a lot of faith into the mental strength and resilience into some of these people, and hoping that they're not going to do anything drastic.
And let's talk about that. The mental health assets on the ship. Back when I was on the Abe, during the war, it wasn't like it is now. That is for sure, because we can confirm as of now that there have been chaplains, resiliency counselors, therapists, integrated prevention coordinators on these carriers rather. But these assets, they're only as strong as the people behind them, right? And then you've got 5,000 people on these carriers. When you're talking just sort of a handful of counselors and chaplains, and sailors are struggling with suicidal ideation, is that enough mental health support for our service members?
It's not at the outset of just the numbers. I would say it's not, but it's also, you have to factor in the culture, which we talked about earlier. And there is an underlying culture in the military that if I am struggling and I wake up one day and I say, I can't do this and I need to talk to somebody, I then have to factor in, if I'm going to go to a chaplain, if I'm going to go to a mental health specialist, am I going to get flagged in my unit? Is somebody going to catch wind of it to where I will then be labeled a weak link and not be able to contribute to our unit in the way that I was hoping to at the outset of the deployment? That's something that has been culturally ingrained in the military for years. And it's, on the back end, it's rough. They'll tell you, well, why didn't you seek help? Well, that's why. There's, whether it's the ground level superiors who might frown upon it or just tell you to suck it up. I mean, there are many mental inhibitors built in to the average service member that would prevent them from seeking that treatment. And so, I mean, you factor all of those things together, and no, I mean, it's not going to be enough.
Why do you think these families decided to talk to you? And I thank you very much for asking them to come on with you today. But I understand it's much easier to talk to someone who's doing digital or print versus coming on television and showing your face. It can be very emotional. But why do you think they wanted to talk to you about this and felt the need to speak out?
The nature of messaging that they're getting back from their loved ones. I think there's the military lifestyle is twofold. We know the service members go through it, but the families go through it as well. So a wife who is now wondering, when is my husband going to come home? When is my daughter's father going to come home to be able to help alleviate some of this burden? There are all of these unknowns. And I mean, we talked about, missing things. I mean, right now, the Abe Lincoln is supposed to relocate from San Diego to Washington. That's something else that nobody's talking about. And we have families who are just waiting in limbo right now, knowing I'm supposed to move from California to Washington. I don't have a date. I don't know when I'm supposed to pull my daughter out of this or son out of this. And we don't know when to arrange moving. They've given a ballpark. So you have that indefinite nature of this, and it's rippling from the deck plates themselves and the rank and file all the way out to San Diego, where the families are impacted right now. And that's just a very difficult thing to sustain with any sort of just balance in your lifestyle.
So when asked about this, the Navy said, we have not identified an increase in reported suicidal ideation or suicide attempts aboard the ship, talking about the Abraham Lincoln. What do you make of the choice of words in that statement?
Not identifying an increase doesn't necessarily mean that there haven't been suicidal ideations and suicide attempts. But I would take that one step further also, as we discussed, somebody trying to go overboard in their absolute desperate state of mind does not necessarily mean it is a suicide attempt. It might result in that, and it might be labeled as such. But someone who is at their absolute wit's end and just mental strain that some of these sailors might just look at anything else other than what their day in, day out, 12-hour shifts, frantic, really intense op tempo as a way to just get out of it. Whether it's, okay, I'm going to go to medical, I'm going to be put on suicide watch, I'm going to be, examined in this way or the other. I think when you're in that headspace, you're not necessarily determined to end your life. You're determined to make anything change in your circumstances that might benefit you down the road or just get you out of whatever it is that you're in, regardless of what the outcome might be if that does happen.
JD Simpkins with the Military Times, we appreciate your reporting, and we're going to stay on the story as well. Keep the conversation going.
Thank you.
Thanks, JD. Well, if you or someone you know is in a mental health crisis, you can text or call the Suicide and Crisis Lifeline at 988. Help is available 24/7. They're American.
All right. Well, I'm of mixed mind, to be honest. There is a mission to do. I do know that after, 9 months, 8, 7, 8, 9 months, no port call, no downtime at all. I can remember a few times pulling into a port. And you know what? I'm not going to even go in to town or wherever. I'm just going to sleep. No downtime for months on end. And as I said, depending on your job, you may be standing 24-hour, 7-day a week, 365-day a week, a year watches. And over the months, you wear down mentally and physically. So I can kind of see both sides of it. As like a department head or something, you're just trying to keep your people up and as well rested as you can get. It's a difficult situation, and I'm going to put it all back on Trump and Hegseth. You shouldn't be deploying. They were diverted to begin with. They had a deployment, as I understand it, at Guam, and I've never been to Guam, but it doesn't sound like a luxury, sort of place. And they've had no port calls. So this is not a warrior ethos pushing people to this length. Whatever Pete Hegseth means by warrior ethos, in my opinion, this ain't it. And I think that Pete Hegseth needs to be replaced pretty immediately. Trump, worst commander in chief possible. War, no end in sight. Not a good scene. So whether you like Trump or not, it's going to be hard to convince me that this isn't an abject failure, and we are an embarrassment on the world stage. And all I can say is I told you so, and things need to change. So let us move on to, let's see, did I X out of all that? Oh, my bad. What's up there? Let's see, Sin, he doesn't look professional. Who doesn't look professional? Andrew Wilson or Knightish? I didn't, I've never even like watched a whole Raging Tomato, debate for debate's sake. Debate is a sport. I know there are people into it. I just don't happen to be one of them. So, that Knightish wants to engage in that trailer park debate stuff. He will do anything to be liked by anyone. Some people are people pleasers like that, and more power to him. I think that flow state's okay. He's about the only one of that ilk that I actually think is okay. All right. This actually surprised me. So a while back now, a couple years ago, ex-officer accused, New Orleans police officer, I think, ex-officer accused of plotting New Orleans attack is released after grand jury declines to indict. That surprised me. So it says here a former law enforcement officer accused of planning to kill Black people in a mass shooting at a New Orleans festival was quietly released from custody over the summer after a grand jury found there was not enough evidence to charge him with the crime. A Louisiana grand jury in June declined to indict Christopher Gillum on a state terrorism charge. Could have carried up to a 15-year sentence, court records show. Gillum, who'd been held without bond, was released shortly after the grand jury's decision and is not facing charges in any other jurisdictions, according to his attorney, Dylan Utley. He declined to comment further. Holy cow. Gillum's release was not previously, or has not been previously reported. The 45-year-old ex-police officer who is from Chapel Hill, North Carolina, had been arrested in Florida in April with hundreds of rounds of ammunition and a handgun while on his way to Louisiana to commit a mass shooting, according to the Okaloosa County Sheriff's Office. The investigation had involved the FBI and authorities across Louisiana, North Carolina, and Florida. Authorities did not name the event Gillum was allegedly targeting, but his arrest came on the eve of the New Orleans Jazz and Heritage Festival, which attracts hundreds of thousands of festival goers annually. Why is that a Black event? My wife and her aunt used to go to Jazz Fest, and they weren't Black. But anyway, that is a bit of a surprise. I'm not exactly sure what to say about this. So there we go. So what is next? Speaking of crime, Luigi Mangione pleads guilty in federal case, admits shooting United Healthcare CEO Brian Thompson. So let's hear this. This was a bit of a surprise as well, I guess.
CBS News, New York.
Breaking news at noon, Luigi Mangione pleads guilty in federal
Let's see
court
if I
in
can
the
get this
fatal
right.
shooting of United Healthcare CEO Brian Thompson. We are live with team coverage and legal analysis. Good afternoon. I'm Mary Calvi in for Cindy Hsu. Now on air and streaming on CBS News New York, Luigi Mangione has pleaded guilty on federal charges. The 28-year-old appeared this morning in U.S. District Court. Here's a look at those charges. One count of interstate stalking resulting in death, and one count of stalking through use of interstate facilities resulting in death. Both carried a maximum potential sentence of life in prison. Mangione addressed the court today. He admitted to researching the United Healthcare event and posing as an investor to leadership in order to obtain information. He says he used a 3D printer to make gun parts, and he says he traveled to New York City with the intent to shoot Brian Thompson. We have live team coverage. Let's get right out to Allie Bauman. She is outside of the courthouse with the very latest. Allie.
Yeah, Mary, Luigi Mangione pleading guilty to federal stalking charges. Now, the family of United Healthcare CEO Brian Thompson was inside the courtroom when Mangione changed his plea and speaking for the first time in his own words, detailing the sequence of events. I'm going to read some of what our colleague Alice Gaynor said that he had said inside the courtroom just a few minutes ago, that after years of enduring severe pain from a broken back and navigating the health insurance system, he said, I learned that United Healthcare was holding its annual investor conference in New York City on December 4th, 2024. He said that he goes on to say that he researched the event online and even emailed the UHC leadership posing as an investor requesting information about the conference, and that unlike previous times, he received a response within an hour. Mary, we're going to continue following the details here and talk to you back in a bit.
So now to a live news conference. This is with Luigi Mangione's attorney. Let's hear from him.
Sorry, I was
Yet he's being prosecuted twice for the same conduct. As Luigi explained in court today, he endured years of severe, debilitating pain following a broken back while struggling to navigate our healthcare and health insurance systems. Like the thousands of people who've reached out since this tragedy to share their own experiences, he believed that the system had failed him and destroyed his life. Despite this being a single isolated event, Mr. Mangione has been unfairly treated since the outset in every way and has successfully fought off terrorism charges and the death penalty, while also fighting at the same time two simultaneous prosecutions in two jurisdictions who are trying to punish him twice for the exact conduct. He's been treated differently from every other defendant charged with this offense in New York. However, thankfully, New York law does not allow this. New York law does not permit a person to be prosecuted and punished twice for the exact same crime under a statute that governs successive prosecutions. It's also known as the double jeopardy law. Today's guilty plea triggers this statute, and we just filed our motion in state court explaining why the state charges must be dismissed under New York's double jeopardy protections. We will not be taking any other questions. Thank you so much for coming.
Madam, does your client have any remorse for the man he shot in the back?
We are just hearing from Karen Friedman and Nifalo in regard to filing a petition in state court to have that murder case dropped in what she's calling the double jeopardy statute. Again, a guilty plea from Luigi Mangione this morning. Let us go now for more insight into today's development to Alice Gaynor, who was in the courthouse, in the courtroom, listening to the details and also giving us very detailed descriptions about what was being said in court. Alice.
Well, Mary, this was the first time we really heard Luigi Mangione speak in the courtroom. He's had an outburst or two in the past, but this was the first substantial bit of information we learned from him directly. When he spoke, he opted to sit. He could have stood up if he wanted to. He said he'll sit, and he remained pretty stone-faced. He read his statement admitting, in fact, saying the direct quote was that he had the intent to shoot Brian Thompson. We learned just how he found out more information about that investor conference, because as he pointed out himself, the location was not given out publicly. So he actually emailed UHC leadership, posed as an investor, was saying that he pretended he was someone who had all of this money to invest. And he said, unlike in the past with his dealings with health insurance, this was the first time he received an immediate response. Now, we just heard from the defense, from defense attorneys speaking. They did not take any questions. On the other hand, you have Brian Thompson's family. They were in the courtroom for what I believe was the very first time in either the state or the federal case. They left out a side door. I was leaving about the same time, and they were pretty emotional at times in court. When he admitted to this, I saw his mother and another family member drop their head. I saw tears in their eyes. When they left just now, you had a member of the public yelling at them, "America loves Luigi." So imagine what they must be feeling right now. They saw this man in the courtroom, this man who admitted to murdering their loved one, and then they have to hear comments like that from members of the public who can, I guess, agree with what Luigi Mangione did or empathize with his issues with the healthcare system. He admitted to crossing state lines. That was one of the elements prosecution was going to have to prove here in this federal case. He was facing 2 counts of stalking charges. He admitted that he did so with the intent to place him in fear of death or serious bodily injury. I mean, he used the words that were right there in the count that he was charged with, because he had to admit to all this for the judge in order for the judge to accept his guilty plea. The judge could have not accepted it, but she accepted it. And so sentencing will be in December, more than 2 years after the shooting of Brian Thompson. Again, his family left a short time ago. They did not speak. A few reporters were shouting questions at them. They just got in their cars and they left. We heard from defense. We know the Southern District of New York, they are going to be speaking along with the NYPD commissioner and the FBI. The U.S. Attorney for the Southern District of New York, he was actually sitting with the family in the courtroom, and so too was the head of the FBI New York field office. Mary, we're going to send it back to you.
And Alice, they are speaking now, and let us go to that news conference.
Just a few moments ago, Mangione pled guilty to his heinous act. This was not a spontaneous act of violence. It was deliberate, calculated, and premeditated. In the days leading up to the murder, the defendant very carefully prepared for the attack. He tracked Mr. Thompson's whereabouts, conducted surveillance along the route he knew Mr. Thompson would take, and positioned himself to carry out the plan. Then, on a sidewalk on West 54th Street, the defendant murdered Mr. Thompson, shooting him from behind with a 9mm handgun equipped with a silencer. He shot Thompson twice at close range. The second shot came as Mr. Thompson turned and faced the defendant. The defendant did this as everyday New Yorkers walked nearby, and while the rest of the city woke up to start their day. Mangione then ran away, leaving Mr. Thompson to die. The defendant committed this murder in an attempt to draw public attention to his dislike of certain businesses. But we live in a civilized society governed by the rule of law. We debate, we disagree, we protest. We do not commit murder. No grievance, political belief, or ideological cause can ever justify murder. There can be no celebrity in assassination. Any person who celebrates, encourages, or excuses actions like these is fundamentally wrong. Mangione attempted to send a public message through violence, but the message that emerges today is very different. Violence is not a legitimate instrument to promote any political or social message. And those who resort to violence in an effort to advance their beliefs will be prosecuted, convicted, and put in jail. Today, the Southern District of New York, together with our law enforcement partners, writes the final chapter of Mangione's federal prosecution. Now, he stands convicted in federal court and faces life in prison. One other point that's important to note. While the defendant pled guilty, our office does not have a plea agreement with him. Instead, he pled open, which means he pled guilty to all pending counts in the indictment. There are no accommodations or concessions, and we are free to seek the maximum penalty under the law. I'd like to thank the dedicated prosecutors of our office's Violent Organizations and Crime Unit, who are beside me, for their remarkable efforts to bring this case. I would also like to thank the NYPD and the FBI, whose tireless and incredibly sophisticated investigative efforts made this conviction possible. Finally, I want to express on behalf of all of us here our deepest sympathy and compassion for the many family members and friends of Brian Thompson. Mr. Thompson's family and many of his friends were in court for the guilty plea today. I know they will have an opportunity to be heard at sentencing. We all stand in awe of their love for their family and for their friend, and their unwavering commitment to seeing justice done in this case. We hope they can take some solace in the fact that from the beginning, we have brought the full force of the federal government to bear in this case. In this prosecution, we have consistently pursued the maximum penalties under the law as necessary and just punishment for these crimes. The result achieved today now allows our office to seek the maximum penalty allowed, life imprisonment, which, as I've conveyed to Mr. Thompson's family, is what we intend to seek. I'll now turn it over to Commissioner Tisch.
Good afternoon. Thank you.
Yeah, I guess we get the message. So let us move on. So, wife of U.S. soldier is removed from deportation flight and released from federal immigration custody. I vaguely remember this. Well, you know what? Let's watch this video. If this doesn't do what I want it to do, I'll just read the article. And by the way, everyone, please make sure you hit the like button as you flow in or flow out. It's a light crowd today, unfortunately. I guess it is Friday and people have better things to do. Kind of sad. It's the first day that I've actually felt, more or less myself. And I even got me some Guinness Stout. So, while I'm thinking about it, let us thank our enabler, our enabler / investor into the Sovereign Beer Fund, Ms. Brooklyn Watson. Thank you for the gas money for tomorrow's Saturday short bus. Hopefully people will join her, contribute to the Sovereign Beer Fund. It's just going to make the Saturday show flow better. Add some octane to the gas. I don't know. However you want, whatever analogy you want to use. Our executive producers, again, Ms. Brooklyn Watson, the CKJ3, the Dirty Dude, the Lupin Rigging, the Speak Radio, all enable the show to flow. Their contributions actually do help out with newspaper subscriptions and YouTube and StreamYard subscriptions, etc. And their help is greatly appreciated. And they have given me show ideas, which have actually been very fruitful, helpful, that sort of thing. To a certain extent, it is our show. So they executive produce. So let's watch this video. I'm very sympathetic to, you meet all kinds of women overseas. Even I, believe it or not, have met a woman or two overseas that, I had a hankering for. So, we must protect the love interests of our soldiers and sailors and airmen and Marines and coasties for that matter.
It was really, really, really happy when I received that phone call from that person and say, "Hey, you're Staff Sergeant Jaramillo." Yes, I am. And then he goes like, "I got your wife here waiting for you whenever you have time to come pick her up." That was the most exciting moment that I lived in my life, because that was what I dreamed. Like for real was, and that's why I fight for it. Right now we are a little bit scared about our situation. This coming Monday, we need to appear in front of an ICE office, and then we're scared. We literally scared because we don't know what's gonna happen there, right? I don't care if people say, "Hey, everything's gonna be good," from them. No, I don't care about that, because it happens before. Could happen one more time or two or three times.
But she just wants to thank everybody for believing in her and for not knowing her or knowing her case. She's very thankful to be home and happy to be home, but that she is still fearful when she goes out, and she's afraid that somebody that is coming, or that she doesn't know who it is, that it may be ICE. But more than anything, she is happy to be home. She feels safe at home. She does not feel safe still when she goes out because of the fear.
Yeah. So let me read a little bit of the background here. A U.S. soldier's wife who spent more than a month in federal immigration detention said she's back home after officers removed her from a deport.
My office
Oops,
has
hold on
been
one sec.
working closely with the family of Robert Gilman.
Oh, there's more, but we'll just read a little bit of this. So earlier this month, the Associated Press highlighted Maisa Lopez Eliasser, I don't know how you pronounce her last name, is one of the dozens of spouses or parents of U.S. troops who had been detained after President Donald Trump's administration rolled back protections for military families amid its push for mass deportations. Following the AP's reporting, a group of congressional Democrats launched an investigation into deportations of military service members and their families. Elisa was placed on a deportation flight Wednesday to her native Brazil when U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement agents on the plane received a phone call about her mid-flight. She told the AP. She said she was then asked by an ICE officer whether she wanted to continue on to Brazil or back to the U.S. Who made the call? We don't know, said Elisa's husband, Army Staff Sergeant Alexis Jaramillo. But someone made the call and then she came back. While other detainees were let off the plane in Brazil, Elisa stayed on board and returned to Louisiana. ICE officers told her she was famous because there were videos about her case, she said. The U.S. Department of Homeland Security, which oversees ICE, did not immediately respond to a request for comment. So good things can happen if you raise a stink, apparently. So congratulations. I'm glad she is returned to her husband. So No Chaser, what's up, man? Good to see you. Where have you been? Haven't seen you in a bit. Trump asks U.S. Supreme Court to allow White House ballroom construction to continue. In my opinion, that's just, he just needs a little bow on top of his remodeling cake. Doesn't matter whether they refuse it or not. It's not going to stop. So, worst president ever in my lifetime. So, every now and again, I do talk about food being kind of I would like to say a mediocre to fairly good home chef. I am a home foodie, and EAE, who is never here when I do some sort of science story, he told me 2 years ago, well, Stanley, you don't do enough stories about science or engineering, or you profess to be a nerd, but you don't do nerdly stories. So I was like, EAE, you're absolutely right. I'm going to start doing it. When I come across a story that really, is nerdly, is interesting. And, but he's never here when I do it. So he has no clue that he has had actual influence on this Stanley versus the World broadcast. Somebody pass it on to him one of these days so he won't be so depressed. Lolo doesn't do science stories for him. So here we go. This story, Summer's Bounty, U.S. production of 7 popular pie ingredients near $7 billion. Now, I'm not that much of a baker except for bread, though I can make a pie from scratch, an actual fruit pie. Frozen fruit is better, but I can do it with fresh fruit too. So can my 20-year-old. He can make a pie, including the crust, from scratch. So value of U.S. production of popular crops used in pies. Apples number 1, blueberries number 2. I have, believe this or not, I actually have apples in the refrigerator, fresh apples. I have frozen blueberries in the freezer. Well, one of the freezers. I actually have the refrigerator freezer and a whole standalone stand-up freezer, which does nothing but freezes. Cherries, I'm not a huge cherry fan. Peaches, not a huge peach pie fan. Pears, I'm not even that much of an apple pie fan. I'm not a pie fan in general, to be honest, but I like a good pie. Blueberries or maybe apple. Pears, I like pear pies less than apple pies, but I'll eat it. Pecans, I grew up with pecan pies, and no, I don't pronounce them pecans. I pronounce them pecans. The way my daddy, the way my mother, the way my grandparents, their parents, it's pecans, folks. Don't care if it sounds country. Pumpkin pie, I fucking hate. I can eat it, but not my preference. Sweet potato pie is better than pumpkin pie, in that it is not on this list is a travesty, but it is what it is. So there you are. For those of us who like pies or baking them, that is your science story, brought to you by the ever absent EAE. So there, folks. So that's pretty much the substantive news articles. Let's see, how many people? We got like 5 people watching. Yeah, sweet potatoes regional, pumpkin seems to be a little bit more national. If I had to choose a pie and you said pumpkin is your only choice, I'll take saltines. I don't, I understand people like pumpkins. I'd rather eat pumpkin soup than pumpkin pie, to be honest. Let's see. Pumpkin seeds, roasted pumpkin seeds are actually pretty good too, but not the pie. So, boy, if people were bored with the news, my God, they're going to be totally bored with his video. I'm going to play this just to see what happens. I'm not a fan of either one of these folks, but it was a pithy little comment on a weirdo about Officer Tatum, and what the hell. Maybe some people will flow into the show and make it exciting, but probably not at this point. By the way, I hear Universal and those weird girls, like the Seymour groupies, are supposed to be doing like a show around 8. So maybe that's what everybody's prepping for. Could be. Hey, TMK. Oh, shoot. There you are. Hey there. You know what? I didn't even hear you. Usually you get a beat when people come up to the panel. How you been? As a matter of fact, I'm glad you're here. You can just change the direction of the show. How about that?
I thought you were talking about pie, and then I heard you talking about Seymour, so I don't know.
Well, apparently, what are their names? Tina and Uniquely, who are kind of Seymour groupies, and I like them both too, but they're young girls, and they did a show. Basically, it was a Let's Slam Seymour show because he's such a horrible person. And he's unpleasant, but they kind of, to me, it's kind of a closed system.
Mhm.
Seymour, they go to Seymour's show, they go up on his panel, they feed his very horrible, self-destructive ego, and then they complain when he acts like an asshole. Ooh, he treated me like an asshole. And my thing is, surprise, surprise.
Right.
Now, and to a certain extent, I expect someone, especially Seymour's age, to sometimes you just have to take it on the chin and take an L. Some good-looking young girl just goes, "Hey, dude's an asshole. He's not my cup of tea," et cetera, et cetera. Sometimes you don't feed into it. Sometimes you just go, well, I'm going to take this L and I'm going to be stoic about it. It'll go away. Hell hath no fury, etc. But he can't do that. People like, these thugs, who are ill-bred and ill-suited to call themselves black men, like Seymour. And yeah, I'm pouring it on thick. I know what I'm doing. But he feeds into these young girls who are not particularly paragons of virtue themselves. You get on a Discord and you go back and forth with a YN. Do you actually think you're going to have a productive interaction with a fucking YN on a Discord? I think they were expecting too much. And then when he acts according to type, they want to get up on Universal Jones's show and whine about it.
Mhm.
I'm sorry. I think both sides are effed up. And if this is the best young people got getting up on fucking Universal Jones's show, thinking it's entertainment, thinking that they're making some sort of cultural headway. Hey, thank God I'm old. It's like if this is where young black kids are going, I'm glad I won't be here to see them get old because all is lost. The
Right.
best I can do is just make sure my child doesn't end up, hanging out with them. Now, Tamika, I literally haven't even finished my first beer. I literally am. Dude, I'm not even loopy. I'm just like, man, what have we come to? And where I was going with this is apparently these two characters are going to be back on the good future Dr. Jones's show because the first one was so successful. They want to carry this over to a Friday night. And I think Universal and these two ladies are going to have a hit.
Are they content creators too?
Well, they are now.
Oh,
Universal Jones is famous for taking vacuous young women and turning them into stars.
Oh, I never even heard of her.
Oh, real? What, vacuous or Universal Jones?
Any of them.
You know Universal. If you ran into him or heard him, he's kind of famous. He is. Now, you know Tina, whatever she calls herself. I know you know her. Probably know Uniquely. They show up on Nightish's in Nightish's chat every now and again.
Oh, I don't pay attention enough. I'm sorry.
Well, you are busy. Thank God for that. Now I have to give it to you. You're not. These are young girls. Like, you know, both of them I think are honestly less than 30.
Mm-hmm.
So, you know, it's kind of a different universe. So I could just be the old fuddy-duddy. I admit that. But Universal Jones is not a fuddy-duddy. He supposedly is some sort of professional or something. And anyway, you know, I'm just being Friday night fussy.
You just throwing all kinds of shade. Stanley, you are shady.
Oh, you don't know what I'm capable of. Dude, this is light. Hey, if you're familiar with eclipses, there's an umbra and there's a penumbra where it's kind of dark and then it can get darker. So yeah, but I'm glad you're here because you'll kind of take me out of my head and lead me down. You'll take me down a better direction.
Oh, so what are you talking about tonight? Are you talking about making pie? I want some pie.
Well, it was just some USDA report. You know, the USDA. Excuse me. Let me get some water here. U.S. Department of Agriculture. They do a lot of like interesting reports on crops, and you know, like they're talking about crops that you know people use to make pies, like peaches and apples. You know how much they cost, how popular they are.
I just bought some peaches yesterday from one of the most expensive stores. Yeah, they're so good. Like, you know how when they're ripe, but they probably are not ready to be eaten just yet.
Yeah.
I like them just like that. Oh, they're so perfect. It's some that are a little too ripe because I think I got 8 in my bag. So I ate 2 that was a little too ripe because I just wanted that extra sweetness at first. And then when I went back for the third one, I was like, oh yeah, this one, I gotta celebrate it. So I baked it in the oven and I put
nice. Oh yeah, like baked peaches is a dessert. Oh yeah, that's classic.
Yeah, it's so good. Oh my God. I'm on a diet, so I couldn't have any like real yogurt. But I did have some Greek yogurt, and I had the key lime kind. It was so delicious with it. Oh my God. I really kind of felt like I was eating something that I had no business eating.
Fruit is always good.
Yeah.
As long as you do it in moderation, of course. But no, how that's way better than like ice cream or something like that. Like a
Mm-hmm.
baked peach. Shoot, you should have put some ice cream on it.
No, I'm on a diet. I told you I had key lime. Greek yogurt
Oh,
because I bought. Yeah,
you know what? Yeah, I guess there's key lime yogurt.
yeah,
Yeah, okay.
delicious. Yeah, but if I had the kind that had the fruit at the bottom, ooh, that would have made it more fire. But
Yeah.
next time I might try with coconut because I think I got 3 or 4 left. 3 or 4 because I think it had 8 in it. So, or maybe 7.
Mhm.
I just eyeballed it. I was up in the middle of the night. We don't normally have 24-hour grocery stores, but this one is so expensive.
Really?
Yeah, I think those peaches were like $15. I swear that stuff was high.
Oh my Lord. They
Like
don't
4.
do they not grow them you're in the Missouri part, right?
Yeah.
They don't grow peaches in Missouri?
I really don't know what would grow here. I never cared to care. I guess I
Well, the
should
reason I ask,
Mhm.
Georgia's the peach state, but they actually grow more peaches in South Carolina.
They
And as it
do?
turns, oh yeah. And I know this for fact. And the reason I know it for fact is I used to live in upstate South Carolina, like right
Mhm.
around the Greenville, Spartanburg area. And
Mhm.
there's a place called Gaffney, South Carolina. And if you're taking, I think it's 85 between Greenville and Charlotte, North Carolina, they have this big ass like water tower thing. They call it
Mhm.
the what do they call it? The ass or the peach ass or something like that. But it's a giant peach and it does look like an ass, like a woman's, it's a shapely sort of peach
Doesn't make
ass.
you want
But
it, Stanley.
but kind of the epicenter of South Carolina's peach growing area is Gaffney, South Carolina. And they grow peaches up there like crazy. And they even grow peaches. Like I used to live near an apple orchard when I lived up in Northern Virginia, and they grew peaches even in places like Northern Virginia, where you could literally, like, this time of year, well, maybe a month from now, getting into September, you could literally go to these orchards right up in Northern Virginia and Warren County, Fauquier County. You can pick your own blueberries or strawberries or peaches or apples. So I used to take my son and we go, you could get a bag and you could pick apples and they'd weigh them out by the pound and get that fresh stuff. So anyway, it just made me kind of nostalgic for peaches, and it's fun going with kids and doing things like picking apples. You get them outside, make them get their hands dirty, make pick your dessert. So so many things you can do kind of productive with kids. Made me a bit. Yeah, absolutely. Chocolate, hit the panel. Let me drop the link for you right quick. By the way, everybody, the link does drop every now and again, along with other various information. But yeah, I'll just manually drop it. The panel is open. Come up. I do have a political video to show, but it'll keep. It's not like the politics is going to change. It is Friday. I just finished my first like Guinness stout. So I'm getting all talkative now that my darling Tamika's here. So I'm ready to talk.
I'm really
It's
boring.
actually the first time in quite, I felt pretty good all week, but I mean, I'm talking without a whole lot of coughing. Uh, my son's heading out to do whatever 20-year-olds do. He goes back to school next week.
Oh, I
Next
know
Wednesday.
you're happy.
Oh boy, dude. I woke up early this morning and he's gotten into this habit of cooking at midnight and shit and leaving a mess because
So
he knows once I've gone to sleep, he can get in there and creep around. And like, dude, you need to be cleaning as you go. I
said
woke up
creep
this morning. I was like, dude. Well, you know what I told him this morning? You keep doing this shit, and our relationship is gonna change.
Yeah,
It's
I
not-
don't like my stove on in the middle of the night. I'm a child of a firefighter, and I don't want to wake up to
Oh no, no,
not
no. I
hearing
trust him implicitly. I don't. I've trusted him with a stovetop and oven probably since he was a junior in high school. I don't fear that he is going to burn the place down. I fear that he's not going to clean up and the fucking ants will take over the house. So, he's getting up at midnight because he keeps alternative hours apparently. So, he's gonna do shit. Hold on one sec, chocolate. He's gonna do, dude. Any child is gonna do this. It's fully expected that some 20-year-old college, as CT calls him, smarty arty, is gonna try and outwit his old pa. I fully expect that, except he can't. And dude, like I told him this morning, our relationship is going to fundamentally change if you can't get your act together. And I tried to do it in a very oblique way, like motherfucker. I didn't say motherfucker, but I'm going to say it online. Motherfucker, you may not be welcomed here if you keep this shit up. You have a home, but it's going to be you had a home if you can't figure out, dude, you're 20, fucking go somewhere else. That old pa is not going to be waking up every morning cleaning up after your dumb ass when you can do it yourself. Now, I didn't say any of this to him, but I am very skilled in a way of conveying this without being blunt. And I told him I don't care if your feelings are hurt. So, anyway.
saying I'll be blunt with my kids, and I guess that's the difference between me and you, Stanley.
Well, I don't want to burn bridges. He is my only child, and he can be helpful every now and again. I don't want to burn the bridge. I just want to, put the fear.
Burning bridges when you're direct. Tell them like, no, you're not gonna go to bed.
You can with a 20-year-old, you actually can burn bridges. Now your kids are younger, so they're gonna have to deal with mommy and all that. At 20, he literally can just say, fuck it, I'm not coming back. I've done it with my no, I'm dead serious. I remember I was in the Navy at the time and I'd come home for Christmas and I had to tell my mother, who had a very sharp tongue. I actually take after her personality wise, where I get in this mood where I don't give a fuck. I'm going to say what I got to say. I literally told her bluntly in front of my father, you need to remember that I'm not 16. I can leave anytime I want. You might want to bear that in mind. And that didn't scare her away. So I literally, this was like on a Christmas Eve or something, said fucking enough and packed my shit and walked out, left on Christmas Eve and drove all the way back to Rhode Island. And we didn't talk for like 6 months. I'm like, y'all need to understand that I am a guest in your house, but you're not going to talk to me any kind of way because I have options. So my son has options.
Yeah. And he got to be
What's up,
ready for the
Miss
options.
Chocolate?
He's going to stand up to you.
Oh no, dude, I want him to stand up to me. He just needs to know how to do it. Um, dude, every now and again he'll say some shit, that'll just make me laugh and the whole shit's diffused. However, if you're wrong and you want to stand up for it, I'm gonna hurt your feelings. You better be right and I better be wrong. Because if I know I'm right and you prove I'm right, you can stand up all you want. I'm just gonna cut you down.
Yeah.
But he's a grown man. I'm a grown man. You have younger kids, you got to treat them with kid gloves. I don't necessarily have to, but I don't want to burn that bridge because I am old.
Right.
Miss Chocolate, how you been?
Shalom. I've been great. How about
Yeah,
you? You
I'm doing
sound
pretty
better.
good. I feel a lot better.
Good. I was worried about you. I was worried about that cough. Hey, Tim. KC, how you doing, sis?
Hi.
Good, good. But yeah, I'm good. I just came up to hang out a little bit,
Well, good.
you know,
You
pop
came
back
to the right
in.
place.
Huh?
Said you came to the right place.
I did. I did. I did my little hellos, went by a couple of panels that I frequent and just went around and said, hey. That's all. It's beautiful Friday. I'm excited. Life is good. Yeah. So I
Well,
thought I'd spray it back
I
to you.
actually see you like past few nights, I
Hmm.
like last night, I think it was, I did watch Creative and Chanel for a couple minutes. I think you were up there for a bit. I've
Yeah.
actually been trying to get back into like a normal sleep pattern. When I was
Right.
sick, dude, I was sleeping like 1 or 2 hours a night, coughing
Yeah, that's
myself
the
awake.
worst. Yeah,
So I'm
man. Yeah.
trying to get back into like a month or two ago. I
Hmm.
might do a show, say on a Friday. I'm
Yeah.
done by 10. Dinner's made, I'll eat it, watch an hour, of Apple TV or some stupid thing like that.
Yeah.
And then hop in bed, listen to a show maybe, and read myself to sleep. But I'm getting a good 6 to 8 hours of sleep. And all that got disrupted, when I was under the weather. And I've just been all
Right.
over. It's like I'll stay up till like 6 in the morning, then sleep till 3. You know, so I'm trying to get back
I
into
understand.
that. Yeah.
Yeah.
So
Well, I know I'm Fridays and like you said, I'm so this will be my second Friday doing it. So I'm doing readings. So I'm reading at night, reading some of the books that I've written. I've got a new one, so I'm gonna read. We're gonna talk about some other stuff, but we're gonna read. Anyway, I didn't even talk about my show. I just was like
So how've the
saying
men
we all
been?
late.
I know the last time I heard you reading, forget who it was, but the guys, this one guy was giving you suggestions, and I mean, so the guys have been pretty much into it.
Oh yeah. I'm doing, and this is so funny. Oh, I started with Nasus and I told her I was gonna put her in one of my books. I don't know if you familiar with Nasus.
Yeah, I am.
Okay. Okay. So her and she asked me about creating a book live. And I told her I'm all for it. So we've got like pretty much the whole panel is in the book. This book is ridiculous. So it
Really?
is something fun to do. Yeah. That's separate from what I wrote. Like I wrote another book about I don't know if you're familiar with Shabari.
The name's familiar, but let's just say I'm not.
Um it is the art of Japanese tying.
Oh,
Mhm. Hey, no
Okay,
chaser.
I
You
got
ain't
you.
saying. Yeah, yeah. So,
Like
but so
sashes for geisha and stuff like that.
no, this is binding, like
Oh,
tying up.
feet.
Yeah,
Oh, I
yeah,
didn't.
yeah.
Okay, okay. Yeah. Oh shit. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. So tell me more.
Stanley, I,
Well, no,
you my
dude, I
boy.
am not
I
for
swear
that.
you
I've
make me
heard.
laugh. You make me laugh.
Now,
Yo.
have you ever read this book called Memoirs of a Geisha?
Oh God, yeah. And I saw the movie. I love
I
that.
never
I
saw the
love that.
movie, but I actually read the book.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's some
Yeah,
shit.
and yeah. Yes, it is. I've always been into well, I shouldn't say it like that. I'm gonna say this is the another how does that work? Just another lane that I'm in. And I'm like, okay, maybe I should write about this too. So it kind of hit me. And so outside of what I was doing with Nays and them, this is something separate. And so I've been getting some traction with the books. I'm really excited. And I like people like the readings. I didn't expect them to. I didn't know what to
Mhm.
expect, but it has turned out to be really good. So you
Well,
know you're
good.
invited if you awake.
I'll listen.
Yeah,
Yeah, I definitely
you know
listen.
you're always welcome. So yeah, we are. So this story is called Bound, and uh, and it's
It's
about
called what?
Bound, Bound.
Oh, really? What's the
Oh,
premise
really?
of that?
Well, um, the young, well, not young lady, the lady um in the book has never experienced anything like this, and so
Mhm.
she meets this man who is very smart, very educated type guy, straight lace, so to speak, but it's not. It's a facade. What he really likes to do is tie women up. So he brings her into his world, and it is, yeah, it's very detailed after that. And
So
she
how is
finds
this
that she
different
likes
from
it.
50 Shades of Grey, which is right along
Well, I will
that?
say I thought 50 Shades of Grey was all right, but the movie versus the book, they didn't do it justice. So it like
Yeah,
they
I
put the
don't
wrong.
ever I don't ever make the comparisons. But
Oh,
my
really?
question
Okay.
is I actually saw the movie, but usually when I see a movie, it'll be like on HBO or something, and I'll
Oh,
stop
yeah,
and
yeah.
pause it. Sometimes don't even finish it. I
Mhm.
happen to have read 50 Shades of Grey because I was wondering what all the hype was about.
Yeah,
And then
yeah.
there's a sequel to it called 50 Shades More or something like that.
Yes. Oh
So I
gosh, yes.
read the first two. I found the
Mhm.
book fairly tame, but
Yeah.
the thing about, this mysterious millionaire and this kind of innocent-ish woman getting into his kind of, whatever it is he was into. And again, I found it kind of tame.
Mhm.
Um, what sets yours apart? Now, the binding part, I understand the
Mhm.
feet. There's also like binding breasts and stuff like that.
Yeah.
And
Mhm.
I can't remember. So, how is innocent kind of maiden gets involved in
No. Oh
some
no. She's not
complicated?
innocent. Yeah, no, she's not
Okay.
innocent. Yeah, no.
Mhm.
She's not innocent. She just is. I always try to put a little bit of myself in the characters when I write women.
Mhm.
And so she's curious. I mean, she's
Mhm.
not vanilla, but she's curious. Well, see, they end up linking up because I always have to. I love doing this. I always have a thriller in the midst of it. So even
Okay.
though it's talking about one thing, you also get the story of them coming together because of this one event and then how they work together. So yeah, that would be, I would say that, and plus my characters are brown. And
So
they
you're
really do.
saying brown binding is different than
Right, like okay, so when you were talking about binding breasts, that's another way. But what shibari is, it's the art of tying and your partner being so trusting that you can make designs, you tie them up, and you could get tied up in suspended in the air. Like there's, yeah,
Oh, okay.
yeah.
Well,
It
Sin says I'm confused. And look, this is stuff that I've read. Shit, 50 Shades is like what, 20 years ago.
Oh my
So
God, don't even say that. Wow, it's been that long.
I think I read it before I got married. Maybe
Mhm.
honestly I don't remember. I have read a lot of stuff in 60 years, and it is very possible that I'm getting my bindings. So just ignore what I'm saying. Now I
No,
am
I'm not
curious.
gonna ignore
How
you.
is no. I'm talking to Sin.
Oh,
Um,
okay.
so how is brown binding or black binding? That's what I'm interested in. If you're
Oh,
going to
I was
talk about
making,
the art,
yeah. I just want to clarify something. I was being facetious about my characters being black. That's what I meant by that. Like, that's
I
what I was
see.
talking about. What was the difference? You asked me the difference. But
Well, yeah.
to your point, the
Mhm.
shibari is an art form. You
Mhm.
have people who actually do it to the level of suspension, and they're completely tied by all these knots, and that's what it is. So you can make it can be intimate, but it also has an art. There's a lady, I can't remember her name, but there's a picture of her, and she has on a dress, but she's bound by all these red ropes and
Mhm.
suspended in the air. That blew me away. I don't know if I'd go that far, but I thought it was great. It was a art piece.
Mhm.
So yes, I'm excited about how this one's going to turn out. I got my first chapter. So I'm going to read that tonight. So yeah.
Okay.
So I appreciate you letting me talk about it a little bit. Thank you.
So, I mean, are these books? You say it's about a panel. Is it like a group project
Oh
where
yeah,
people
so
kind of?
this is yeah. So I asked, so me and Nazis started it. And so I created this the story is about this guy who is an astronaut, him and his crew, they end up crashing on this planet. Well, the reason he's even going there is because he's looking for his brother.
Now, what's the
He's
planet they crash into?
I don't have a name. Maybe Stanley, you could give me one because I am struggling. I don't know
Oh,
what the
okay.
name is. So I said, you know what, I'm gonna go look at like the planets and see if I can make something up out of it. That's what I've been
Mhm.
trying to do. But so I'm developing the character. So we're supposed to get together and do a cold reading. So I'm writing for them like it's like a script instead of it being just a straight book. And then they're gonna act it out, which is really funny to me that they want to do it. So yeah. It's like, okay, I got you. I already got the story halfway done. So I'm like, yeah, we can do this. And they've given me some really good ideas. You familiar with Einstein? Mexican Einstein? Hey, Bobby.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm familiar.
Yes. So he is the cover art. He's the original he's the original astronaut. And so I was like, let's do a cover. And I asked him, I said, would you like to be the model for the cover? And he was like, yeah. So he sent me some pictures. I threw it into a couple of my programs and got the cover ready. So he's like, it's like a sci-fi comic type. Yeah, it'll
Oh
be
yeah,
fun.
I'm listening.
So we have Einstein as the astronaut. Of course, we have Skywalker. He is in it because he's the one he's looking for. Dave has a role. Who else has a role?
Dave, as in
Dave, General
General
Dave.
Dave. Yeah,
Yes.
that's the one that he was the one giving you all the.
Yes. Yes, because I told him I have the website. If you want to
Mhm.
be an author on there, fine, and then we can do the audio so that people can read the book and read the audio. And like I said, I do novellas, so they're a lot shorter.
Right.
So with the stories I love the fact that we're gonna read it out because I can utilize that as audio for the book. So yeah, it all works out. I always try to tie things in together. No pun intended. Mavis is her role, excuse me. She's head of security, so she takes care of, the
Wait.
whole,
Oh, you know what? There's all kinds of jokes I could make,
Oh,
but
it's all
I
right.
will refrain.
You
Nah,
refrain.
you
Oh
know what?
yeah.
I don't know that I've even ever talked to Nazis.
Got you,
So
got you, got you.
I will just leave it at that. But she does leave quite the impression. I'll just leave it at that.
Yeah, she does. So she is head of security. Then I'm not
Wait,
he
head of
goes by
security.
on the planet. On this in this so it's like a kingdom, right? The planet kingdom, we've got the kingdom. Marvelous is the villain in it. He's playing the villain. I'm playing a villain. I'm a scientist, obviously.
Mhm.
No, just play. I'm a scientist that we do different experiments on the different aliens that we have been trafficking. So yeah, it's gonna get real wild. So that's what he does. That's how he gets his money. He has this event. It's like a delegation of all these different aliens that come together and they auction off who they've kidnapped. And
So
Skywalker is
how is
going to
this
be.
not like a Star Trek episode?
It is because this is my sci-fi series. It
I
is.
see.
I'm a Trekkie.
Gotcha.
Yeah. So just something fun. No, Sin, it's not. It's not. It's not. It's not. It's not. Hentai is totally different. That would be more cartoony, I think. But yeah, so yeah, I will say this, Stanley. I have been, really trying to keep my, creative thought process as a priority. Because I'm in the middle of moving too. Like we're moving into a house, so it's just I don't know. I think the
In the same
energy of it
area?
all. Yeah. Oh gosh, yeah, in the same area.
Nice.
So yeah, it's gonna be me, my sister, and my brother, and my dog. Thankfully, now he'll have a backyard so he can go play. But anyway, yeah, aliens. Thank you, Sin. Thank you very much. Um, and like I said, I cannot wait to like once we're settled, like really get into it because then
Well,
I can my
Nidus is
setup.
supposed to be moving too. Have you
I've
thought?
heard bits and
It's a
pieces.
joke. It's a joke. It's a joke.
You better stop it.
No, I was
I
just
heard it.
thinking.
Nidus said he's scared of me. I scare him. That's what he said.
You know what? And that is a good thing.
It is. I told him, I know
You
you couldn't
should.
handle
You
this.
look. Let's not say scared as much as in awe. There's nothing wrong with a man being scared. Look, here's my theory, and I promise I won't go too far
No,
afield.
go wherever you
You
go.
should be, let's not call it scared as much as in awe. And
Oh.
I will tell you this.
Mm.
Sometimes, well, let's just use tennis. Like,
Okay.
sometimes when you play tennis, you never want to play someone who is weaker than you are or
Got you.
even at your level. You want to play someone better.
Right.
Because the only way you get better at tennis is to play up.
Right. And
And
that's so
people
funny
like,
because
and men like Nightish, they're not used to being around women who are more accomplished. And let me go a step farther. That's half the problem with some of these old YNs on YouTube. They don't play, they get offended when some woman goes, I'm not dating a bus driver. They just fucking want to get they just want to get all lathered up. How about, hey, you know what? I can't be better than a fucking bus driver. Let's raise my son to be a physicist or an engineer. If you can't do it yourself, raise that boy to get black men on YouTube. And you know what?
Yeah.
I'm starting my third one, so I'm not loopy yet.
Oh
Dude.
shoot. Oh shoot, I'm
Oh
staying.
shit. I haven't had a beer in about 2 weeks.
Yes,
So
because you've been sick. So it's gonna hit
that's
you.
right. But no, in all honesty, black men need to challenge themselves. If you got a woman who is a physicist, well, motherfucker, learn about physics so she can be impressed. She will teach you. Period. Don't be afraid of a woman who's more accomplished. She will appreciate you trying to earn her. Now, don't be offended, but women are women, men are men.
Yeah. I'm
You
not
got
offended.
a PhD physicist girlfriend. She's not looking for a PhD physicist boyfriend necessarily. She's looking for maybe a father of her children. Maybe she doesn't want to do goddamn physics all day. She wants to be with a man. Dude, how about just go, hey, teach me about photons. Teach me teach me how to be a photon around your nuclear core. Now I'm being silly. I'm gonna
I'm like he said around your nuclear core.
I'm gonna be an electron in your orbit, woman. For quite some time. Teach me how to equalize your charge. I want to be your electron. You got your proton and your neutron. So anyway, enough silliness. Bottom line.
No, never. It's good to laugh.
Bottom line is every accomplished woman doesn't necessarily want to talk about what she does for a living. Maybe she just wants to be around a man.
Yeah. That actually
Express some
happens, but I don't
interest.
think they don't believe us.
Dude, believe me, the
I
man
believe
will
you.
know some stuff she doesn't.
And that's the thing.
But
You're
you gotta
supposed to
be
learn from one another.
correct. And better yet, like, look, we got a kid. Let's teach him how to change a tire and be a nuclear physicist.
Exactly. You can have both.
Correct. And if you can't personally, you can raise the children who will have both. That's the whole point.
Right. And as you learn, like when you're teaching, you're learning. And I think when you stop learning, it becomes a problem.
Dude, let me tell you something. Do you think I was baking bread? Dude, I fucking, and I'm kind of, getting back into these beer habits. But bottom line is I'm a much better dude. Do you honestly think that I would be the man I am with all this baking and bullshit had I not met my wife. And you know what? I told you the story like right after my wife died. So I'm talking to my brother-in-law's wife, and somehow or another, because my wife used to bake cookies and stuff like this. And my son, and he was not throwing a jab, he was only like 7. He literally said, "Well, I guess cookies are out of my life now." Dude, because I swore I'm never gonna bake. Baking is for women, etc., etc. That little mofo, and he can't hear me. He's 20. Even if he was here to hear me, dude, that shit broke me. Cookies are out of my life, basically because my mama died. I'm like, motherfucker, I'm not having this. Cookies are, dude, do you know how it's not like I broke down crying, but to this day, fucking 13 years later, that is the most miserable like lament I've ever heard a child
Oh,
say.
yeah.
And he
Yeah.
wasn't even throwing shade. Well,
Not
I
at all.
guess. So that's really what got me into baking. Like, motherfucker, my son shall not be deprived of his
Of
cookies.
cookies. That's right. I like to bake. That's fun.
Daddy's gonna have to learn how to make a sugar
Daddy
cookie or
gotta
two.
make a bake. He gotta make it and bake it. That's what it is. That's right.
Well,
That's
not
right.
only that, I've gotten really good at it. But the bottom line is that's what men do. That's
Yeah.
what men do. They
Men,
make
yes.
things better for their family.
Well, talk about it.
When they can, you can't always.
I know. I know. But my thing is the experience in itself and what you just like you could have decided to do something totally different. And that's the thing, the outcome changes, right?
I don't know, but
So
could I? Dude, you don't know my parents. They oh my God, that was the other end of the spectrum. Dude, do you know knew my mother? Oh fuck no. If she dude, now I was 48 when my wife died. Dude, do you think my mother would have fucking Hurricane Dolores would have blew
Oh,
into town? She would, dude. There's always that background fear. Like if I'm not making the mark, Hurricane Dolores is listening somewhere just over the horizon. It's gonna get back to Hurricane Dolores. And my father, you know what? He's not going to interfere if he thinks he's right. So there is always that. And it never came to that. I'm not worried. Yes,
yeah.
I instinctively make the right decisions, but dude, there's always a backstop.
You know what? And that's another thing too. When my mother passed away, because she loved to bake, she would bake things, and I loved it. She would experiment. She'd be like, "What you think it is?" or blah blah blah. And so I used to say, "Ma, you gotta sell this stuff. Like it's great. Like people would eat it." She would make these like tiny cakes. Man, it was just amazing. But I will say this: I love to make my family happy. So like I love to cook on like Saturday. So like once we get going, I love doing breakfast on Saturdays. I just think it's just tradition for me. Get up, make a big old breakfast, go back to sleep, and wake up and enjoy the day. That's it. So yeah.
Yep. So
Mhm.
that is where I am.
I think it's
So
great. That's awesome.
yeah,
If you
well,
wanted to play your other video, you could. I don't want to stop you.
I don't know. I'm just kind of fiddling around here.
Mhm.
Let's see. Here is that video. And it's in a way, this is kind of, replaying old news, this Officer Tatum stuff.
Oh
Who
yeah, yeah, yeah. I got
he's out from your way. Does he still live in Arizona? I have
I don't
no
know. I think
clue.
so. Me neither. I can check, but yeah, it's a lot of people
He's
here.
not that important. He's all over the place bad.
Oh my God,
So
I can't
wherever
stand
he goes, wherever he goes, he is he's leaving ripples but never
Oh, did you
waves.
see him on Nancy Grace?
No, I'm not. I'm still, I
Gotcha.
started watching that Jubilee thing, and
Oh, the
I've
Surrounded.
made
Yeah.
it through about 20 or 25 minutes,
Yeah.
and it was just, I don't even
Brutal.
know that I'm going to do, I was taking notes, and dude is
Yeah, yeah,
just
yeah.
so like dumb.
Mm. But he think he's so smart. He's
Well,
he's
he's been, let me
Officer
tell you
Tatum.
something. He is one of a type, and I don't want to get too knee deep into it because it'll get
Mm-hmm.
boring. But
Oh goodness.
Candace Owens, I watched that debate today, most of it,
Oh yeah.
probably 95% of it. She has actually grown, not
Mm-hmm.
necessarily in good ways, but she
Right.
can take someone like an Andrew Wilson. She, it's substantively, it was a draw, but style wise, that motherfucker just needed a cigarette and he might have normalized out. Um, Officer Tatum is dumb. He's uneducated. He's a lumphead. However, he has found the right type of benefactors that will just tell him he's smart, and he was dumb enough to believe them. Jesse Lee Peterson is like that. Clifford Moore is like that.
Mm.
And
Oh wow.
Ryan Bardwell was in the chat earlier.
I've
Clifford
seen his
Moore,
name.
yeah, Ryan's a fucking racist.
Oh
He's not
shit.
even all the way white, but the white part of him just fucking got full genetic expression.
Damn.
Now that's a horrible joke, but dude, they pay money. That Seymour, you know who he is because I think I've seen him in creatives chat. That
Oh yeah, he
dude's a
was.
motherfucking, yeah, he's a moron. He's literally
He
a
yeah.
moron.
Oh
And
no. He said he a
and I don't
moron.
mean to belabor the point, but the bottom line is you get enough people paying and enhancing your awfulness,
Yeah.
you're dumb enough to actually believe that, oh, hey, yeah, CM. Oh, what you're saying is the truth.
Oh honey,
TROOF.
don't they kill
Oh,
you
dude,
with that?
dude, you
I
can't
hate it.
tell. Hey, Tamika. Oh no.
Hey.
Well,
Actually, no, it's Natasha.
it's so funny. I'm actually at a point. Oh, wait, hold it. Is that you, Tamika?
No, it's Natasha from Canada.
Oh, Natasha. Oh my God. You know what? I don't have on my glasses. Oh my Lord, we are privileged. How
Oh,
you
no,
Nice to
doing?
meet
not at all.
you.
I'm good. Hello, Chocolate. I've seen you in the chat. I switched my avatar to a baby because I did see Tamika up here with her, little kid picture. So I just wanted to join in the fun.
Ooh, well, let's put you up.
Oh.
This is just a beauty pageant up here lately.
Oh goodness.
I'm getting.
Flattery will get you
Oh,
everywhere.
aren't you? Look at those cheeks.
Oh, she's
Oh,
so
Long
cute.
time ago. Long time ago.
Honey.
Thank you, Stanley.
Mm-mm.
well, all I have to say, ladies, is that
Yes.
people look, and they're partially right. Oh, that Stanley's so mean. He treats women like shit. Not women of substance.
Oh wow.
No,
Damn.
I am a grumpy old man. But women, women of substance, sure. Why would I be
Yeah.
mad at you?
Hey, you got it. It is. I'm here because I enjoy what you talk about. I enjoy your company. So, and the people that come up on the panel,
Aw.
you know what I mean? So yeah, that's why I come over, you know.
Video on my
You know
end. I
what?
don't want to.
That is actually a high compliment.
Really? Okay. But I mean
No,
it. That's
honestly,
just how I
dude,
feel about it.
do you know how prickly I can be? And you just
Yes.
come up here and disarm me? You got some power there, woman. And
That's
you
what they
do.
keep saying. That's what I keep hearing out
And
here at these
Natasha,
YouTube streets.
Natasha shows up occasionally in that voice. It's almost like, wait, hold it. Is that coming from my earbuds? it's
No,
it's all
Stanley.
around me.
Well, I like to hear your voice too, and I don't want to belabor the point, but I am sure I'm not the only one to say glad to hear that you're feeling much better, less coughing.
I
So,
am.
yeah, that's great.
Well, how have you been? It's been a while.
Yeah, amazing. Hard at work. It's a Friday, so I decided to hang out with you. You were about to talk about Officer Tatum, yes?
I am about to show a video. How are the kids? By the way, are they back at school yet?
Not yet. They're enjoying the last week or two left of summer.
Yeah.
Do they go now? Back in the day, it used to be after Labor Day, and you're not, in the U.S. Is it after what is it, September 1st or before?
It really depends on the school, but I find like over the years, it just kind of gets earlier and earlier. Mind you, my
Yeah,
youngest
yeah.
child is the only one that's still in school. He's in college now, so college
Oh,
starts
nice.
a week and a half or so.
Yeah, well, my son's back next Wednesday, and he did me the honor of cleaning up that hall bathroom that I don't use.
Nice.
And I had to have a it's not exactly a man-to-man conversation, but dude, you look, I don't believe in charging family rent. There's a motherfucker, I've given him more money. I'm not charging him rent or any of that bullshit.
Right.
But dude, there comes a time when, I'm not cleaning up your crust. Fucking clean up the bathroom. So anyway, he got the message. So
I like that you called it crust. Because I feel
dude,
like,
you know
yes,
what?
clean up the
Look,
bathroom.
I was 20 once. And let me tell you something. I wouldn't get away with an eighth of what he gets away with. I wouldn't
Isn't
have
that
even.
always the way, though?
Oh my
Isn't
God.
that always the way?
Well,
Are
no,
we,
I'm, look, I'm essentially a bachelor, if you want to call it that. So, it's a little manly here. You can, there's a threshold though. If there were a woman here, like his mother would, Jesus Christ, I don't even want to think. Like when my sister comes over to visit, I have to tell him 2 days in advance, your aunt is coming over here. She's going to be using this bathroom. You better get this shit fixed. I have to give him 2 days woman alert. Like my sister's coming over, your aunt.
he sounds like
I
my
do not.
brother.
It's like woman alert. You got 2 days. So, that's the kind of existence we have. And that's fine. Dude, he's 20, whatever. But he just needs to know that when you need to have standards, even if they're loosely held. So that's the whole point. What's up there, broke genius? So let's go look at Officer Tatum. This is a very short video because Officer Tatum is a joke. And I'm afraid I cannot remember this dude's name, but he's a bit of a joke too. but he's probably close to my age with a similar hairstyle. And
Stop it, Stanley. Okay.
I'm like, maybe I shouldn't be casting stones like this, but we're gonna go with it.
In the history of cooning in America, we have never seen anything quite like Officer Tatum's recent run. Right after vigorously defending the kids who may or may not have ended Nolan Wells on the Nancy Grace show.
They have an explanation for all of these things. And not only that, Nancy, they showed me video of them on the boat and Nolan was not on the boat.
So Brandon Tatum, aka Officer Tatum, went onto his podcast and said that black people don't care about Nolan Wells.
Black people don't mess with Nolan. I want y'all to understand, because I'm the black person snitch.
Then he jumped on Jubilee and defended racism.
Slavery was never about race.
Yes or no?
Okay.
Do you think that Karl Marx hurt the black community and his ideology hurt the black community more than Jim Crow segregation?
I have to think that through. Jim Crow segregation.
What is
That's
that?
because he don't know.
He went on.
Okay,
I'm so
to
sorry.
a certain extent, he's right. However, it actually was and it wasn't. He could support that argument, but it's only going to be on a very strict timeline. So anyway, you were talking, Chocolate.
No, it just made me. He irritates me. So go ahead. I just said he doesn't know. That's why he's answering her. You don't have to think about
Let me
it.
tell you what
No,
I
no.
think. I think that he heard it wasn't about race, and there was let's just talk about American history, because that's the part. World history is kind of a different thing because there's so many moving parts to a world history. But the part that really matters to me personally, it wasn't about race in 1619, but it became about race within 50 years. But race, the phenotype, became very convenient. So let's just say at the very beginning, 1619 to 1660, it wasn't necessarily about race. It didn't have to be, but it kind of was. He's right for about 50 years. So, but the thing is either he doesn't get time to elaborate, or he heard it in the background and latched on to it. History is about nuance. And the bad thing, you don't get to do nuance if he even knew the nuance. It's so complicated sometimes. That's why debates for me don't work. History is very
It's a
nuanced.
layered conversation. Yeah.
Correct. Natasha, any you got anything?
Well, I don't know this gentleman, Toure. When it comes to Jubilee, though.
Oh yeah. He's kind of famous.
Okay. So I'm looking forward to his commentary. When it comes to Jubilee, though, I unsubscribed from them about a year or two ago
Oh,
because I
wow.
noticed it was very curious. They have this penchant, Stanley, right? They have this penchant for pitting Black people against each other. It's very, very strange. So yeah, I got really uncomfortable with it, didn't want to support it, and I've never been back. So I see they've been continuing. So I guess this is just the Jubilee.
Well, it's not necessarily about Black. I will support your argument. Just give me a second. But it's not always Black on Black. Sometimes it's Black on white. Sometimes it's white on white. Sometimes it's white on white politics, like MAGA versus. It's whatever it's hard to describe, but it's almost like a game show in a way. It's almost like a rhetorical Roman Colosseum. Let's put someone out there with 20 lions, but the lions are all toothless and old or unknowledgeable. My first experience with Jubilee was on the John Galt show. I actually got John Galt's channel a strike because way back then, I had no clue how YouTube worked. So it was me, John Galt, and we're talking, if we go back to February or January, it was 2 years before that. It was a while ago. So Jubilee, some of their shows are fairly compelling. This particular show was Black Americans versus African immigrants, like first or second generation African immigrants versus like, kind of traditional Black Americans. Young people, can you tell the difference? Like some, second generation, good looking African young lady. It was pitting, that sort of thing. It was almost like Star Trek. It was like, can you tell the difference between a second generation thought, THOT, and I'm being pejorative here, but allow me the latitude, versus some native born Black American thought. We'll put them side by side. They look similar. Can you tell from the mannerisms or the speech? It was kind of fascinating. What I didn't understand is Jubilee, and I learned this the hard way. What you see on a YouTube screen, like I'm looking at YouTube right now, that's not what's going on an actual YouTube screen. There's a lot of error messaging. There's a lot of warning and stuff. You should always have a actual YouTube screen, whether it's on your phone or a second monitor, because it doesn't look exactly the same as a StreamYard version of what you're seeing on the YouTube. So I'm getting all these warnings, the stream gets timed out and all this. And I see people in the chat going, "Hey, Stanley, it's been timed out." I had no clue what that meant. It's like, well, I can see it here. Well, as it turned out, I just didn't know enough to go, "Oh shit, let me pause this. YouTube will restore it." I kept watching it going, "Hey, looks good to me." And it wound up in an actual strike. That was my first experience with Jubilee. I think a lot of stuff that YouTube does, for the Jubilees of the world with these strikes, I have never watched anything by Jubilee ever again. It was a lesson learned, but your point about Jubilee being dessert, like Jubilee as a dessert, it's sweet but nothing substantive. And it took me 30 minutes to basically agree with you. I'm sorry. But there's a dessert called Jubilee. And of course it took me 30 minutes. But the bottom line is it was so dumb. But the Jubilee part, dude, that's why I've kind of given up. I actually was going to do some detailed analysis of a Jubilee thing with Officer Tatum, and it was so just dumb that I'm not going to do it. So I've abandoned the project. So, Chocolate, anything to add? I'm sorry it took so long.
Don't be apologetic. We're enjoying you talking and listening. You funny, and that's it. You made me laugh. I almost choked on
Oh my
water.
Lord.
Agreed.
I like
All
a
right,
man
well,
with a
let's go
brain,
back.
Stanley. You know what I'm saying?
I don't know
Like,
that
yeah.
long-winded is not necessarily. But
Yes,
let's
it
go
is.
back
It's
to Touré. So
Oh,
let's go back to Touré. He's married, by the way. There's some woman who likes him. And those glasses.
and that hair
Surrounded.
and those glasses.
I don't have a problem with the hair. I have some hair comments that get made every now and again. So I'm not gonna joke on the man's hair. I can only do the glasses.
And played the role of racism defender.
I don't think there was real systemic racism.
Ever?
Keep going. Please keep going.
I do not
Tell me-
believe
yeah.
that there's been systemic racism
Yeah.
in America that's been the primary reason why black people cannot succeed.
Can black people be racist?
Yes.
Really?
Yes.
Okay. All right. So you're just wrong.
I'm sure the MAGA whites loved every minute of it. Tatum defended the white man valiantly. He doubted the existence of systemic racism.
We can prove that systemic
You
racism
cannot
exists,
prove
but you
that.
don't.
He said there's no way in the world that Donald J. Trump is racist.
To say that Donald Trump is racist is the craziest thing I've heard.
Donald Trump.
Have you-
Oh
have
my
you-
God.
Because wait for it, you know what's coming. Trumpy was
Have you ever met Donald Trump personally?
nice to him.
I've met Donald Trump several times.
So you're basing his whether or not he's racist
you
just
don't
on
have any
your personal-
evidence.
Your evidence is anecdotal. Oh, Trump was nice to me
Give
one
me-
time.
White people will never accept you, no matter what you do.
Tatum reminds me a lot of Steven from Django Unchained.
I asked you, who this nigga on that name?
He's a race traitor who will do anything to defend the white man. Bro, I don't have to know him personally to assess his racism when his politics are known to everyone. When I'm talking about racism, I'm not talking about microaggressions. I'm not talking about interpersonal racism. I don't need to know Trump to personally assess his racism. The man has made racism a central feature of his presidency.
The idea of us having to explain racism to a black man is absurd.
It has been a central part of his campaign and his appeal since day one. My friends on the left, when called upon to prove Trump's racism, often leap to things like housing discrimination in the 70s, or his treatment of the Central Park Five in the 80s, or him reposting the meme of the Obamas in The Lion King earlier this year. But that's not where we ought to focus the conversation.
You know, and I have a huge problem with the theatrics and stuff. This will wind up being 20 minutes when it could be 10. So we will watch it, but I have criticisms of this criticism, to be honest. Does it really have to be so dramatic? Any thoughts before I restart this?
They got to do it for the algo, Stanley.
I mean, she took words out of my
My darling Natasha, you have not, I know you're busy, so I'm not fussing, but damn. I've literally gotten to a point, for a while there, I was having fun doing this, every day and stuff. I'm already, especially after, the past 2-3 weeks, they're going to have to be days. I need to catch up on reading and stuff. So, the schedule's going to have some days drop out, like Tuesday, Thursdays, Sundays. And I know I'm going to get bored and I'll wind up doing shows anyway, but those are going to be optional. There's every day, there's, oh shit, the news. You know what? Present company and everyone in the chat and all 382 subscribers accepted. These motherfuckers don't appreciate it. There are people who just, I don't want to sound bitter. I just think he's being a bit, dramatic. I understand the algorithms, but thank God I'm kind of beyond caring that much about the algorithm. I need me some chocolate. I need me some Natasha. I need me, some people like Bobby Perkins and Dirty Dude. People who are actually curious and interested in their surroundings and what's going on beyond their front lawn after they've mowed it. Those are my people. People who just want to join a chat because, the shucking and jiving is interesting. That's for young folks. And you two ladies are young. I'm just at a point to where, there's a saying in the South, Lord, today, I find myself doing that a lot. When I listen to someone, and I'm going to pick on Nightish, but he'll survive. When I hear Nightish, you know, just doing his worst Sanford and Son impression, I just want to go, Lord, today. What have we come to in 2026? And we got to do better. We won't, but we definitely have to do better than this drama. All to just call out an idiot? Really? You have to do all this just to say Officer Tatum doesn't know shit? 10 minutes versus 20, I'd recommend.
I know that's
So
right.
it's like, come on, dude. You're not an ugly old man. You don't have to. The algorithm, 10 minutes in the algorithm, I honestly don't know that it's going to make that much of a difference in you being recommended in an algorithm. Now, I defer to expertise, and well, let's just listen.
My friends, Trump's presidential campaign essentially began with birtherism, an attack on Obama's legality and legitimacy as an American. That was racism. Then, the moment Trump's campaign became real, I mean, seconds after he came down the escalator in Trump Tower and stepped to the microphone, he said extremely racist, untrue things about Mexican immigrants. His racist attacks on immigrants, from calling Mexicans rapists to alleging without facts that another group of immigrants are eating local dogs. He has consistently demonized and attacked brown-skinned immigrants as a central part of his politics. As president, he's worked to minimize the number of Black students in college, to eliminate or erase Black history from college, to eliminate and erase DEI. These sorts of things that are central to his administration, which amount to pushing Black people out of the middle class.
Again, this is all fucking gibberish on both parts. Let me tell you something, and I hate to keep making it so anecdotal, but my son's first year of college, for his language requirement, he took Japanese. Now, I told him, look, Spanish, you did well in high school. He didn't take his third year of Spanish. And so I figured, and I told him, look, you want to do your Spanish, it's a language requirement. So I was talking to him about something or another, and he mentioned he made a B in Japanese. I was like, you took what? Like, where did I was flabbergasted. I didn't fuss. I was like, well, I was thinking to myself for quite some time, what prompted him? So about a semester later, he goes, oh, by the way, I have a girlfriend now. And that was a bit of a relief because I was afraid he was up there just studying away, which was probably a dumb assumption. Oh, by the way, she's Asian. So I'm like, oh, that's it. Well, it turns out she's not Japanese, but I'm not going to go into details. So what the fuck? I still to this date don't know, except they got into like tea ceremonies and shit. So he comes home this summer and he has all this requirements about a tea ceremony, and I'm like, dude, what are you doing? And even now,
He's a cultured kid.
And bottom line, sorry. Let me get some water right quick. Bottom line is it was different. And he was interested in something that, what the fuck am I going to do? Some old man telling him he can't zig when I think he should zag. I did say it was interesting. I did say it was different. I did bring up, well, how is this going to be practical? I just brought it up, but let me tell you another story. Last time I was working in IT, this kid, new graduate from George Mason, he got hired like 6 months before he graduated. He was like a cybersecurity person. That was his major. So he's been working for 6, 7, 8 months. And he basically got a call from Google. Now, this dude's a strict Muslim. He was born in Pakistan, but he's American. He's here, citizenship, all that stuff. So, you know what? Motherfucker's been doing a good job for like 8 or 9 months. And he was on the fence. He's like, well, I like working here, et cetera, et cetera. Well, my boss's boss is like, you got a call from Google. You shouldn't even be thinking. And where I was working, it's a Fortune 500, but we're not technically an IT shop. The senior vice president for this particular engineering group is like, the fuck? Why are you waiting? Google is calling. Quit and go work for Google. So this motherfucker's a devout Muslim. His first, like, once he went through the training, dude winds up in Japan. So I'm thinking to myself, when my son said Japanese, well, fuck. You're doing computers and AI and technology. Shit, you could wind up in Japan. Never know when that Japanese is going to come in handy. You zigged. I think you should zag, but who the hell am I? You could wind up anywhere. You're curious about it. I do think it's weird because I'm not doing the whole tea ceremony bullshit. I'll buy you the stuff to do it, but do that at college. Don't be making a fucking mess with powdered green tea in my kitchen. It will be good. Let these people be, these young people be. I only get dramatic on these stupid YouTube panels. Dude, these young black kids, as long as they're not doing anything destructive or weird, even if they want to be a little thuggish, criticize them, make the suggestions, they'll be okay. I'm not going to have a whole YouTube panel going whether my son should be taking Japanese or whatever dude, especially if you're 45, 35, I can't figure out how to get a woman. I have so many criticisms of this particular black sector of YouTube, and I really didn't start getting, maybe I'm a little burned out. I literally think they're all idiots. I literally think Angry Man, Izzy Band, CT, John Galt, I think they're all fucking morons. So again, an hour to go. They're all limited and they're not even that funny unless you like seeing drunk idiots call people N-words. I'm at a loss as to their usefulness.
I can see how this sector, sorry, I had my fan on it. I can see how this sector can make someone feel super burnt out. So yeah, take care of you, do the content that you like, the content
Right.
tracks the type of audience that you like. I definitely think you're on the right track. So keep it up, Stanley.
Oh, I'm going to try. And this point about I hear Japan is even worse for Black people, I have heard good things about Japan.
Yeah, that wasn't my experience.
For Black people. I literally have heard like great things.
Same here. That wasn't my experience when I was there.
I've literally never been. However, yeah, I've heard nothing but good things. No, you can't be going out and, fucking crip walking, crip walking outside the noodle shop in fucking Tokyo. Yeah, that might not be that good an experience, but I think if you go and you observe and respect the culture, I don't see and everybody has bad experiences and that sort of thing. There's a guy who is Australian that shows up in YouTube panels or chats like Latino for Trump, some dude called Aztec. And dude is a horrible racist. But I've heard great things about Black men in Australia who happen to be Navy sailors, like the Shaylas or whatever they call themselves. Like they're literally like pulling out their beds into the middle of the boulevard, asking you to impregnate them. Something like that, exaggerated, of course. Dude, a lot of it is how you conduct yourself. So again, these stories you hear on YouTube panels, you better take them with a grain of salt. And funny enough, Cis BM or whatever it's called, what is it? Save Yourself, Black Man. In all honesty, save yourself, Black Man, from YouTube panels would be my recommendation. Dude, the worst possible relationship or personal advice, with exceptions, but very few of them. Dude, I was talking to someone. God damn, you know what? It's all coming out tonight, isn't it? Dude, I would literally never, even as a last resort, tell my son to go watch Kevin Samuels on like romantic relationships. I literally would never do it. The best advice you're going to get will be from family or close friends who actually know your personality and can kind of, tailor the advice. Getting up on DJ Hamp with a bunch of, interesting people talking about leadership and submissiveness. Dude, I cannot imagine a worse place to get advice. So I'm letting it all hang out. God damn it. I'm just going to let it go. Let's see. I've been to Australia. Oh my Lord. I happen to have, there is one Australian racist as F, actually two of them, but one isn't from Australia and doesn't have an accent. He's from Eastern Europe. And then the other I know with an Australian accent. Two of the most, dude, they outshine the fucking like American bottom feeder class racist. It's like, hey, we need to keep up and we need to outshine the race for the bottom. When I say down under, I really mean down under. I'm gonna outshine you, be brave.
I think it's good that you having fun. You haven't been able to really get it all out over the last 2 weeks, so Let it all hang out. And
Oh,
by the way, I would
I
say
don't want to let it like all hang out. There's
just a
a
little bit.
Saturday show tomorrow.
Oh, okay. You gonna save some for tomorrow?
Oh, I'm going to say the really ugly stuff.
Oh no. I wanted to also say one of my closest friends, her name is Natasha. I just had to say that. You reminded me of her.
Who, Natasha?
Oh, that's sweet. Shout out to
She
your
just
Well,
made me think of my friend because they share the same name. That's all. Yeah.
mhm. Well, Natasha, I've known Natasha's in real life. Uh, it's almost like an orchid. So you might as well put your fingers in your ears. You know, you know how an orchid is hard to, Natasha in this case, the Natasha I know, it's kind of like an orchid. Um, they are just like you just go, ooh. when when they bloom, which is rather rare, but when they bloom, you're just like, ooh, I'm glad to see you. So was that not romantic enough?
It was very romantic. I'm waiting to bloom though,
Yes.
Stanley. It's gonna happen in my later
There you
years.
go.
One day, 20 years from now, you're going to remember, oh, I was up on that idiot's panel. He just
Oh my
said,
gosh,
I
never.
blew my
I would never forget
stamen
it.
and my petals.
You've been all about the science today. So now botany, I heard
Oh,
you on the
you know
chemistry
what?
and
It's
physics
all
tip
coming out.
earlier.
Right. We were talking about planetarium. I love it all. Like the switch is
I
great.
do. I do. I do.
You know what, Stanley? The one thing about it too is you're smart. When if you were a dope, I don't think we'd be over here. Because it sounds as me that Natasha, I don't know her, but she seems like a really smart, well-rounded person.
I
And that's
pretend.
it. Yeah. So Stanley, you should take it as a compliment because we enjoy you,
Oh,
your
I
personality.
absolutely do. Let me tell you the heaven I'm in. So, no, dude, it is all like I'm showing off for these two beautiful young ladies. I'm doing my Fred Sanford. Let me tap dance. Put on my weird looking bow tie. Oh yeah, I'm showing out. But it's look, you got to do it every now and again. So let's see. I actually let's jump to the end here.
Can be addictive. It can make you feel special, like the lone Negro who's doing it right. It can rocket you upward in your career. It can get you praise, money, access to high level people on the conservative side of the world. If white approval means more to you than acceptance by the black community, or if like getting white approval is more valuable to you than telling the truth, then there you go. I would rather be poor and telling the truth about black people than rich because I told lies that attack the black community.
White people will never.
But for Officer Tatum, Candace Owens, Larry Elder, it's not that way. They're willing to sell out black people for personal benefit. Every generation of black folks has produced a small fringe of people who are willing to collaborate with white power against black people in exchange for individual advancement. There's always someone willing to sell out. During slavery, there were enslaved people who would tell the whites, hey, they're about to escape. This is the same sort of betrayal, but in a media.
I don't know this is not compelling or even interesting. If you want to know about slavery, go read about slavery. I don't know that I need. Um, I don't know that I need him to tell me about it. Honestly, I just this. I don't. How about stick to the point of criticism? And this is the other thing. Stick to the point. If you're going to criticize, this is why it could be 10 minutes versus, and I'm doing it as I speak, I'm digressing, et cetera, et cetera. But I'm kind of playing to a live, couple young ladies, there's interaction and stuff. I just don't think he's doing the narrative isn't doing it specifically for me. I just think he's a smart guy, by the way. This just isn't it. And, I know you're going to laugh when I say this, but I'm struggling to be concise. I'm struggling. I have struggled. And honestly, you know how sometimes when you're when you're ill, you just get short tempered. It's like, dude, I just need the basics. I don't need the fluff. And it's sticking with me up to this point. People just kind of wander away from the original point without resolving the original point. And these panels, everyone from Sharon to, dude, you want to talk about point A, but you can't deal with point A, and a little bit of point B comes in. You're feeling comfortable. I want to, excuse me, I want to pivot to point B. So let's just leave point A. I promise we'll get back to point A, but now we're on point B, and I'm beyond that. I'm not moving to point B until point A gets resolved, and then we agree to move on. 99% of what I hear on these YouTube panels, it's fluid because there's only a little bit of knowledge. I've exhausted my high school history book worth of knowledge from 30 years ago. So I want to move on to let's talk about Tupac. No, I'm done with all that bullshit. Stick to the point. Let's get it resolved. We move on to something, that we both agree to move on to. That's where I am. That's really my biggest point. People don't know shit, and they're too willing to, once they've exhausted, because I'm sure not going to Google something. Let's move on to Tupac. That is Knightish in a nutshell. Ooh, let's listen to some AI music, and then let's talk about 1989. The fuck? If I were there, I'd slap off that stupid hat and we get back to the point you fumbled in the first place. So, anyway, boy, am I old, man. Boy, am I
You are
old, man.
fine, Stanley. We just listening.
No,
Go ahead.
dude, I feel, you remember, y'all aren't old enough to remember the two old men in the Muppet Show up there.
Oh my gosh, yes. Is that true? You saying you one of them old men?
Dude,
No,
I'm one of those
I'm not
I'm
giving
one
it
of
to
those
you.
grumpy old men. And
Did you ever see the movies? Grumpy Old Men?
I did.
I love those.
Oh, no,
And
no.
Grumpier.
Actually, years ago,
Hi,
and
Irby.
unfortunately, look,
Yeah.
it's just me kind of venting and, in a way promising I'm not going back. I will just have to like I'm I'm looking. Oh my lord. I am looking at this. This is what is going and yeah, I'm picking on Universal Jones. This is what is going to pass as substance. We'll listen to it if need be, but this is going to be the Dr. Jones, the I'm a professional psychologist. This
Girl.
is this is what's happening.
Oh, I was like, who's that? Tina? Are they sisters?
Yeah, they
Is that
are
her sister?
actually.
Oh, I was getting ready to say they look way too much alike to not be related. Not that can't be the case, but they're
Well,
so
they are
cute.
not only related physically, they are definitely related mentally.
Were they twins?
No,
But
I
I like
think
Tina. She's funny.
she is, yeah, but in a way, I think Tina's adorable, but and I think way too much. I've had too much time. If I were Tina's age, because if she's 30, that's a bit much. She has two kids, and I talked to her, just up on panels and stuff. She's never going to get a stable man.
You don't think so? Why not?
Oh,
Don't put
no,
that on
no.
that
I
child.
know, I know so.
Oh, okay. I know you've known her longer than I just was wondering.
Not much longer. You've probably known her maybe a couple months longer.
See, I'm gonna be honest with you, Stanley. When I got out here and was dealing with people, I had no
Mhm.
idea there was a conservative part of YouTube, like Black YouTube. I didn't even realize
Well,
I
I
had.
don't think now name me what, and I don't mean to cut you off.
No,
Please
you good.
continue, but no, there's a question at the end of your statement. So
Okay.
you're talking about conservative Black YouTube.
Yes.
Please develop that argument, but at the end of it, tell me who you think is a Black conservative.
Well, I can tell you that right now. Bob is one.
Bob
Bob
is
is.
literally not a Black conservative.
He's not. You don't consider him a conservative? I
Oh,
do.
I
He
don't.
feels conservative.
I didn't stutter. I think
Okay.
Bob is not a Black conservative.
Okay. Well, I just think I should say this. The views, a lot of times, I'm the odd girl out. And it's funny how I even stumbled on being a part of the panel because some of the things that are said, I'll be like, what? Did I just hear you say that? And it's a lot of machismo and, I'm a man, I should lead type of conversations. So yeah. I kind of steer away from that. They've decided to adopt that as traditional and conservative, and it's not really. But I understand the concept. Oh, CJ said the lead attorney. What about him?
Isn't he white? The lead
No,
attorney?
he's black.
I is he?
Oh
No,
no
I
no
don't
no.
think the
He's
lead. I don't.
oh, I'm thinking about the other man. I'm thinking about
Yeah,
the
yeah. I
bald
knew
guy.
you're talking about lead attorney's not conservative.
Yeah. Oh, you don't think so?
No.
I just said that.
Now wait,
Wow.
hold on. Let me be clear.
Mhm.
You can have there's intersections. I mean,
Right.
Bob has some conservative traditionalist views, but he has white conservative views. His conservative viewpoint is from the black face of white supremacy. To me, that's not conservative. And I
I
can be,
remember.
I can get more into detail.
No, you don't have to.
Oh
I
no, no, no! I'm
I
almost asking that you do, so I can be very detailed and very harsh.
I know. I know. I'm just saying for
Bob,
me, my
Bob is
you
not
know,
a
like
conservative. Bob is a white supremacist.
Oh shit, Stanley,
Oh,
damn.
motherfucker.
Okay.
Ooh, you don't think? Whoa, 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 whoa. I know he's not here, but Bob
I was
knows
just
my
no,
opinion.
I was just ready. I wasn't ready. That's all. You threw me. I got you. I wasn't ready for it. That's all.
Oh, you. Well, hopefully you know me better now.
I do. I know you better. You are entertaining. I know you don't mean to be, but that's the cool thing about it.
Well,
I
Bob knows what I think. No, I'm not saying Bob's not a good guy. I'm just saying
Oh, I
he's a white
know. No.
supremacist.
I remember him calling me a liberal, and I said, "Well, I guess so."
Yeah, he has no. Bob calling you a liberal just means,
Yeah.
honestly, he, John Galt, CT, a lot of these people, when they call you a liberal, they just, has he ever called you a pro-black?
I don't know. I don't think so. I don't think so.
Because his
And
ilk, he has, look, let me tell you a
yes,
little secret about
go ahead.
CT, Bob, CT Jr. Dude, they will call you a pro-black if you're not highly critical of black culture. They are so unnuanced in their idea. And it's surprising for people like Bob who graduated from Morehouse. Bob's a motherfucking Morehouse graduate, and I think his father might have been, but I can't remember. His father's like a doctor. So Bob was raised in black excellence, but the
Hmm.
motherfucker can't accept black excellence. He thinks black people are fucked up. I don't know why, but he just does. I don't
Yeah, I
consider him a conservative.
okay. Can you give me an example of someone out here you think is conservative? Like
On
really
these black
conservative?
YouTube streets. Nope.
Uh-huh. Because I think a lot of it is
No,
bigotry,
I literally
stereotyping.
don't know a black conservative on these YouTube streets. I'm more
Okay.
conservative than someone like a Bob. You want to know why I think that?
Go ahead.
Because
I'm listening.
I've actually read white conservatives who supposedly, there's a book called The Loneliness of the Black Republican. I talk about this book a lot. They don't know that Richard Nixon to this day, had the highest percentage of black Republicans or black people in general vote for him. He still holds the record. They don't know Arthur Fletcher. They don't know how in 1964 and 1960 specifically, how blacks made that shift. Okay, we're talking Roosevelt in 1936, I think it was. There's always been blacks voting for Democrats going back to FDR. The shift was 1960 when Richard Nixon didn't intercede when Martin Luther King was in jail and Kennedy did. That's what swayed Martin Luther King Jr. and Sr. to vote for Kennedy versus Nixon. There were going to be Nixon voters until Nixon got cold feet and didn't interfere or intercede. Goldwater in 64, anti-civil rights. Nixon 68, 72. High, people were still kind of into, hey, I vote Republican because Lincoln was a Republican. It was a transition. I don't think they're black conservatives in my YouTube experience because they have no fucking clue about the politics and the history. I don't think you can be an actual conservative or liberal if you haven't done the homework of actually knowing the US history, how black people voted in 1936. Dude, they get their history from fucking YouTube videos. They don't do the hard work of actually acquiring knowledge and being able to debate the nuts and bolts. And I don't know, I'm not a historian. I wasn't trained as one, but I've taken the time if I have an assertion, I'm going to go and I'm going to do the hard work of acquiring the knowledge to back up my assertion. And these fucking old YNs don't do it. They're not conservatives. Conservatives want to know their shit because they hate being wrong. So hold on one second, MOT. Chocolate, I shoved a lot of shit into a small sock, to use a military term, now that MOT is here. But the bottom line, I don't know a black conservative in our YouTube circle.
There are no
Bob is not Bob is not a black conservative. He doesn't know shit. That I love white people and I loves my white honey, that's not conservative. So please, you get a second to respond, Natasha, and then MOT. Floor is yours. But I need to give Natasha time because I know she hasn't heard me. This delicate flower has not heard me.
Oh Lord.
In quite some time. So go ahead, Chocolate.
No, I wasn't gonna say anything else. I appreciate your opinion. It's mainly
No,
because
it's
they
not an
call
opinion.
themselves
I
that.
honestly will assert it as fact.
All right. Hey,
Bob has
it's here.
not done the hard work of other than loving his little honey, and she's white, and I'm going to shit
Oh
on
Lord.
black women, therefore I'm a conservative. That's his bona fides. He literally, dude, I've known Bob for years at this point. We've had these
Wow, okay.
conversations. American man who calls himself a conservative. We have had knockdown dragouts over the past 3 years. American man is not a conservative. CT, not a conservative. John Galt, a degenerate. These people aren't conservative. They don't know shit.
Wow.
They don't,
Well, you would
they
know
have
more
no
than I
clue.
do.
They have no clue who Alan Keyes is. They have no clue. They don't know the theory. They don't know the politics. They don't know the political philosophy. They like white people. Therefore, they are conservative.
I think that's the impression I get. Like it's this. I use the term conservative because I haven't come up with anything else. I didn't have a better word. But
Well,
yeah, it's this
can I
idealism.
offer you, and I know I'm cutting you off. I'll let you go.
You are.
Use uneducated, unknowledgeable.
I'm not going to use that. I'm
Well,
not going to use that.
well, just tell them Stanley said it, and just quote me.
You really
Go
try to
ahead,
get
ma'am.
me in all
I know
kinds
I'm
of
in.
trouble.
Yes, I'm trying to get you involved.
You are. Hey, MOT. You go.
Well, my darling Natasha, if you have nothing to say, MOT, you got the floor.
Yeah, I cede the
Yeah.
floor. Good evening, MOT.
Hey, how's it going? All right, and you will because what allows them to be conservative, or what their understanding of conservatism is a deliberate and willful misunderstanding of history. That's why they don't know shit, and they're not trying to learn shit, because if they do, then they're no longer conservative, and then they'll see how ridiculous it is, the things that they're actually defending. That's why no one agrees with me when it comes to politics, because I know the history. And I could really smoke people out very quickly if you're not a conservative. Now, anti-black and what they think about black women, the actual conservatives think that about all black people, and that short circuits all of their conversation. And I just call them just an anti-black, white face black people, and that about covers it, because that's what you're doing. You're not dealing with a rational human being. You're dealing with catchwords and phrases and stuff that they hide behind. But this is possible because there's been 3 or 4 generations of deliberate miseducation about politics and our place in it, which allows these older individuals to take full advantage of people when they go into these type of conversations. They're taking advantage of a willful ignorance of people. That's all.
Well, would you call it a will for ignorance or just easy answers? You know, these
Yeah.
people like Pitt. They like the snappy comeback. See, here's and please forgive me, Natasha and Chocolate and MOT. These people want easy answers. This is what I mean by curiosity. It doesn't come easy, to quote in very old song. Dude, you work through your books. You work through your thought process. School used to be like that. Or month. You know what? I'm trying not to revert to my old like motherfucker. Dude, while you're splitting wood or while you're cleaning that bathroom or while you're washing the car, while you're listening to WSOK as a kid on the radio because daddy has 3 cars for you to wash, and make sure you get those tire wells spotless too. And if you don't do it right, daddy's going to look and go, you didn't do it right, do it again. You get to think. You get to wish for that book I was reading before daddy said. And my father was not a cursor. He wasn't, dude, this is what I need you to do. Make sure you do it right, because if you got to do it a second or third time, my father is 83 now, still. He doesn't lose his temper. He does lose patience. Like, dude, you're going to do this till you get it right. And I'm not going to sit here. I want you to want to get it right so I can stop disturbing you and you can wander back off to your comic book. Dude, get it right the goddamn first time. Dude, I do this with my son all the time. Do you love the sound of my voice? If you don't like me fussing at you, dude, do it right and I will magically disappear. And you can do what you want to do. Stop the bullshit. My father's like that. Now he was capable of losing his temper, but that was the worst case scenario. Hurricane Dolores, yes, he's gonna fuss, but dude, I'm gonna tell your father, just you wait. That was like, oh motherfucker, let's undo. let's try and make her forget. When daddy comes home, let's have the iced tea and the snack. Let's go out and volunteer to wash the car. Let's do all kinds of things to mitigate what could happen. I'm not saying you have to parent like that. What I am saying is, my father, you just feared him. It's what could happen. He'll let you get away with a bit, but we know there could be a worst case scenario. Yeah, you might fart around, you might make jokes, but in the end, you just don't want the inevitable because it could happen. People don't fear their parents that way, and maybe they shouldn't, but look, it is what it is. The 3 ladies are just on a show.
You made me laugh. I'm sorry. But not sorry that you made me laugh.
Chocolate Earth, I have something for you.
Hi. What? Yes, sir.
Okay. So the problem here is they have enough confirmation bias to remain ignorant, but not enough motivated reasoning to actually expand their point of view. Because they only seek information to justify their point of view. That's why I say it's a willful misunderstanding of factual information. to achieve a specific result. Oh,
I'm
hello?
sorry. Um, say that again. I'm
I
sorry.
said
I missed that
they
part.
have enough confirmation bias to remain ignorant, but not enough motivated reasoning to actually explain their point of view.
Well, let me ask you a question. Confirmation bias of what? Chocolate left.
Oh,
Oh, here she is. She lost connection. What? I mean, to have confirmation bias, you have to have something confirmed, correct?
yes, but to them, they're not going to
So
discuss with you.
what is the confirmation there? Because Chocolate, ask the question again. I'm sorry, I was talking to my son, so I kind of lost track.
No, that's okay. What was my question? I thought MOT had something for me. That's what I didn't get to hear.
Okay, well,
Oh,
he said confirmation bias.
yes.
I'm
Hmm.
just assuming if you have a confirmation, that meant something you thought was true. And I'm not, dude, this is not gotcha. This is actually like, I'm enjoying the conversation. I'm assuming someone has something confirmed somewhere along the line in their young life. I'm just interested to know what. Um, what would say, and I'm going to name names just because I just want to be messy. What would say Universal Jones, who just keeps this AI motherfucker isn't that handsome? what
Oh
what
my God,
confirmation could
Stanley, you killing me. You killing me.
what confirmation bias could he possibly have with these three women? Confirmation of what? So let's use that as a basis.
Okay,
Confirmation
Okay.
so
bias.
to to him, he's better because he's swinging dick man. End of
Ooh.
the story.
Huh?
I was born man,
No,
therefore
no, no.
I am
Let him
better.
run with that. Because I think he's
Yes,
right.
Yeah.
yes. I was born, well, them, not me. I don't think this way. So I was born male, therefore you are the weaker sex, therefore I win every argument by just being here. I don't have to put in any work. I don't have to say
Oh,
anything. Right? Hello, you said something?
no, go ahead. Go ahead. No, I was just saying right.
Yeah.
Well, no,
So
you should respond to that. I think that was a pretty complete message. I've
yeah,
heard people go, "You owe me respect just because I'm a black man."
yeah,
I've
swinging
heard
dick
people
Hmm.
man.
say
Yes,
that.
yes,
I've
yes.
heard people say that. Hold on one sec. I've heard people say it just because I'm on a panel and I'm a black man and you're a black woman. You owe me respect. Why are you talking to me like this? I have heard that not just on one occasion. It's a theme. So,
Yes.
how do you respond to that, Chocolate? If someone said that, if Stanley, the lovable old Fred Sanford type of, troll, said, Chocolate, you owe me respect just because I'm a black man. Never met in person, but you owe me respect just because I'm a black man. You owe me deference. What would you say to that?
I would tell them that they should ball it up and stick it where the sun doesn't shine.
Okay.
Because you don't,
Oh,
you have to earn
that
respect.
sounds effective. That's literally gonna shut them down.
Yes.
No, it's going to make them Hulk out because, again, you are demonstrating that you
Well,
don't
not
understand
Stanley.
that
I would
I am a
go, oh
man.
my goodness, my darling Chocolate. I am so sorry. But what if it wasn't me?
I would still say you can ball that up and put it somewhere that you sit on. Just anything about that. And
All
yes,
righty.
uh, MOT, I have dealt with the Hulk attitude where, especially out here on these panels, where men think, "Oh, okay, I'm gonna turn it up. I'm gonna make her crash out." Da 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 da. The one thing that I'm always underestimated is that I'm a very witty person and I'm quick. So do not try to battle me
They don't like
with
that. They don't
words.
like that.
Well, hold
They
on
don't like
one
that.
sec. Let me say this. I've seen her shot some you don't want to joust unless you have the words. She is she I might have used I should have probably picked on a Tina or a Mooncake, but Chocolate or Natasha, they will just shut you down, and you won't even know you're hurt. So, but Chocolate, um, you know,
Yes.
you are kind of an exception. Nobody f's with you, and if they do, they find out. We know that. But what I will
They'll
say
try.
is, and I'll name names, but
Oh wow.
it wouldn't be fair. But no, I've seen women who weren't equipped, who were just kind of up here on a hamp panel. They want to be all demure. They
They're
just
what they
want to
get.
seem cute. They're not ready to do battle. You can be cute and, you'll wipe the blood off. You'll still look cute. But many of these young black ladies are not that equipped against some of
No.
these old YNs. I,
And
I've
it's
I've
so
seen it.
easy to do with a little
Right.
preparation. God, it's
Mhm.
so easy.
That's
It
it.
is,
You're
but
right. Also, too, with the panels, what I've noticed is that regardless of what I do, if I come in and I'm speaking to you respectfully, or I come in just doing the basics, I have, like the other night, and I'm naming names. And so we're over there having fun. I was over at Bob's, and we were talking about the story I was telling you earlier, like what we doing. That was my reason for being there. Here comes Santa. I know that you guys are familiar with Fanta. And this is like the fifth time he's tried to come for me, say very
no, is it
derogatory
Vanta the
things.
Somali guy?
Yeah, and I call him
Oh my
Fanta because
lord,
I
really?
refuse.
Oh, tell
Yeah.
me
Fanta.
this story.
So the just last night, it was Skywalker, me, Marv, Nate came up later, Mikey, and then here comes Fanta. So he gonna come up, he gonna ask, um, can he say these particular things? And he goes into this diatribe of, oh, Chocolate, I apologize for how I have behaved, and I really da 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 da. And I said, he said, will you accept my apology and will you forgive me? And I said, no. I said, one, because the apology, it may sound sincere, but we'll see how long. And I had to agree with Skywalker. He said, until he do it again. I said, exactly. So why would I accept your apology? And not even an hour later, this man was calling me out my name. I mean, he just went out the window. And that's because, let me tell y'all what I did. When we were talking about the book, Nay said she wanted him in, like I asked her, I said, do you want to have him in the book? And she's like, oh yeah, he could be da 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 da. I said, well, if he is in the book, he's going to be unalived in the third chapter. He will not make it through the book. No matter what y'all say, he's not going to make it. So then he got mad because I wasn't including him. Like, why are you talking to me? So then he goes into the cussing and yelling. And like I told him, I said, you're a coward. You're a coward and you're a weak man. I said, because you got so much smoke for a woman because you think somewhere that you're better than me. But I'm gonna tell you something. I get up on camera. I'm the same person if you saw me in the street, I said I try to be right by people, and I try to be the best human I can be. I said, unlike yourself, who's a fat slob, you up here talking about women, you up here talking about me, and he comes from me
Okay,
directly.
hold on one sec. Put a pin right there.
And there you
Do
go.
you think that was an effective argument against someone like, or with like a dialogue? But let's just do argument against, because I know Vanta fairly well. Do you think you were making headway?
No, I wasn't trying to make headway.
Okay, well, no. Don't get defensive, because
I'm not.
I know you're right, but it's going to come down, and it's a very weird military thing. Dude, you are lobbing grenades at a brick wall. You'll get some chips, but basically his boys, his people in the chat, honestly, and chocolate, please. I'm your elder. Just consider me the
Why
dude.
are you getting the shield?
Just
Why
consider
are
me
you
the
getting
old.
the
Just
police
consider
shield
me
right
the
now?
old man on that Muppet show. Me and my old buddy are
What you
just
trying to
making jokes.
do? What you trying to
Does
do?
she
Go
really
ahead.
think? Does she really think that big brick wall? She's just chipping. That brick wall's gonna stand. You're wasting your time with someone like Vanta because he's literally a moron. And
Well,
now, please, ma'am, you are my friend. I love you dearly. But
okay, I'm
dude,
scared.
you need to take your precious wit and your precious energy, and Vanta's a lost cause. He literally is a waste of your precious time. That's my opinion, though. So please
No,
continue.
I'm not.
Simon, wait in the back. I'll be right back. Please continue, ma'am.
Yes. So I allowed him to go into a tirade. Like I stopped talking because I said, I've said what I had to say. I'm done. He goes on and on and on and on until he get kicked off the stage. Hey, yo, I don't have to do anything to you. I don't. All I have to do is exist, and you are bothered by me. I had this man. See, this isn't the first time. This is like him and American Man came for me on the channel, just being disgusting. And I left and I said, I'm not coming back. Not for a while. I just was like, nah, because I was like, I only go over there. I say like, hi, nay, and I'm out. Then they got another minion to say to me that I hide behind being a woman. Huh? What kind of idiotic? Anyway, he was in the chat talking trash, but like I said, I'm gonna be honest with you though.
Well,
Unfortunately,
can I also say this? I
yes.
mansplained. Now I understand. I mansplained. But let me also say this.
Yeah.
Hiding behind a woman, that's clever. That's strategy. Let him
Well,
let him look at that face and go, I'm hiding behind. No, I mansplained. My apologies. My bad. I'm conceding your strategy is better than I could come up with.
Because I want you to wild out. I want you to do it, especially if you're bothered by me like that, you're giving me ammunition.
Well, you know why they get bothered by you, right?
Don't really, honestly, don't. Like it's not doing anything. Like
have you ever looked in a mirror, ma'am?
Stop it, Stanley. You know
objectively. Yeah, you can make a bloke or two kind of like, oh shit.
Don't make me blush.
And then hide. Hey, blush away. and then hiding behind it. Ooh, I'm just little old me.
I am.
That's like
That's it.
a
I hide
thousand
behind being a
cuts.
woman.
It's like
Yeah.
I cut you. Now I'm Florence Nightingale. I like that.
Mm.
I
Gotta be
will cut
versatile.
you. I will cut you, and now I'm gonna bind your wounds. Now go away.
Yes. Leave me be. That's the end of my story.
Let's welcome Mr. Hectic.
Yo,
What's up?
that's cool. I mean, your conversation will be cool. I mean, I always really appreciate you.
Are you here to culture correct this conversation, sir?
No, not at all. I mean, like, I don't think culture could be corrected because most of the time
No, it's a joke, Simon.
I know, but you didn't even let me finish. So it's just like I think
Oh,
you didn't even like let me finish. So it's just like, look, I think most of the time you're talking shit. Like you're talking some white
oh,
man.
really? Well,
And
let's put you on
now
center stage.
you want to do that shit? You're talking some white man shit. Like at the end of the day, like you don't even know where your language
Well,
came from.
Mr. Hectic,
Like, now hold
it
up, nigga.
sounds like
Like,
a
hold up, nigga.
rather
All right, you
Mr.
want
Ooh, whoa.
yo.
We don't use N words
All right,
on
I
my panel.
apologize, sir. I apologize, sir.
Okay, well,
Master,
it seems a rather
master.
personal. Hey,
Listen,
it seems a rather personal
listen.
and
I undo this.
energetic attack.
Look, I undo
It
that shit.
seems a rather personal and energetic attack directed towards the Stanley in the Stanley versus the World. So you get a little bit of center stage time, Natasha, MOT, Chocolate. Let's let Mr. Hectic
All right,
get his case
look.
out.
No, ain't that. Like, you can take it as you want. You know what I'm saying? But at the end of the day, like, you want to do some political shit, so it's cool. And I'm with that. You know what I mean? But I mean, you need to really understand what the fuck that is. You know what I'm saying? Ain't about you. You know what I'm saying? We've been doing this quid pro quo shit from way back in the day. You know what I'm saying? I don't give a fuck about chocolate either. Chocolate could go and sit my fucking like.
Whoa. Here's where I'm gonna unhitch the horse from the cart.
Right here, stop that shit.
Okay. What we're gonna do, Mr. Hectic, if you want to address chocolate, then you need to you are supposedly a lawyer. Make your case, but dude, be productive when you do it. Don't come up here and be all klutzy. Remember where you are. We don't use slurs up here. And yeah, I'm a little loopy, had a couple Guinness stouts, but dude, there is decorum. Use it.
Yo, bruh, I get that. You know what I mean? Like, no,
Well, then you better get it. You better get it quickly, concisely,
so,
and
you know,
use
let me tell
the
you
rules.
something. Let me tell you
Oh,
something,
here he's gonna tell me something.
Let me tell you something, Stanley.
Something.
You're my granddad, and you know that.
No, and
So
not at
stop
this
with that.
point. I'm
Stop
gonna
with that.
disown you. I'm gonna
Yeah,
disown you.
I know.
Yeah, take that shit back to the estate, son. This is your granddad's house. Motherfucker, this is not Craig, what's his name?
I don't
Craig
appreciate
something
my
or another.
I don't appreciate my grandfather turning
This
around
is
saying
not
like,
RLM. This
well,
is not
Tommy,
art.
Tommy,
Okay. I don't want to be talked over. This is not RLM. This is not John Galt. This is not Nightish. This is not wherever that fucking faux Benetton, like, but we got hoods on, the hoods fucking all match because they're different colors. This is Stanley versus the world, bitch. You know how to act. Act like you know how to act. Simon, I don't have that kind of patience tonight. You're ruining the vibe.
Well, you
I will
raised
not
me.
hesitate.
You
I
raised
will
you
not.
raised me.
Okay. I will not hesitate to treat you like Clifford Moore. That motherfucker is a horrible, unpleasant person to be around. You're getting close.
Well, you raised me, so that's on your bang. You know what I'm saying? You did that shit, not me.
I'm sorry. I did that shit to whom?
You did that shit to me. You know what I'm saying? You raised me, nigga.
Oh,
What the hell are you talking about?
wait, hold it. Hold on. So you're blaming me for your
You
awfulness?
did that shit. I was raised.
Okay. Dude, this is a
Could I have
transference of a different. I don't even know where to go. Let me
may I
let
ask a
I need,
question?
you know what? All of a sudden I need help. This is
Let's ask a question. Oh, is he gone?
yes. Oh, he's gonna be back. I don't know where to
Hey,
go.
well, I'm gonna take over real quick. Hey, what I do to you? Why am I catching strays, Simon?
You talking to me?
You're the only Simon here, babe.
You showed me your pussy. I don't know what the fuck you are.
I never did that, and you're lying. That's
Ooh boy.
disgusting.
What?
That you would lie on me like that. Show me the picture.
Okay.
Show me the picture I sent you.
I ain't
Please,
gonna
no,
show.
put it, post it.
Well, no,
Post that on
now
your community
yeah,
wall. Not here,
Ms.
not here.
Chocolate.
I'm gonna
Now,
be getting
Miss
mad
Chocolate,
about
I don't doubt you for a minute. Should I just put you two up,
That's
up
fine,
on the screen?
yes.
No,
Let's
no,
go.
no, no, no. Your choice, dude, ma'am, your choice.
it. It's like some outcast shit.
I'm following your lead here. I know you've
Okay.
done nothing wrong, but I'll know what this weirdo will do.
That's pretty much it. I just would like to know, why did you say I don't give a
All right.
fuck
So
about
how much should I pay you to do that?
Oh, okay.
what y'all talking about?
Let me just say this. I'm on chocolate side. I think that this has gotten out of my control, and Natasha
Unfortunately.
is right to leave. I might have to leave myself.
I'm ready to bump.
Natasha, hold on one sec. Natasha is literally a wonderful woman. Her family's lucky that she exists and they get to see her day to day. So, love to
Yo,
Natasha.
let me say something before like I
You
leave,
better say it
okay?
real quick.
Chocolate is a beautiful woman, okay?
Who
And
cares about any of that? Get to the point,
all
sir.
right, look, okay, if you don't want me to, I won't. Okay?
Oh, no, no,
She
no,
is a
no. I
beautiful
said
woman.
get to the point. I want you to get to the point.
She is a beautiful woman.
Mike, I'll flush you quickly if you interfere. Let's all say hey to Mike, but Mike, stay muted
Hi, Mike.
until I'm ready for you.
And like, she was going through some hardship, but ain't nothing to do with me. And like at the end of the day, like we just connected. And that's what it was. But you can't deny the fact that that shit went down.
I can't deny the fact what went down?
Oh, you
What
want to do
happened
that?
between us? I can do it because I have the receipt, Simon. I've never sent you any nude pics. I've never sent you any love letters. I've never sent you any texts. I've never even said to you, "Oh, I want to be with you forever." Shall I remind you that you said that you was trying to help me with my business, and then behind the scenes, you're gonna tell me the only way we could do business is if I married you. Then I come back and I find out, Simon, that you are around here on panels telling people you slept with me, and you have no proof. But I know people want to believe that. So I just want to know. That's all you got to answer
I
is,
love
why are
you.
you
I love you. Don't worry
running
about
straight
it.
from you when I haven't
Don't
done
worry
anything?
about it. Oh, okay. So, listen, are you okay?
All right. Well, this is where this is going to go. Once again, people want to prevaricate, they want to wander away. And chocolate, I'm putting you in the back. Not, No. I just need to get organized in my head because I'm going to go a place. Chocolate, I instinctively know you're right. If a motherfucker, if they, and I should say the N word, I should take privilege as the host. If this mofo had proof, he'd have done it years
Hello,
ago.
let them everywhere.
I know you're right, but I want to give the appearance of fairness.
Okay.
But I am
You got
biased. I am biased towards you. Let us not get this, but
I don't have a
it's
doubt.
gonna be
You can put me in the back.
it's gonna be faux fair.
Okay,
Just give
let's
me
go.
a second. Because I'm gonna tell Simon, and he supposedly is a lawyer, and motherfucker, you don't have to be a super genius to be a goddamn lawyer. Dude, present your case. We're not going to stray. I'm going to hold you to your argument. Produce the evidence or fucking shut the fuck up. I am bored with the story. But just, ma'am, just a second. And yeah, I'm simping, folks. If she is my darling. I just want to do faux fair. Mike, say hello, and then we'll get back to you. Just acknowledge you're alive. Good. Any thoughts, oh wise man MOT? I'm sorry, you're a little low.
No, I'm sorry. I'm gonna push my microphone away. I have something for you to play.
Okay, just put it in the back. Is it relevant?
Yes, it is.
Okay, good.
Whenever you
Put
have
it
these
in the back.
individuals come up, you have to play this before they talk, and you have to play this after they speak.
You know what? I'd rather hear my own voice chastising their lack of continuity and logic, but I put it in the back. Let's play it before.
Yes, play it before.
Oops, my bad.
Real home, a supervised home, right in the neighborhood where they belong. Being retarded never stopped anyone from being a good neighbor.
Yeah. All right. Well, Chocolate, you're back. Mr. Hectic, I advise you to be extremely direct. I don't have the kind of patience. If I want to hear fluff and little girly frilly bullshit, we can go back to hearing Universal and his thoughts.
Yeah, you know
You're back, Universal.
All right, so
Short and succinct.
the funny thing is like,
Okay, I don't need a narrative. Give us the pictures. Give us the proof. We don't need the narrative.
if you're gonna have a channel that's actually
Yes, it is. Don't tell me how to do my channel, sir.
Oh, why you getting mad?
I am literally not interested in your YouTube ontology. Your YouTube ethos is not mine.
All this filibustering, man. Just get to the point, bro.
Get to the goddamn point.
Here, I can go in the back so he can.
No, Chocolate stay there. This ain't nothing to do with you. This nigga is wild, and I didn't.
I'm sorry. Did you just use the? You know what? If I'm
just trying to get
when
the answer.
when I get monetized, when my show grows up, there's gonna be an N-word jar. Mr. Hectic, you are in one of the most racist places on earth, in London, but you want to come all the way over here and use the N-word. Please cover your ears, panel. Motherfucker, this is not art. This is not Nightish. This is not John Galt. This is not Bob's. This is Stanley goddamn versus the world. And we don't use the N word here, bitch. Use it again, and you're gone. Lawyer hectic. Adhere by the rules. You have 0 chances. Fuck up again, and you're gone.
So, what I got from that is that you're kind of jealous, right?
Of you?
Yeah, you're kind of mad because
Yeah, of course you're going to not get to the point.
No, I get to the point.
How did you ever come to the idea that Chocolate was your woman? That's all we need to know, bitch.
Why am I going to tell you
I
that?
would.
That's not to do
Okay,
with you.
then if you can't tell me that, you have no purpose here.
Look. Okay, look. Let's do this, okay?
No, let's
do what?
You answer my question. Chocolate, did you
Stanley?
ever feel like there was any obligation to Simon Hectic in any way other than him just okay?
No.
Well, the answer is no, Simon. This is your one brief
But I want,
opportunity.
if you don't mind,
No,
I would
you go
love
right
you-
ahead now.
I would just love to hear this. I do need to know why. Because you say
Okay.
it doesn't have to do with me, but the strongest thing you say is blah, 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 blah. I just want to know that. If you can give him that, I'm cool after that.
All right. It's all on you there, Lawyer Hectic.
No, I don't. Firstly, I don't know why you are concerned because this is me and her.
You're on my goddamn panel, and so is Chocolate.
All
That's
right,
how
and
it became
I
my
get that shit.
concern.
So,
You are blithering, blathering
no, you
bullshit.
need to tell me the rules.
Your time. It is 9:49. I'm sorry, 21:49 Eastern Time here on the Atlantic coast of the United States. What the fuck time is it there? What, 1, 2 o'clock there? So you see fit to be with us at a decent time on a Friday night. You are drunk as a scalorious schlunk. I'm sorry I had to fit in a little Dr. Seuss there. You scalorious schlunk. What is your claim to this insanely beautiful and supremely smart black woman? What is your claim to her, Lawyer Hectic?
You know, like you're kind of slick with your
No, motherfucker, I don't know. That's why I'm
No,
asking you.
You're kind of slick.
Okay,
with your word.
bitch, you really think this motherfucker still thinks I'm Angry Man? I don't give a fuck about you new bitch. Answer the question. Dude, I'm gonna abuse you, Simon. I am going to make a mockery of your intelligence if you keep pissing me off. Answer the goddamn question, black man.
Okay, look, I'll answer based on the fact that
Motherfucker, this isn't
hold
like
up.
no, bitch. You keep acting like there's a choice, like you have a choice. Answer the question or self-deport.
Look, it don't sound.
Your option is to self-deport. I'm losing motherfucker. Honestly, in panelists, I'm not a praying man, but motherfucker, I'm gonna pray right now because I like Simon. He's a good guy. Have known him for years, but I'm losing goddamn patience. Somebody go, Lord, today. Answer the goddamn question or self-deport, Simon. Simon, you're making a fool of yourself.
Yeah, you're just choosing to like help me off when you want. That's your channel, okay?
Thank you for acknowledging it's my
No,
channel. I shall run it the way I think my channel should be run. Clue Studio, come on up, man. Come on up. You might have to substitute for I'm trying to squeeze. Why the fuck are you even up at this time of the night in London, Simon? let me just one more chance at Simon. Self goddamn deport, Simon. Save yourself. A black man. Save your pride, bitch.
you think it's a funny thing?
I don't think. I don't do that Cockney London bullshit to try and be down with people like Craig and all these motherfucking other fucking low class white people. I don't think I goddamn think because I'm a black American man, bitch. I don't care that my little low class white friends from the goddamn estates, I don't need to be cool with them. Bitch, you insulted a black woman on my goddamn panel. I'm just going to be meaner. Self-deport, bitch. You're disappointing me.
You can't even fucking speak right. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, motherfucker. Rightly or right? Simon, I'm starting to think you were emasculated. You sound emasculated, sir. Yeah, you just want to fight for fighting's sake. I'm gonna let you be up here like the little. Okay, bitch. You're not used to being around real black American males. You're around motherfuckers like Nightish, NCM, and all these motherfuckers who give you the time of day. Stanley versus the world, when people come up here, they are real black people. They literally grew up in a culture that is intrinsically racist, and we have learned how to cope. And it's just how it is. We laugh at little weaklings like your British ass. Simon, I know you're tough. Stop trying to please your little London buddies. Motherfucker, you're among real black people on this panel. Son, self-deport. You're embarrassing yourself. This is your last warning because
Is he still
yes,
back
ma'am.
here?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Yeah, he's
Just
here, let us put it back
give
up.
me 2 minutes.
Now, hey, ma'am, stop trying to mollycoddle this little boy.
Like really, like you're weird. Like yo, you can't turn around
Well,
and tell
it's
me
not about me. I'm sorry, we can't hear you. You're really low. But I do want to say this to you.
I'm
If it's
being
not
low
about
on
me,
purpose because this nigga want all the
then
attention.
why did you say that about me just now? What have I done to you to say the things that you said, and you know that they're not true? But
It's
you
your
know
bet.
people out here in the space is looking for anything on me because they're gonna ooh. So I'm letting you have it. I'm the reason you're still up here, Simon. So you can answer my question.
Yeah, I just saying you're a bitch. You're a bitch. I can't do nothing about that. It's not to do with me.
You're a bitch.
You heard that?
All right, I'm done. Simon, self-deport.
Yeah, me too.
We're done with that. You can't just call someone a bitch because you feel they're a bitch. Simon, sober up, son. It's sun will be up. And Werewolves of London. Dude, go eat something. Go eat some fucking blood pudding or something. We're done for the night, Simon. Clue, hit the goddamn link. Why aren't you up here? Let me send. Is it okay if I bring Clue Studio up?
Of course. Yeah, sure.
All right. Let's talk to some real black people. Simon, stop. The Coke
Stop.
isn't working.
The Coke isn't working.
And the echo is mine, I know.
It was mine.
No, I will say this. You know what's funny to me is that you can boldly say some craziness, but when you're called out on it, now you a church mouse? That's coward behavior. And yes, I'm calling it out. It's just it doesn't make sense. And I'm gonna say this, Stanley, excuse my French real quick. The only reason that you calling me a bitch is because you never got close to it. You didn't even get to smell it. You don't know nothing about me.
Oh god damn.
You're
Oh, God damn.
Thank you.
Hey,
That's it.
excuse me, can I interrupt for a second?
Mike, if that is your echo, you better tame it.
Well, shit, I asked the question, man. I'm just here to interrupt for a few minutes, and I don't know the fella that was just on talking to this lady like that, but Miss
Oh,
Chocolate,
that's Simon Hectic.
well, shut up. Listen, listen,
Whoa,
Stanley,
whoa, whoa.
I
What
apologize.
did you just tell
What's
me to
going
do?
on, man?
No, I
Let's make
apologize,
this
Stanley, but just listen, man.
this interesting. Care to repeat what you just said?
Well, I said shut up.
Okay, bitch. You know better than this, Mike. See, Mike wants to be the new Simon Hectic. Dude,
And, you know,
don't be
may want to
the
play.
Black Raggedy Andy.
No, you may want to
Well,
play
hey,
the
Stanley, I made a mistake,
play the
man.
video.
I owned up to it. I made a mistake. Just let me give me 2 minutes, and I'm done. I'll mute back up. I've been quiet a long time, but I want to in regards to the topic here, you know, and I don't rock with Miss Chocolate on everything she say, but I gotta stand up
Wait,
for it
did you
tonight.
just say you don't erect?
But I gotta stand up
Oh
for
my
it
God.
tonight.
Wait,
Stanley,
hold it.
your
What
mind is
does that
somewhere
even
gone,
mean?
G.
You don't erect?
Stanley, your mind
Now,
is somewhere
it's a
gone.
little racy.
I don't want to talk
cover your
to
ears,
Miss
Chocolate.
Chocolate, but this is the issue. Well, I took from the conversation I heard.
Oh
I
my
think
Lord.
pimp. Well, I can't even call him a pimp. I think he tried, and like she said, he didn't even get close to it. And you know, these people gonna get up here and lie to you, Stanley. I believe the lady on this. I don't rock with her a lot. I believe Miss Chocolate on this, and I'm here to stand up for her. You know, you can let him back up, and I have a debate with him if that's what you want. No, I'm here to stand up for Miss Chocolate because Stanley, you're goofy, and I'm about to shut up. But you're goofy. You let this man sit up here and disrespect this lady.
Okay,
MOT, you're
bitch.
goofy.
Is that your statement?
Well, I'm back.
Okay, enough. I've known Simon literally for years. I've known him since the John Galt days. Clue, I've known for years since the John Galt days. People that I've known for a while do get a bit of carte blanche. So that's the excuse. I gave Simon his chances, and Simon just wants to play word games. And you know, he had his chance. Simon is, I wouldn't say a day one, but I've known him for a while. He gets latitude. Not with Chocolate though. But you know, he had his chance.
Hey, Stanley, that's fair. No, I get what you're saying.
Yeah, motherfucker. I don't need you
But I was
to
just speaking my
understand.
opinion.
Okay. Once again, I didn't ask you if it was fair. I don't really care about your opinion. I do what I want to do. He has latitude as much as I could give him, and then I'm done. Thank you for that. How you been, Mike? We're gonna change the topic. I don't even care what you think about this stuff. Tell us about how you've been this week, sir.
Understood. Getting to the money, and Mike been doing just fine, like always.
Good.
Nothing changed. But
Excellent.
MOT, I gotta tell you, you're a fraud. You know, I gotta
Okay,
tell you.
we're not gonna go
Well,
with the
let me
MOT
address the
bashing.
man.
Okay, bitch, how's your life before you start in criticizing someone else?
I know
What
he wants
what
me to
is the
have a hard
biggest?
life.
Yeah. But you know what? Let me challenge this young man a little bit. What's the biggest accomplishment you've had this week, Mike? I'm gonna sound so weak, but let's do game show.
Let's do
What is
game
your
show.
biggest
What is
accomplishment?
your biggest
What is your
accomplishment
biggest accomplishment this week, big
this
dog?
week?
Hey, I gained 2 new contracts. Gained 2 new contracts. You know, whether you think I'm lying or not, I got the proof in the book.
Oh, I don't give a
Proof in the
fuck
book.
whether you're lying. I just
But I
asked you a
was just
question.
really trying to compliment MOT on something he said earlier, but you know, you took it, even though I don't rock with him either. But you, Stanley, you just beat around the bush. You won't let me speak it.
Motherfucker. Okay, let me help you out, Mike. I need Mike. Let's go back to the fundamentals. What is the name of this show? Not the title, the name of
Well,
the show.
the show it got a weird title. I respect where it came from because I was
Okay, bitch. I just said never mind the title. What is the name of the show? Now, I know a kindergartner like you needs a little help. It's Stanley versus what?
the world versus Stanley.
Yeah, bitch. Don't be the world.
I am the world versus
I
Stanley.
am very.
But MOT, you know, I'm gonna be real quick and I'm gonna let y'all get back to what y'all
Motherfucker,
talking.
it's Mr. MOT at this
Well,
point.
now you got me fucked up, Stanley. I don't know what
I don't
universe you
care.
living in.
Yeah, I don't care.
You living in some universe, you know.
No, I heard Maya Angelou
But
today.
Miss Chocolate, you
He's
know,
your
that's
elder.
sad. They did you like that. You know, they didn't stand up for you. I didn't hear neither one of these individuals stand up for you.
Motherfucker, who do you stand up for?
Well, I stand up
She can
for the
stand
lady,
up
and I
for
don't think she
herself.
lying in this.
She acquitted herself.
I
She
stand up for the
actually
lady.
asked the questions that she needed to ask. She asked for proof. He didn't provide
Hey,
it.
MOT,
He didn't
were
give
you
it 7
granted to
times.
speak or what?
Oh, I'm
What?
sorry.
Were you
What?
granted to
Okay, who's
Brandon?
gonna
Well,
grant?
on that note,
Whoa. Let me deal with this little. Who's gonna
well, I'm getting
grant
ready to go.
him?
Yeah, I
No.
mean,
Yeah.
you know, these
You know
clearly
what?
unsupervised,
Who's gonna
unfathered
No, not
grant
individuals,
just
man,
him
just
permission?
jump up.
This motherfucker acts like he's grant you, dude.
I'm sorry. Excuse me, Stanley. Wait, give me
Oh,
just a
dude.
second. I'm
Yes, ma'am.
gonna go because I'm getting ready for my show. So I'm
okay?
Okay.
Miss
Hold
What
it.
are you
it's,
talking about?
what am I
Yeah,
talking about
Mike.
tonight?
Yeah, go ahead. Talk about your show.
Well, tonight is Friday night read, so I am reading from the novellas I'm writing, and then we're going to talk about AI and adult entertainment.
Okay.
Okay, cool.
Pretty, yeah. And how? Oh, and the business of it, like you can do like white label. Y'all know that white labeling, like drop, you know. So yeah, it'll be interesting tonight. I've done a lot of research. I'm excited. So let me get on. I'm gonna get out of here. Thank you guys. Thank you, Stan.
All
Like
right.
always. Always.
All right, cool. All right, have a nice one.
All right. Bye.
So she, have a good night. So she ran Stanley, and he might have been telling the truth. You know, we just never know.
What?
He might have been telling the truth, Stanley. You know, it's sad. We'll never know.
Why does it matter if he couldn't prove his point?
All we can do is speculate. He proved it to his best of his ability. Whether you
Yeah,
like it or not, that's
I
on
mean, the
you.
best of his ability was not providing any
But
proof.
but MOT, whether you like it or not, that's a you problem. You know, you can't
Oh,
fault
okay.
him
Okay.
for that.
Okay. All right.
You can't fault him for because we'll never know. All we doing is speculating right now. We're
I know, and he
speculating
could
off
have
of
put
a
the
conversation.
speculation to the end by actually providing proof.
We're speculating to a conversation that we will
He
never have
had
any
the
clue to the
ultimate
facts with.
ability to shut
You
down
know.
speculation, and he
So
chose not to.
what I'm here to tell you, MOT, is that you gotta pipe it down, son, fella.
I have no idea what you mean by pipe it down, son.
Stanley, you have a mute button, don't you? When you cough like that, put that cigarette down. He's smoking on a Virginia Slim. You know anything about the Virginia Slim, Stan?
Now I
Is it
still
yellow
have some
still?
residual bronchitis stuff, but let me tell you something. I feel like 1,000% better than I did a week ago. There's a
Well, that's good,
Saturday
but you're
show,
not going to
and let
negate the
me
fact
let
that he
me
could have been
also
telling
say
the truth,
this:
Stanley, and you put
having
him down. You
my
put him down
darling Natasha,
because you
my
stood up.
darling. Okay, bitch, you're talking when I'm talking. That's not tolerated. Dirty doctor's appointments are scheduled. However, um,
Shit, it seemed like they had something going on.
sorry.
At least seemed like they had something going on. I guess
Nah, they
But
didn't. No, they didn't.
how do you know?
Let me tell you
How do
Because they
you
something.
know
prove his
for a
point.
fact?
And since little tiny dude, I know you
Were
wanna
you
yap
there,
yap.
Stanley? Were you there?
I know you wanna yap yap like a little Jack Russell Terrier you seem to be sometimes on the weekend. And I love Jack Russell Terriers. They're so tough and cute, and they want to go after the little rodents. But dude, motherfucker, you're not a German Shepherd. Appreciate who you are, Jack Russell Terrier, and shut the fuck up. Yap yapping. You need to sit. You need to obey. And yes, I know I'm being offensive. I just want to see your reaction.
Well, no, Stanley. See,
Sit, Ubu,
that's
sit.
where you got me messed up, Stanley. Allow me to speak for a second here too.
Oh, it better be real quick.
So that's where you got me fucked up. You think?
Oh, motherfucker. See, this is the other thing. Dude, you're going to allow. God damn it. Do you know the nerd? Dude, if I walk across a nerd scale, they're going to they're going to go, oh, we've never seen nerd scale. Dude, I'm the nerdiest son of a bitch you'll ever meet. The fuck is wrong with you? How is some 61-year-old nerd who would rather read a book, motherfucker, allowing me to fuck you up? You got some work to do there, Ricky.
Hey, that is true. We all got work to do.
Oh, motherfucker, you more than most.
But don't make.
Okay, bitch. Have you ever seen me on a goddamn camera? Dude, I read books. Bitch, singing me muse through me tell the story of a man in all ways of contending. I read the opening lines of the Odyssey, motherfucker, in Latin, translated it first day of my first year of high school, and I still remember it. Bitch, I'm the nerd of nerds, and I fucked you up. You're not cool. If Stanley's fucking you up just because you're on his panel and you don't know, I'm sorry, I don't speak AAVE to your level.
Well, hey, Stanley, all you said
No,
is true.
motherfucker, don't hate me.
All you said is
Describe
true.
how uncomfortable Nerd Stanley makes you feel. You're the weird one.
Okay, I accept that.
Yeah, bitch. Then shut the fuck up and accept it. And that's that. God Damn, dude. Stop whining like a little Jack Russell your daddy raised you to be.
Well, I'm saying you read a book, someone
I
else's
don't
opinion.
care what you're saying.
Someone
Get it through your goddamn head. I don't care.
You're praising yourself over someone
Yeah,
else's opinion.
bitch. That's what all the other, please forgive me, MOT. That's what all the other niggas do on their panels. I'm going to praise myself. Shut the fuck up. I can't praise myself.
You're praising a book, someone else's opinion.
Bitch, the book was written by a black man.
So if they're not white, you're not going to talk to it.
Oh, look at you. Oh, they're not white.
You're a racist.
Dude, you are so goddamn weak. You know what? Did you just call me a racist? I think you need to self-deport, son. That's the best you can do. That's from the John Galt playbook.
Well, it's not a playbook. It's the
If
truth.
you praise a black man or you're
You said
pro-black,
it.
ooh,
You said it.
my daddy, who's still alive, by the way, wrote the book. I'm my daddy's son. Ooh, but what about the white man? Dude, you are a reflexive coon. Motherfucker, stay down, you fucking dumb son of a bitch. Stay down, Mike. Don't come back. God damn, this dude is a weirdo. So let's see. Oh, wait, hold it. Apparently, oh my lord,
Where they belong. Being retarded never stopped anyone from being a good.
All right, well, let's go back. Oh, wait, hold it. The Universal Jones. I am too old, but I want to see some silly young women be silly on a panel show. It's still going on. It's still live. God damn. Universal Jones is another weirdo. Yes, sir.
Hey, I apologize, Stanley. I hit the wrong
Motherfucker,
button.
stop apologizing.
No, I'm saying I hit the
Shut
wrong
the
button.
fuck up and do more listening.
You know, but I'm here to say, Stanley, just allow me a couple of minutes. I'll make it brief and concise how you quote unquote operate, but I'll try to be as brief as I can. So my issue is, Stanley, how would you know that these individuals didn't one of them got to be lying. Unless you were there.
Okay, I'm thoroughly confused.
I'm speaking on the topic and you're not going to change it.
Okay. I will interrupt you in the middle of your sentence if it doesn't make sense.
You know, it's sad. Then you got MOT. Then you got MOT up here acting like he just the big bad boogie wolf.
Who are you talking about?
Well, I'm talking about Chocolate and then the internet lawyer dude.
Chocolate is long gone.
Okay, and I'm still on that. Because you didn't allow me to speak.
Okay, I recommend you move on.
You didn't. Well, I recommend I speak on that topic. That's what I came in on.
I'm sorry. Did you just recommend something?
I did.
You recommended something on a show that's not yours?
That is correct. I did ask you. I recommend to speak on that topic.
Guess what, bitch? You know what? It is 2216, and whilst I'm thinking about it, support the show by supporting the host. Sovereign Beer Fund. I could use another 6-pack of Guinness Stout. Let's see. Is me listening to this mealy-mouthed, meandering, misogynistic moron worth a 6-pack of Guinness Stout? Let's see. The Crawl has my Cash App and all this stuff. And I rarely just go, hey, y'all, But I'm gonna prostrate myself. If I have to listen to this motherfucking moron go on and on about something I'm not particularly interested in, someone make it worth my while. Please. Jesus Christ. Just get me some stout so I can pretend to be interested. Okay, let's let him up.
Hey, would you allow me? Do you want me to support? All you gotta do is ask me for a couple of
I
dollars. I'll
at
give you
this
a couple of
point
dollars.
I don't want you to
I'll
support.
give you a couple of
I
dollars.
want
Get your
someone
quesadilla.
other than you to support.
I'll give you a few dollars to
Just
get your
let it
quesadilla.
go,
How
motherfucker.
much is your Uber delivery fee?
I have no clue, but
Well, Google it real quick
I
and or
think
get on
you
your
are
app and
a
see how much it
bell.
costs, and Mike can send it to
I
you.
think you're a bellwether.
Mike can send it to you.
I look, I haven't seen Mooncakes in quite some time. She's a buxom woman. I didn't know she was this cute. Been a while. I don't think I've ever
Well,
seen her in her wild state. She is not ugly.
hey, look here,
I do
motherfucker.
think I'm sorry. Let
No,
real men,
I'm
let
gonna talk
real
about.
men, let
You're
real
not a
men.
man. You're a lady.
I'm sorry. What? Dude,
You're a lady. You're not a
have
man.
you ever, dude, have you ever seen Chocolate Earth? That's a woman. She's not a lady. She is a woman. She is a lady. She is absolutely beautiful. And people like you and motherfucking weirdo from across the pond, Hectic, the fuck is it with you idiots who
Well,
just,
nobody trying to get with these ladies but you.
oh, motherfucker, dude, they're
You too
wonderful.
old. You gotta accept it. You too old.
Okay, this is what little motherfucking pussy hounds. Pussy hounds used to exist when you were 18 and you've never had pussy before. But once you had pussy several times by the time, dude, I'm 61. I've had pussy you would only dream of, little boy. I don't need pussy every minute of every day. Dude, I've had pussy that you would dream of. I've had pussy who spoke Scandinavian and taught me motherfucking Swedish just to turn them on to get their pussy. You have no clue what the fuck you're talking about. You don't know me. You just know me as some nerd on a show, but motherfucker, dude, you could only wish. What you need to do is get out of your own way. YN, you can flourish, but you're your own impediment. See, more impediment. Motherfucker, no woman wants to date a goddamn pot smoking felon. The YNs on YouTube, dude, y'all are your own roadblock. Just my opinion, though. Mooncakes, these women would be flocking to your goddamn door if you could fucking form a cogent sentence.
Hey, did you just defame my character? You call me a felon?
Yes, I defamed your character.
Did you call me a
You're
felon? That's not
I
true.
think you are just a big YN.
Okay, that's your opinion, you know. But don't defame my character and say I'm a felon. I've never been a
Motherfucker,
felon.
let me
Don't have no
defame
felon
your character
misdemeanors, no
and
traffic
call
tickets,
you.
nothing.
Okay. Apparently, he's not getting my point. I don't think you have a character, but you play one in Boys to the Hood.
Well, I'm not playing the character. I'm being me. This is me. You just
Then
don't like it.
you are
Because I
Boys
don't
in the
switch like
Hood.
you.
You're not playing a character now. You are
You mad
Boys in the
because
Hood. You are Boys in the Hood. I understand you're not playing a character. It's you.
I'm not Boys in the Hood. I'm Mike 123. And whether you like
Mike,
it or
I
not, that's
think
a you
you
problem.
are.
How much is your beer?
I think you're Mike 123. Excuse me. In
How
the
much
hood.
is the beer for you?
I have no clue. I'm just.
Let me send you a case
I
of
just
beer
want
at
to listen to a. I want to listen to my darling
you want
Tina
to listen to
and
the lady.
all
Let's
these.
be real, Stanley.
I
You want
want
to
to
listen to
listen
her
to the
because you
women
feel like
that
you're gonna get
I
her. You're
want
not gonna get
to.
nothing like that.
I want to listen to the women Universal Jones will never
Shout out to
get.
Universal Jones. I don't have
I want to hear these beautiful young ladies. You know what? They are gorgeous, all like under 30 or right around 30. I can't have them because I'm 30 years older, but I can lust. But I'm not going to lust after some woman with weird cat ears and a fucking leotard with artificial cleavage.
Hey, but lusting is a sin in the holy book. You know,
Yeah, okay, your holy book.
And I can't agree with that. You need
Bitch,
to
you
fight your
don't
feelings.
lust? You don't
Yeah, but
lust?
I'm gonna
You
let you
don't
listen
lust?
to the lady.
You
I
don't
don't.
lust?
No, Mike, don't do that.
Mike don't
And
do
that's a fact. That's a fact.
Mike don't get hot.
I'm not trying to get with none of these ladies. I take up for them when I
Dude, you
can.
are so weird.
Okay, call me what you want, but it don't change the fact that that's what I do.
Mike, I don't think you're a man.
Okay, well, that's your opinion.
No, no,
I
no.
can't,
You're a boy.
I can't believe something like that came out your mouth.
Oh, bitch. You
Because I
can't,
haven't
dude.
disrespected you.
Which woman? Let's look at these three
You a
lovely young women
motherfucking
on the screen.
transvestite, and
And yes, I'm objectifying. Which one do you think you would even have a close chance with?
listen, none of them. They're all out of my
Yeah,
country dressing
motherfucker,
like that.
because you are not a man.
Look at the way they're dressed. She got her boobs showing. She got a short top on. I don't
So
want my woman.
you would actually just go, I don't have a chance with any of them.
I'm not trying to get with them. That's the difference. I'm not
Dude,
trying to get.
you are so weak.
I don't try to get with none of these
I
ladies.
love weakness.
Okay, that's what you call it. I can. You're old. You're old YN. That's what you want to call it.
Yep, I'm an old YN.
But it don't change the fact, Stanley.
Mm-hmm.
These individuals, you probably want all three of them, but
Mm-hmm.
that's you. I can't argue with that. If you want all
Mm-hmm.
three of them, good.
Mm-hmm.
You got to do something at your old age. Your old age, you got to do something. But and Mike not here to disparage you. I want you to succeed. Get you a woman. Leave these men alone. Leave these men alone. In the holy book, Stanley, and you a fucking what they call it? What they call your kind of Catholic? It's a lot of names for y'all. What they call your Catholic? A lot of names for y'all, but it's okay. It's okay.
Anything else, Junior?
And see, this is the issue, and I'm not your fucking junior. Your junior is
I
supposed to
think
be at
you
the
are.
college, ain't he? Did he quit already? Did he back out or what?
Well, I'm right here.
Did your junior back out
No,
of the college
motherfucker,
or what?
you're the junior.
Shit,
Tell
that
me
might fucked up.
about all the
I'm gonna tell you
women
about
you
all
don't get
your
during the week.
mishaps
You
in
got a
life.
couple contracts.
Oh yeah. Oh, you want me to speak on the business, or we having a business
Yeah, motherfucker, because
segment?
you ain't getting pussy. Tell me about the business.
Oh, Mike got that on speed dial, but I only mess with one lady, and that's my Sugarfoot. I don't sleep around. I don't try
Your
to get with you.
Sugarfoot. What the
Yeah.
fuck is a Sugarfoot?
I only mess with my one Sugarfoot. I'm about to when she get off in a little bit. Got a bath already ran for her. See, Mike a romantic type of nigga. You hate it. You hate it. But that's neither here nor there because you like the butt plug, you like the butt plug or what. But you asked me the question of well, Stanley, first off, you gotta, instead of taking up for these ladies all the time, and I get it, you're a woman yourself, I get it. But instead of taking up for the ladies, hear the men now. Stop blocking the men because they have a You know, they say something you don't like. We don't know if it's true or not. It's all speculation. All speculation. One of them lying, but we can guarantee that one of them lying. You hook them up to a voice stress analysis test, polygraph. One of them lying. We can all agree on that. Or both of them could be lying, or both of them could be telling the truth. We don't know it. Speculation. You need to put that cigarette down, man. The cigarette's killing you. Them Virginia Slim.
I'm sorry. You are making me laugh. I'm laughing the phlegm out
it's
my
really sad, you know.
dude. You are curing the remnants of my bronchitis.
But Stanley, it's really sad.
You are the cure, bitch.
You know, it's really sad.
I'm laughing the phlegm out of my lungs.
See, stupid ass gotta understand,
You
Stanley,
are you are prototypical YN.
Okay, call me. What do you get out of calling people a name? I don't understand.
I get amusement. I get mocking you.
I laugh
I
at
literally get
and it's not even
enjoyment out of belittling your character and your manhood.
Well, you do belittle a lot of people. You know, they self-esteem.
Yeah, bitch, and you're one of them.
They
Thank you.
self-esteem low. You know that they're
I
afraid to push back.
literally like taking your self-esteem and shrinking it even more.
You know, Mike
They're
got high
gonna
confidence in
call
himself,
me
you know.
cruel.
I'm an alpha male.
They are literally going to go, Stanley, you're going too far.
I'm an alpha male.
If you keep up this whiny bullshit,
a lot of people
you're
are afraid
gonna
to push
get
back
them
'cause
on
they're
your
scared they're gonna
side.
get pushed down. Or
They're
pushed
gonna
back.
love you, Mike.
You know, it's
They're
sad.
gonna go, that Stanley
Mike not
is
looking
a
for the
bully.
love. I don't need your
They're
love.
gonna go, that's Stanley. He's such a bully.
I don't need your love. I don't need nobody's love. I got my love. Should be
Dude,
here in
let
about
me
an
let
hour.
me help your dumb
Be here in
ass
about an
out.
hour.
Keep playing the victim, bitch.
Well, nobody's see Stanley. You bouncing off of walls. You know you can't stay.
Oh,
grounded.
motherfucker, I'm bouncing off of your low
You
self-esteem.
can't stay grounded. You know you're
I
picking and choosing
literally
words.
am going to concentrate your point to a point to where you get sympathy.
Well, you're picking and choosing words to
You
say and bouncing
sound
off
like
the
a
wall. See what's
lonely
gonna
little
stick.
boy. An adult Stanley is just abusing me.
It's like you went out to your stable and got a
I
handful of
want to
shit,
talk about my
trying to see what's gonna
contract,
stick on the wall.
but I
You know
come
it's
up here and I'm an asshole to women, but ooh, I wasn't raised to be a gentleman. Dude, you can get sympathy out of this.
But it's
I
just
like
true, you know, whether
abusing
you like it or not.
idiots.
It's just true. You don't let that. You don't disrespect. a
I
man.
don't suffer fools gladly, especially motherfuckers like you who should know better.
You don't put that man down because you didn't agree with
I
what he
am
said.
putting you down, Mike.
Why do you
Because
have
I
a
don't
fucking
think
link
you're a
if you
man.
don't want people to
Mike,
speak?
Mike.
If it's all
I
got to
don't.
be about Stanley, you don't have a
Okay.
link.
I don't like being over. Mike, I don't think you're a man, let alone a black man. I simply don't think you're a man.
You know, you could think all day long, don't make it right or wrong. You know, you wouldn't know it. You wouldn't know unless I came up.
Oh wait, I don't give a fuck either. Did I not add that part? Dude, no one gives a fuck. You sound like an idiot. You're just some dude up on a panel.
Agree with that, man, but you let her. She could be defaming
I
this
think
individual.
Chocolate Earth
He could be defaming her. You don't know it unless you was there.
Yes. Okay, let me help you out. Chocolate Earth will always get the time of day up here. She will always have priority over you, Mike. Women will have priority over you, Mike. Get that through your very thin scalp.
Well, that's on your channel, you know.
Yeah, motherfucker. Whose channel are you on right now, bitch?
Well, I'm on the World versus Stanley, and I am the world.
You are on my channel, and I've set the order of precedence.
But it's sad, Stanley. You gotta bend the knee at one point.
Sad for whom?
Is it hard for you to kneel
Sad
down or
for
what?
whom, Mike?
Because that lady, you let her
Sad
grab him.
for whom,
She
Mike?
defamed him. You didn't let him speak.
Who is it sad for, Mike? If I like talking to Chocolate Earth more than Mike 123,
Well, I could care
are
less.
you gonna? What are you gonna call me if I prefer a beautiful woman's company to talk to on my panel versus yours? What are you gonna call me, Mike? Normal?
Simping ass nigga.
Yeah, motherfucker. Normal.
But let me be fair
But
for a second.
Stanley, you shouldn't prefer talking to Chocolate Earth. You should prefer talking to me. Dude, you're a weirdo.
Let me be fair
You
for
are
a
a
quick second.
motherfucking weirdo.
Okay.
Give me Chocolate Earth every minute of every day because I like talking to her more than your lame swinging fucking dick. You emasculated boy. I simp
And
to
see, this is
Chocolate
what's wrong
Earth.
with America.
You're just mad because I don't simp for you,
You
you
are what's wrong
weirdo.
with America.
You are a weirdo.
You teaching people to act to want to
No,
be like
I
this.
don't teach
You know,
anyone. I'm simply telling you I prefer
your people
Chocolate
want.
Earth over you.
You know, it's sad. You teaching
I
people.
prefer Chocolate Earth
Okay, we got
over
that.
Mike 123. Tell me that's abnormal.
Well, we got that. We got that.
Yeah, we got that, but I'm gonna keep on talking.
Yeah, we got that. You don't have to keep saying it. I heard you the first time.
Bitch, be gone.
So the issue is, your issue, at least in my opinion, is
Yeah,
that
my issue is I prefer
well, let
women
me talk
over
or what?
you.
You shouldn't have a fucking link. You don't want people to talk.
Bitch, self-deport.
Should say, hey, every day you put up a title of a show, it should be all ladies show, all ladies. No men, no men. Because I don't know if you was, and I don't want to be disrespectful, but I'm not trying to, but this is what I want, and I'm gonna say it. Twitching in the heels when you were younger, and you're a lady. I don't want to disrespect you, call you what I want to call you, because I respect you a little bit, but I
Hey,
think
bitch. Hey, bitch. How about be a man and tell me your thoughts?
okay, well, I know I'm gonna get banned after this, people. So if y'all the
Oh,
real ones,
motherfucker,
y'all
you
rock with
don't
me.
have enough cojones.
It is
You.
what it is. But Stanley, yeah, bitch, you wore the dresses, the kilts, and all this the school, and you was doing you're a female, and I don't know what other way to say it. Mike trying to bring you back to the man. You're a man. You're a man. You were born a man. You need to stay a man. And it ain't funny. You could choke all day long, but it ain't funny. It's just the truth. You're a man. Be a man. Do you know what being a man is, or what?
Yeah, would you like me to tell you what I think it is?
Seems like you have the female side all down packed.
Yes, I prefer them to your company, sir.
But I would like you to tell me what a man is.
Not you.
Because Mike is the alpha dog here, and sorry to hurt your feelings, but you need to pipe it down, son. I'm trying to help you. And I'm restreaming you, by the way, on my channel.
You really shouldn't be doing that.
Because
Did you
you
ask
wouldn't do it.
permission,
You
bitch?
wouldn't know that.
Did you ask permission, bitch?
Because they got some type of stuff going on now on YouTube. They're trying to back their shorts. They're trying to
Okay. Here's what's gonna happen. I'm gonna get your alpha dog brother.
I
CL.
ain't got no fuck. My fucking brother is he's
He is
living
your
his best life.
bitch twin.
My
I'm
my
gonna get
brother
him to
is living
strike
his
your
best life.
channel,
I got
bitch.
one brother and 3 sisters, and they're all living their best life.
Enough of this dumb shit. Bitch, if you're gonna restream my channel, you do me the honor of telling me where you're restreaming it, or I'll just fucking ban you from the you don't get to stream my show somewhere that I don't know. You're worse than CM if you're doing this shit. You better drop the link to your YouTube channel, or I'll just ban you both places, and that'll be that. You're worse than CM at this point. I'm not gonna brook your bullshit. You will be banned if you're streaming my shit, and I don't know where.
Well, hey, Stanley, with all due respect,
Bitch, I don't need your goddamn excuses. Tell me where, or stop streaming and go away.
I offered to buy you a case of beer.
Motherfucker, I don't care about your offer.
And I'm here.
Tell me
on the
where,
channel.
or
Why I can't
shut the
restream
fuck
myself?
up. Okay, dude, I'm not satisfied.
Why can't I restream myself?
Because you're streaming me to a place I don't know about.
But that's fine. You'll know about it when
No,
I
it's not
decide to
fine.
let you know about it.
Motherfucker, drop the goddamn link you're streaming me to, or be gone.
Why?
Okay, bitch, I have dealt with Clifford Moore, who is a motherfucking YN. Be a man. Tell me where you're streaming my content to immediately, or be banned. I don't have this kind of patience, sir.
Well, hey, I'm not going to allow you to come to my channel and disrespect people.
Enough. You're gone. Stop the streaming. Don't care about any of that bullshit. If you can't be man enough to tell me where the fuck you're streaming my content, then I've had enough of you. That's non-manly behavior. Oh, he doesn't have a channel? Oh my lord. So he's that kind of pussy? Oh wait, hold it. You don't have a channel?
On God, I have a channel. And I
Oh
got
God.
3,500
Oh God, then
subscribers
you
on my
better
channel.
tell me where the fuck
You know,
you're streaming
God
me.
could strike me down right now if I'm
Well,
lying.
fuck it.
You know, I
God
got
might,
3,500
or I will,
subscribers on my
bitch.
channel.
Where? Did you just say you're streaming my show?
I have 35.
Yes or no, bitch?
I said it, but you'll be able to see if I was. That's where your mind is. You know, you're
Yeah,
stupid.
I think you
You're
are
stupid.
you are a sissy and a vanilla sissy at that. Go to your channel and watch me from your channel. Enough, Mike. I don't have time for that sissy shit. Drop your link where you're streaming me, or just go away. You are not interesting.
Crazy. No offense. I love a black queen, but bitch, don't get here calling bitches. You black bitch. Whenever you criticize a bitch that's weird, you're a black bitch now, right? Okay, bet. So keep that same energy.
Well, I mean,
Keep that same energy.
Somalis are like the darkest of the dark. I get really
And
confused.
don't
I'm like,
forget, no, but don't forget when that man
Even
was
Moon?
chasing that girl off that internet. Do you remember? Chasing that girl off the internet saying, oh, why would you lie on me and say this and third? And we had her back the entire time.
We had her back. That's what kills me is like,
And
I
now
was
they're
jumping
locked
through
in.
hoops to put some respect on her name.
Yep.
But like, as soon as she had a time to like kick me while I was
Clown
down,
you, exactly.
she
that's, I'm telling
Exactly.
you, that's how the
yeah,
Somalians
I'm like, girl, when they was
move.
getting on you, I was jumping through hoops to make
This
them
girl was
respect
in the
you.
talking about, don't talk about
that was
Arwella,
crazy.
XYZ.
It's actually really sad, but I noticed on the internet, you should
I
be
won't
really
lie.
careful of like women on the internet as well.
Yeah.
Because a lot of them, and it's actually so unfortunate, are very male seeking. Like they love that validation.
Yeah.
And so
Yeah.
they will throw you under the bus.
Let me thank Dirty Dude, executive producer Dirty Dude. Thank you so much for the continued support. I popped your name up, and I'm dealing with little I want to have a channel junior galt. Apparently. So Dirty, you are just like a day one here, day one of one. Mike, send me you know what? I don't want to be greedy. It's getting late. It is literally the beer delivery is gonna end soon. Send me what's in your heart. I will say this. Um I have a hankering for Tina just because she's a little bit wild, but she'll never be tamed. She'll never, you know, she's gonna be um uh she won't be a ponder. She has kids. She's just gonna be that factor that every, man, I like a little spice with my domestic goddess wannabe. She can't be tamed, and that's just that. She'll never settle down. Mooncakes, she seems a bit more mature, but it's kind of the same thing. Andrea, I don't know that well. And this is like a divorced father of daughters. This is the closest he'll come to. I don't know what the fuck this is, but it's just a bunch of it's a bunch of non-domestication. Supposedly Mooncakes has a husband and she's just fucking someplace yapping. I don't know about Andrea so much, but she just got out of some bullshit with a motherfucking felon on a Discord. And Tina's a mother of two, but she feels this is what she does on a goddamn Friday night. There's no hope, but I'm watching. And that's that.
They will throw under the bus and call it a day.
And
but yeah,
but this is the other thing. They're talking about their heart's desires for what? Men that will put up with this bullshit? Nah. And Tina's the best of the bunch. I actually think Tina has potential, but this silly woman, that's not her hair. She's just wearing some piece over. They're just looking sexy for YouTube. And one of them supposedly married. And what the fuck are these people doing? Who knows?
she is a whore. Yeah, she's this actually.
Yeah, just jump right in. Like, girl, like when they was talking about you, I didn't even care what happened. I was trying to put respect on your name. I was trying to clean it up. I was trying to make you look good. I didn't care like what actually happened, but it's
Girl,
crazy,
I learned the hard way. I learned the hard way from I told you I'm not meeting I'm almost done meeting up with women from the internet. I've learned the hard way from doing that too. They're just as crazy as sin.
When Tropical Socks left you in the club to go do GHB with a nigga he wanted to get clout on.
Now, here is
let me tell you the
so look at this. So this weirdo motherfucker pops in is this like some version of Charlie's Angels? Now, this is a motherfucker who professes to be the chronicler of bottom of YouTube. So this motherfucker is purportedly, and yes, that's a word, with a little like, ooh, I'm knowing. Motherfucker is writing a dissertation on Boyd while hosting a Boyd show with women like Mooncakes. Like, what the fuck? She just got married with ears and like cleavage. Like, bitch, this is literally like leotard heaven. And what is this mother of two up in the top right. Where are her kids? Where is her man? And Andrea, I have no clue what she's doing. Is this like, oh hey, I need to deal with one fucking baby mama on a Friday in some newly married, oh hey, I have time on YouTube, and then like the host of hoes, host of hoes. That's what this is. Host of hoes.
It's like the culture on stream live. Yeah.
Hey, I think I have the title for the Saturday short bus. I'm a host of hoes.
This bitch named Tropical Socks was dosing herself with DST.
The host of
Oh
hoes.
my
Host of hoes.
gosh, you can't.
I never heard of that drug.
Left my sister in the club Halloween night in stockings type shit. I said, that girl's not your friend. Are you crazy? Are you
No, because we were supposed to go to a party. We were supposed to go to like this party. It was
And
like a
when
bunch
I
of like,
catch her,
So you
I'm
were only
whooping
there
her
with her,
ass.
or did you have
yeah,
friends?
because like I was there with her because she told me to meet up with her. We're gonna go to like this. It was like a bunch of like streamers and YouTubers, right? But she's like, "Oh, will you come to this club with me? I want to meet this guy." And I thought, okay, whatever. It's Halloween night. But she left me at the club with 4 men who I did not know. I didn't know any of these men, and she went to go off with this guy, and I'm like, "Oh hell no! This is crazy." You know what I mean? After that situation, I was like,
Yeah.
never again.
Oh
Because you gotta be
shit.
careful.
This is
And I told you at the end of the day, me and my sister, if I listen, and I told her, I'm not
Shit.
going because this bitch is a fucking weirdo. I think I was busy that night. I took my son to Halloween.
Damn, you should have went.
Why? I have kids. I said,
I
bitch.
mean, yeah.
I told her. I said, this bitch is a weirdo. She met her the first time. She's ghosting up.
Look at this bullshit.
Shout
So
out to the
now
lady.
it's
Shout out to the
SD.
lady.
What in the fuck is the host of hoes? What
You ain't a host
woman?
of shit.
Okay, bitch, I'm
You're not a
talking.
host
Do
of, I don't
not
give a fuck.
overtalk me.
You're not a
I'll
host
put
of
your
shit.
ass in the
Do what
back.
you gotta do, but you're not a
Okay,
host of
bitch.
shit.
Gonna do what I
You're
gotta
not a host
do.
of shit.
You know better than this, dude. So we got a bong hit, fucking Napstar. We got the host of hoes. What the fuck is the purpose of this? So these women are up here fussing about motherfuckers they met on YouTube, and the motherfuckers on YouTube can't talk to me right on a Discord. Look at the top left corner. This is the future Dr. Jones. Boyd. This is, dude, this is cartoonish. I'm sorry, and they'll just have to deal with me being the grumpy old man. You got baby mama, top right, like dressed like some 1980s reject. It should say choose life on the front of that. I want to call back to fucking Flashdance with the fake hair. You got, ooh, I got fake ears on top of my 2021 headphones because my baby ain't here, but I'm going to do a pop-up bra. SB, why is she doing this? And again, I don't know Andrea, but goddamn, this is the best you can do, as good looking as you are. Oh my God. This is a fail.
Make it make sense. You just said
A
these are the type
motherfucker,
of
I don't
women
have
you
to
like.
make, okay, bitch, stop it. I don't have to make anything make sense. It's my goddamn show, son.
You just said these are the women you
Let me
like.
tell you what I need from you, bitch.
These are the women
Let
you
me
like.
let me do my best nightish. I
Fuck
am
nighties.
$10 short of getting some motherfucking Guinness stout. How about make that happen?
Well, motherfucker, check your cash out.
Why?
I sent you something. I sent you something.
Did you? Did you?
Check your
Oh
cash
my
app and
lord!
tell the people what I
What?
said.
God damn it! Holy fuck! You did. What on earth?
You're talking shit to Mike 123. It
Yeah,
ain't about the money.
motherfucker, and I'm gonna keep talking shit.
It
But
ain't about the money, P. You gotta
now the
understand.
problem is,
The problem is you
Georgia,
making it seem
I don't think the shit's gonna get here.
these are the same women you said you like, and now you're turning
You
them.
know what? Whoa, bitch! I adore Top Right. Dude, if I were like 25, I'd be making all kinds of mistakes with her.
Well, she's the ugliest out of
Oh,
the
you
three.
bitch! Old man talking right now.
She's the ugliest out of the three.
Old man talking right now, bitch. I don't need your input.
Yeah, you
She
are old.
is, there's a song, and Kim, you haven't been up here. Why don't you come up here and I'm being a little evil right now. And I'm not even that drunk.
Well,
I'm
hey,
just
Stanley, get you a cake.
okay. I don't know why he has to talk. When I was like 25, someone like Tina, there's a song called My Favorite Mistake, and I cannot remember this woman's name, and I adore her, but there's a song out there called My Favorite Mistake. I would make all kinds of mistakes with Tina because I honestly think she's cute, she's pithy.
Well, that's sad.
Hey,
You
I
judging
don't know
off of
why
it.
you have to talk when
But
I'm
it's
talking.
sad.
Okay. Don't talk when I'm talking, son. You will have your chance. But that's it. I'm 61. I'm not going to make that mistake now. But when I was Tina's age, I'd easily be making that mistake. She's a mistake. She's sexy. She's hot. She's pithy talking. If you put a flannel shirt on her and a motherfucking mop in her hand, she will even seem domestic, and she's probably good at it, but she's wild. You cannot tame that sort of woman. She's on motherfucking like some weirdo's channel on a Friday night because her man, her baby daddy, doesn't even think enough of her. Maybe baby daddy has the baby kids, but motherfucker, she will be your favorite mistake. And I'm easily comfortable telling her that on that panel, this panel. I pretty much told her she is a young man's favorite mistake. She's gorgeous. She's pithy. Her sister, I don't even know her sister like that, but she's been through that CT ringer. I don't know what to say about that. SB, I don't know what, maybe this is some Canadian woman's, like how Stella got their groove back, but they're not that old. And,
well, hey, Stanley.
Okay, bitch, I'm talking. I'll let you know when I'm done. Andrea, I don't know that much. I think she is the prettiest of the four. Like Andrea, she could be something special, but the best thing she could do is get the fuck off of YouTube and live a life where she meets a quality man. Two of the four, because I don't know SB that well, two of the four, dude, those, I don't know how to say this gently, but the fucking like sisters, they're lost causes. They will never have stable lives. Andrea seems like a rather stable person who would enjoy a solid man. She could probably be a wonderful, if not great mother. SB,
Somebody else can talk.
I'm talking. Don't know why you have to.
I'm just saying. Somebody
SB,
else can
I
talk.
just don't know that well. She seems like a good lady. Andrea, I know is something special. Andrea is something actually special, but she needs to stay off discords. And CM is like that motherfucker's a fucking like eel, unpleasant. So if anyone that I have any sort of like old man mercy on, it would be Andrea, and maybe that's misspent. So go ahead and talk, son.
Well, and I'm gonna make it brief. Uh, I think you're confused, Stanley, because to me, out of the three ladies up here, I would choose the one in the top left. You know, you judging the book by the cover, and I think that's what
I'm
you're
doing
doing.
just that.
Yeah, your mind. That's what you have a weak mindset when you do stuff like that. You know, I think it's a weak mindset.
I think you have a valid point.
You know, I think you have a weak
On
mindset.
bitch, listen to the compliment.
Well, do
I
you
think
allow me
you
to
have
speak
a
then?
bitch. You have a valid point.
Yeah, so regardless of what you call me or whatever,
You're,
I
you're
think
a bitch,
yeah,
but you
that's
have a
fine. You
valid
know,
point.
it's a word. It don't hurt
You
me.
have a valid point,
It's a
bitch.
curse word. Okay, well,
Take
let me
your
finish the rest
flowers
of it.
and move the fuck on.
Let me finish the rest of it. So you're judging her because you said all these nice things about her, and she could be all those things. But you do have to understand it's appearance, and then you have an inner self. You have an inner self. You could be the ugliest thing in the world, and you can be the most beautiful thing in the inside, and people will pass you up. You know, and just how you just to the well, you do it to all ladies. There's nothing wrong. That's how you want to rock. But I think you should pipe it down a little bit, Stanley. You know, and I know it's hard to hear coming from somebody you think is stupid or whatever you call me. It don't make a
Pipe,
difference.
pipe what down, Mike?
Well, you need to pipe your rhetoric down. You know,
Why would I pipe my rhetoric down, Mike?
well, Stanley, because for one, you got people really sitting here. They come to this channel and people you call people dumb, all these names, and you really don't say
No,
people.
I don't call
Well, shut up.
people.
You gonna let me finish or what?
Okay, bitch. Let me finish.
You gonna let me finish or what? You've been
No,
talking
I'm
long
not going
enough.
to let you finish. I don't call people dumb on my channel unless they prove themselves dumb. I don't even call you dumb. I might say
What
you
gives you
have
the
a
right to
dumb
call
point.
somebody dumb?
Did I not just say you have a point?
But what gives you the right to call somebody dumb?
My judgment.
Fuck the
I could
point.
be wrong. Dude, I'm not saying I'm the end all and be all. It's
Well, that's
just
what you're doing. You're acting like you are.
okay. Your little dumpling
You're acting like
feelings
you.
are hurt. Dude, it's my opinion. If I think you're dumb, I think this panel that we're looking at is dumb. I think two of the women up there, they'll never settle down because they are just not that type.
Well, you do have a point, Stanley. This is your channel.
Motherfucker, do you ever think I say something without thinking I have a point?
Well, I think you would do that.
Yeah, but I generally don't.
Well, not and this is in relation to this topic here. What
Oh
I'm
my
about to
God, are
say.
you gonna bore me all night?
Well, if you call it boy, call it what you want. But I'm gonna stand on topic here. See, Stanley, you have a bad you stuck in the past, OG, and
Am I?
yeah, you haven't adapted to your environment yet. And the issue is, Stanley, and I'm not saying everything you speak is wrong. I never said that. Or I wouldn't keep coming back. But that's a whole nother topic why I keep coming here and because I have my own channel, whether people like it or not. You don't have to believe me or not. I don't have nothing to prove to none of you individuals. I'm true to myself. I'm always myself, and whether y'all like it or not. But Stanley, you have to learn the difference between the book, and I know you know the difference
You know,
between.
are you gonna bore me to death?
No. Just real quick, and I'm gonna shut up. You know the difference between a hardback
I don't.
book. Listen, you don't even know what the fuck I was trying to
Nope,
say.
I have no clue.
Okay,
I'm
well,
not even sure that I'm close to
the difference
anything.
between a hardback book and a paper copy book.
Oh
Do you know the
shit.
difference?
Feelings hurt. Did I mispronounce your name or something?
Do you know the difference between a paperback book and a hard copy book?
Oh my God.
Since you're a
Yes.
book
One has a
connoisseur,
hardcover and a more permanent binding. One has a paper back, which is mostly glue.
okay, but that shows you there's a difference in between the two, correct?
I think your logic tends to be paperback. Covers
Okay, well, I
torn
didn't
off.
ask you that.
Bitch,
It
I'm
was a
talking.
question. I didn't ask you to go off into a tangent.
Well, motherfucker, aren't you interested in books
Well,
and their
you
binding?
answered it when you said that your two meanings of the two. But what I was getting at was, you know, that means is what I was getting to see. Went so stupid, but here we go. Uh, what I was getting at, what the reason why I asked you that question is because what I was getting at, Stanley, is the difference between the hardback and the paperback. You know, there's a difference there. There's a difference. So you just can't judge. You can't, because it's all a difference of opinion, whether you
Stop
like it or
telling
not.
me what I can do.
Well, I'm not telling you. It's just my opinion, is what I'm stating here. I can't tell you what this is your channel. You know, you can do whatever the fuck you want to do it.
Thank you.
Yeah, and I
Can we get
always
back to the
respected that.
video
You know,
now?
this your channel. I
Can
wouldn't
we
allow
get back
somebody
to
to
the
tell.
video now?
Well, no, I'm about to wrap it up
Oh
here
my
in a
Lord,
second.
I'm gonna be held hostage.
Well, you said so much. Goddamn, you said so fucking much, and you want
I'm gonna
me.
be held hostage.
You said so fucking much, and I'm just responding to what I think is relevant. And it'll take me a few minutes, but okay, you know, it's okay. Order you a Guinness stout or whatever you want to do it, but and I'm gonna be concise and brief to the point. You know, I laugh at a lot of you individuals, and when you get on here and say, "Oh, I got Stanley," and I'm speaking to you directly. You get on here and you tell your audience, you know, people ask me
Dude, I don't have
why
it.
do
You
I
know
allow
what?
Mike
I
on my
don't know
channel?
that I have an audience. I think I'm the audience. I'm the audience
Okay, are you
with
interrupting me?
subscribers.
Are you interrupting me?
Motherfucker, so what?
Well, why have
Okay,
a
do
link if
you
you won't let me
honestly
speak?
think
Why have a link if
that
it's all
I
one sided and
care about
Stanley?
interrupting you mid-sentence?
But why have a
Wait,
link
hold
if
it.
it's just all
Let's
Stanley,
set
Stanley,
this
Stanley?
pecking
You know?
order straight. Do you think I care if I interrupt you?
Well, I know you don't care, so it's not.
Okay, then why do you keep pretending I
Well,
do?
that's not up before. I never said you did, Stanley. Is what I'm
Well,
trying
you're
to ask you a
pretending I
question.
did.
Well, that's your opinion or assumption or accusation against Mike, whatever you want to call it. But don't try to make it. You got people coming up here telling you one of your most loyal, and you said it out of your mouth. That, oh, why do I allow Mike on my channel? Because everything I could say one or two words, you'll put me in the back, call me a bitch, whatever. You know, that's neither here nor there. I don't give a shit. I don't care what somebody else. They're not gonna stop my money when I wake up in the morning. They're not gonna stop me from going to sleep or waking up. So that's what's wrong with America. You know, we got individuals like you that's sick and stuck in the past, and you know you haven't adapted yet. And you know the mindset is
All
slowly
right,
but
you
surely.
done?
Well, not yet. I'm about to land the
Oh,
plane here in a second. But it has something to do with the original point I was came up here to make. You interrupt me every 5 minutes, and then
yeah, because I bore easily.
okay, what? And you don't think people will bored of you easily?
I don't care.
Okay, well, don't drop a link if you don't want the pushback. And it's
Ooh,
really not
that
pushback.
is such good advice.
It's really not pushback. It's just real criticism, you know.
No,
And
it's a good point.
but some of these individuals stand there, and you one of them. You know, you have to understand. That's why I asked you. I use the analogy between the hardback and the paperback because there's always a difference in whatever you do in life. You choose which one that's best fit you, and that's what you think you're doing. Hey, more power to you. More power to you. But don't knock somebody else because you feel like you always got to be right, or you know.
Okay, let me ask you a weird question. Do you know
Well, I don't
anyone
like the
who
weird
do
questions.
you
You
know
got to be.
anyone who wants
I
to be
don't get down.
wrong? Okay, bitch, enough. Tell me someone you've met in your life who wants to be wrong. Please tell me about that person and their story.
Hey, do you mind repeating that?
Have you ever met anyone in your life that wants to be wrong?
I actually have, Stanley. And
Oh, my bad. Sorry.
well, I actually have, and I know you have, Stanley. Because not, and that's the difference between you think you're a hardback book, but Mike is probably the softest cover book, and it's always a difference. Because people that always think they know it all or always want to
Okay,
be right,
enough.
these are the
Tell me
individuals.
the
Let me explain.
story. Okay. See, this is a perfect example. I ask a specific question. You say you know that person. I don't care about the homily. I don't care. Just tell me about the person who wants to be wrong in their story. I don't care about the lessons learned, the fable. Tell me about the person who wants to be wrong.
Well, the person that wants to be wrong is the person that you should watch out for. These are the best people because they don't think they know it all. They're not trying to know it all. You know, it's always something to learn. These are the best people, the people that you talk down to. These are some of the most genuine people. And
Okay,
life
I need to reset
statistics
this.
has proven
Can
it.
you just be silent for a second? You say, Stanley, you always want to be right. My response is, of course. Tell me someone who wants to be wrong. That's
Well, that's
where
a
I am.
stupid. Yeah, I did say that. You
Okay,
did
well,
answer it
if
like that,
it's a
but that was
stupid
stupid.
response, okay, bitch, it's a rhetorical response. Everyone wants to be right. My goal is to be right. Tell me about someone who intentionally wants to be wrong. Mike, you're failing. I want to go back to watching the Hoochies.
Well, Stanley, to be fair, I don't think people heard you slide that word in there intentionally, you know, and you did. You slid it in there at the end, and I caught it, but it backfired on you because, yes, nobody always wants to be. The like world wouldn't be no good if everybody was just perfect, and you know, it'll be boring and shit. The world would be boring and shit if everything was just perfect. Everybody was just perfect. You know, it'd be boring and shit. People wouldn't know what to do. You know, yeah,
All righty.
everybody wants it.
So let's continue with this video. You done?
Well, I wasn't, but it's your channel, G.
Okay, can you do this in 2 minutes or less?
Well, I've done it and tried to get it done a while
Good.
back,
So
but you
you're
kept
done.
interrupting. Kept interrupting. But
Oh
I'll
my
just leave it be right where I
Dude.
stood.
Let's see, where am I time wise? I'm actually getting tired. I'm at 6:20. Are you done? Can we watch a little bit more
Yeah, I
of
don't care what you
the
do,
Hooch
man, but
Mama
you know,
Thought Show
we
with
never
a
gonna agree on that.
50%? I'm not going to take bets that one marriage won't last a year, the other marriage will never happen, but baby mama tude don't know the others. One
How
like
much you lacking on your kidney
bitch,
stuff?
I'm talking.
How
Don't want
much you lacking on your
to.
kidney?
Okay, this bitch doesn't understand. He's not that interesting. 25% of the women up there, very young women, might have a chance. The other 25% don't know. 50% are lost souls.
Well, that's why I gotta disagree because
Okay, I don't care if you agree or
well, Stanley, it
disagree.
should be
I didn't ask
33%
you a
because there's
question.
only 3 women.
Okay, bitch. There are 4 women. I didn't ask your opinion. Dude, I just want to listen to these women.
Oh, I thought the one in the down left
Okay,
was a
I
butch.
literally don't care about your
I
opinion.
thought it was a butch. My bad.
Okay, my God. So I think this is very close to the end of my patience. Anything else?
Well, hey, I'll drop down, Stanley. You still got
Good.
5.5 hours to go.
I appreciate you supporting the
No,
show.
you got a 12-hour stream, man.
Oh no! I'm not doing 12 hours. I'm at 6 hours and 22. You are just not good company. Oh
So
wait, hold it.
okay, that's fine. That's fine. You know,
Hold on, Kim. I already have credited you as a supporter of the Saturday show, Dirty Dude. Kim, Brooklyn Watson. Also, I need to add Mike and Speak Radio. Mike one
hey,
two
I don't need
Radio.
to.
Just have not gotten around to it.
Whatever I send you.
Okay, Kim. Of course, I credited you, and you are also an executive producer. Of course, we will always give you your due, man. Brooklyn Watson, the CKJ3, Dirty Dude, Lupin Rigging, and Speak Radio. Solid, like supporters. So, ma'am, I'm always going to give you credit. Never worry about that part. But I do have to battle some some little demons.
Hey,
Now, what were you
shout out
saying?
to Miss Brooklyn. I never disrespected Miss Brooklyn. I always thought when I heard her voice the first time, I always thought she was a genuine person, Miss Brooklyn. And I never disrespect these ladies because Miss Brooklyn is one of these individuals. She don't take the shit, Stanley, and you just hate to hear the truth, you know. And then people do. It's people
What's
like
the
you.
truth, Mike?
It's a lot of people like you. You know,
Are
a lot
there?
of people like you. And this is what we just trying to call it. This is what's wrong with America. This is what's wrong. You know. You know, you can talk all that high class shit you want. You think you know it all, and the military saved you, and all this. Yeah, that's good, but
Well, let me tell you an interesting story within my own little hard head. There are women like Brooklyn Watson, like Chocolate Earth, like Natasha Vincent. There's some high class women who I just think the world of. If my son ever brought a Brooklyn Watson type of young lady home, or a Natasha or a Chocolate Earth, I might be a little jealous of him. Like, oh my God, you brought that kind of quality home? Well, goddamn, I raised you right.
well, I think you raised it wrong
And
if
what
you
you're
think it like
doing
that.
is stepping on an old black man's story.
Well, I think you raised it. You thinking like
Grandson,
that? You raised
let
him
me
wrong.
rock my chair on my porch.
You raised him wrong,
I
Stanley. If you
am
think like that.
blessed enough to have a TMKC. I get all kinds of like women that I actually respect all the time. Like, I'm in awe of a Brooklyn Watson. We have had our arguments.
Well, Stanley, to be fair,
I
that
might
lady's
have even
married.
used the B word once or twice.
She is
Let
married.
me tell you something. If my son walks in, knocks on the door, and goes, "Well, hey, meet so and so," I'll be like, "Ooh, like, can I get you some tea?" Dude, I'm thrilled to see that kind of quality, class, whatever you want to call it. I'm sorry, I didn't raise my son to be a Mike 123.
Well, hey, Stanley, I think Miss
No,
Brooklyn
motherfucker,
has a lot of
I'm
class.
tired. Dude, let
Miss
me
Brooklyn has a lot of
let me
class, but
cook my okra
well,
and
you're not cooking. You're
tomatoes.
done. You're
Let me cook
defaming
my
me, man.
okra and tomatoes.
Well, you're defaming me. You're not cooking.
Defaming or
Yeah, you said you
describing?
didn't raise your
Is it
kid to be like
defaming or
Mike.
describing?
I'm decades older than your son.
Yeah, motherfucker. And I don't seek to make the mistake.
Why? How do you know I made a mistake?
Oh, I've known you for a bit.
Well, just because you know me from the internet,
Mm-hmm.
you know, And Mike don't change whether it's the internet or the real life.
Okay, well,
I don't
bitch,
change.
who am I to judge you
But
against? The
don't talk like that.
non-internet Mike 123?
You know, don't talk like that.
Am I to judge you against the non-Mike
Well, that's
123?
what you're doing.
Okay, let me help you out because I know you're having like conceptual problems. I've never met you outside of YouTube.
That
So
is correct, and I never
how
met
could
you.
I make the comparison?
Well, you just did. You said you
I
didn't raise.
literally just
You said
did.
you
Okay,
didn't raise your
Mike,
son
I
to be
know
a
you're
Mike.
struggling. I only know you from the internet. I have nothing to compare.
Okay, that's
to
fine.
with.
That's fine, Stanley. But I'm
Yeah,
going off of what
motherfucker.
I'm going off.
Okay, dude, I know you from panels. I know your behavior on panels. I know you from the internet. I've never met you off the internet, and I don't want to. All I'm saying is I only know you from your behavior on the internet. What do I have to compare it with? I don't. So
Hey, because and
acting
Stanley,
like
that's all
stop
true.
acting like I'm like doing you a
No, no,
disservice.
no. That's all true what you said.
I
And
know it's
it's
true.
vice versa here. You know, it's vice versa. But you say you know me and you use the key word.
No, Mike. What I said is I know
I heard
your
what you said.
behavior. Okay. I
I'm
don't
just
need you to I don't need you to rephrase. I know you from your behavior, not just on this panel, but from Latinos panel, from dude, it's not like I only talk to you here. I know your behavior from your behavior on panels, in chats, and on YouTube. That's all I'm saying. I have nothing to compare it with.
well, hey, I understand that. But my thing is when you use the word behavior, it just don't align with what you could have used other words, you know, it don't
What
align.
word would you suggest?
Well, you could have said, "Hey, Mike, you don't align with my way of thinking and how I want to do things."
Motherfucker, who cares about whether. See, this is the other numb no. I don't care if you align with my thinking. I'm talking about your behavior.
Well, correct. That is a key word I just try to
Okay,
use before
what
you cut me
is
off.
your behavior?
And how is my behavior? You just don't like the way I talk.
Okay, god damn it. This is shit your parents should have taught you. Your behavior is a reflection of what you think, how you were trained, etc. Come on, dude. Home training.
Well, it didn't seem like you had too much when you get on and get in the
Oh,
stats.
bitch.
You get on and get in the stats and start talking stupid, but
Dude, do you
you know,
think
you
I'm
put the next fella down, you
right
know,
now? Let me tell you a little story. Funny enough,
I don't
where
want to
I
hear
live,
fucking story time.
dirty
I want to
weather,
have a chance to
motherfucker.
rebuttal.
Hit that goddamn link,
I want to have
DW.
a chance to
Okay,
rebuttal.
you're done.
I don't want to hear a
I'm
story
talking to
time.
someone, a dear friend in the chat. DW, hit the link. Let me drop it right quick. So
You know,
go
it's
ahead.
sad. You gonna drop me for a non-supporter?
No. I said I'm going to drop
You
the
know,
link. I
but
don't
it's
get
sad,
to.
Stanley. You gotta
Oh my
understand, man. You're not who you say you are, man.
No, sir. I'm not who I say I am.
Yeah, and I read through the quickly lines
Yeah.
and
Thank
whatever,
you.
you know. And you can call
Dirty.
me stupid or not.
This is royalty in the goddamn house. Dirty weather. DW. What?
Oh, I thought that was
Dude.
dirty dude.
Okay. No. Not dirty dude. A
But
different
why would you
royal.
want to call yourself dirty? I
Oh
don't
my
understand
God.
that. You want to call yourself dirty? I don't understand that logic.
Well, I hope DW comes up here. Dude, I will stay
Why? So he
online.
can agree with
for
you on whatever you say? Why?
Please bring Drina up here
You know,
too.
I'm not bringing. I can't bring nobody
Dude,
up.
I am thrilled that you dropped by, sir.
Well,
It is
Stanley,
it's an honor.
to be fair, you should order a case of Guinness Stout, Corona, whatever you like.
I don't It's
Are
been
you
good.
$10 short or what? Do Mike need to send you
No, no,
$10?
no, no, no. I was gonna get there. It's gonna have to wait till tomorrow. I live in Georgia.
Oh, so you
This
can't
part of
handle the.
Georgia, it's too late.
See, you got to move to the great state of
You
Texas
are
where we stop
absolutely
serving at
right.
1 a.m.
I'm waiting. I need to add you to the sponsorship for
No,
tomorrow.
you ain't got to add me out. Fuck
No,
that.
no,
I
no,
don't need
man.
the publication or
You
none of
will
that.
here proudly.
I don't need the cloud or none of that.
Yeah,
If I seen you,
proud.
that's
What's
between
proud?
us.
Dude, I'm an old man.
That's between us. I'm not looking for clout. I just want to teach you something that,
Yeah,
you know,
what you
you
gonna
don't.
teach me there,
Well, I'm
young
trying
man?
to teach you, Stanley, it's a new way of living, a new wave. And it's a new wave. And I'm trying because you're blocking yourself from other stuff, and you are a
What
smart
stuff
individual.
am I blocking myself from?
Well, you are a smart individual. I give you that.
Am I?
Yeah, you're a smart individual. I give you that on certain stuff, but you're blocking yourself from other potential
What
that's good.
am I blocking myself from?
Well, first off, you're listening to these people who you think has your best interest, and they really don't. It's
You
people
have
like
my
me
best
that you hate,
interest at heart.
and I'm not saying I'm just the top of the line. I don't talk about myself like that. But it's people like me that you hate, and you hear other people sending you emails, probably text messages saying, "Hey, why do you have this guy here?" You know.
No, literally no one
Well, mother,
ever.
it came out of your mouth. You said it
Okay,
a lot
let
of
me
times.
help you out. Victimhood. No one
But that's
ever
not what
talks
it's
about
about.
you.
And I knew you were gonna spin it. I knew you were gonna spin it. That's what you do. You twist the words and you boast yourself. Oh, I like twisting people words like it's cute and funny. That shit ain't funny, G. But okay, it is what it is. Michael's landing the plane there.
All right, good. Well, let's get back to. Oh my
Until
God,
I hear something I
Shara!
disagree.
Holy cow!
Yeah,
How
Shara
the
only come around when Mike
blessed
123 is here.
Shara!
Shara like old Mike.
Okay, I don't know why you have to talk when I'm
Well,
saying.
Miss, her name is not Shara, it's Shara. Shara.
Sorry, I'm from the South.
Well, didn't you major in English? Her name is Shara.
I did not major in English.
Chemistry.
Fool.
You should know some type of English. While you try to correct everybody else, her name is Miss Shara. Shara. Salute to you, madam. I haven't seen you or talked to you in a long time. I like Miss Shara. She got some beautiful cakes and bakery,
Well,
eatery that she
Shara,
does.
it is so good to see you, man. How you been?
Hopefully better than you.
Hopefully. So let's go back to the
Yeah,
the
she be
real
cooking her
the
ass off,
real
Miss Shara. I be
housewives.
peeping in the background.
Let's go back to the real housewives of Boyd.
Real half-white,
The
Real Housewives of
real
Gayland.
housewives of Boyd.
Aren't they
Well,
from
no, it
Gayland
wasn't. It
like
was
you?
in the apartment. So there was like this
Be
big brown
quiet.
bottle. It's like at a studio, okay? And these are
GHB is a drug.
yeah, but these are like really big
Never heard of that.
YouTubers. It's the one they use
What is
for
that?
it's
For
a date
date
rape
rape.
drug.
It's
That's
a
what it
date rape
is.
drug.
Oh, okay.
And she's
So
drinking it willingly.
no, well, no, I don't know if it was willingly, but there was this big brown
Tina,
bottle.
please.
No, there was
So
this
we
big
gotta
brown
talk
bottle, and
about
she
Miss
goes, "Oh, do you know what
Shara.
that
It's been a
is?"
Oh,
minute
good
since
God.
she be
What
bopping
drug?
And
in
I'm
and
like, "Oh,
bopping
what
out.
is that?" She goes,
Miss
"GHB." And I'm
Shara,
like, "Girl,
we know
what?"
she
I don't
happily
know. We
married
don't know
and
if it's willingly, but she knew
I
what the
just
drug
want
was.
her
Get
to be
the
the
fuck
best
out
she
of my
can
face.
be.
Yeah,
Crackhead. Are you crazy?
that's
SB.
crazy.
Yo, SB. What the fuck's good?
Hey, SB.
I'm just like,
Hey.
"Oh, hey."
Thank you for
If
calling
y'all
in.
need a cake or
Listen,
something, y'all
girl.
hit
Listen,
Miss Shara up.
Yeah.
I'm speaking to
She
me.
good, real shit.
Hi.
You ain't gotta
Hey,
listen to
hey.
Mike, but y'all need a
Now,
cake
walk
or
on down.
What?
Wait, you
anything.
guys are you guys all from Canada, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
All
I'm
Canadian.
yeah.
See, these a bunch
I
of
could
hood
bump into
rats
Tina at any
from
moment if
the.
I go to the city.
These a
That's
bunch of
how
hood
how
rats
I
from the projects.
Okay,
You
don't
know,
worry. We're gonna
That's
link up
right.
that's
after
what these
because SB.
individuals
If
are. We
listen,
don't
now
deal with
I'm hyped.
these.
This is why y'all don't make me drink wine. SB. If another nigga country on
Only
channel,
Stanley likes
I'm
the
gonna whoop
hood
his ass
rats.
too. Don't worry.
No, okay,
Yeah.
let's talk about it.
They tried
They
it.
were coming
Yeah.
at me when I went on camera. You guys, sorry, Andrea and Tina, you girls remember.
Yeah, I remember how you remember like
Oh
acting
man,
like I
that's
was
sad.
this.
Miss Shawer, she said she was in the hospital. That's sad. I hope she's doing well. And,
Oh no.
yeah, I hope she's doing well, and hope she makes a full recovery. Whatever she's going through, God bless her. God bless Miss Shawer. And you up here listening to a lot of hood rats.
Okay,
And you-
Shara, I am so sorry to hear that. Oh, I'm so glad you're better. And oh, excuse me. Glad you're back. Mr. Dirty Weather.
You up here listening to a lot of hood rats.
Okay, what you need to do, boy, is shut up and let royalty speak.
Yeah, because I
Dirty
promise you, he's like an interference.
Weather. Yeah,
He's like an
he's an
interference.
old friend, but he can be a cricket.
Well, address me directly, G.
That's not how this, dude.
Well, hey, Stanley, you
Dirty. I hate. Just let me, Dirty. You are.
You don't have to stand up between two grown men.
Hey, look, hey, Stan. Hey, Stanley. You know I was built for this. You already know, but I don't want to interrupt your show when we got some formalities and catching up to do.
Hey, Dirty. You're built for it, but these little boys are not. Okay, Mike 123 has never met a Dirty Weather. You're for real, for real. Mike is chirping like the little cricket he is. Dirty, I won't go into the deep background, but I've known you for a bit. All I'm gonna ask you, sir, is be gentle. These motherfuckers have no goddamn clue. So I'm gonna let him back up. Hey, Dirty, just don't hurt him.
Oh man, damn it!
You can cross him. You can cross him. Just leave a little bit, for tomorrow.
I decided
Stanley,
I was gonna do something different.
I don't give a fuck what his name.
Poor little cricket starts talking. How's Drina?
She doing good, man. She doing good. She actually watching.
Really? Oh, that woman. Oh, that woman.
Man, we never
Drina?
stop messing with you, Stan. Hey, you a success story.
Yeah, but
ain't too many made it up out of that part of the town to establish their own shit and have nothing to do with them. Except Dirty Dude. What's up with Dirty Dude?
I mean, Dirty Dude. Look, I do watch y'all. Drina, I've seen you out there hoeing and gardening and stuff. Don't think I don't see that.
I was trying to change my reputation.
Motherfucker, your reputation is golden with me.
Of course. Yours is golden with me. And I always told you from the first time I met you, I respect you because you are who you are. And every time and I noticed that you asked questions that were of substance.
Yeah,
to help
I'm
get to know
curious.
somebody. And I always
Drina, safe haven. Yep. Man, that woman. I cannot say enough. But look, I'll stop fawning. Drina, you're welcome up here. Y'all can take over the show for all I care. No, seriously. It is a
you know what?
It is a treat.
You know what?
I'm actually honored.
Hey, I'll take a rain check on that because that's something that I would probably do.
Oh,
I just wouldn't expose her to know people like Mike that don't know who we are.
No. You don't know how I clear decks. If Drina comes up here, oh hell no. That's
right. That's right.
Dude, I will clear the goddamn deck. It'll be ugly.
Are you? Hey, watch this. Are you subscribed? Because, or hope you are subscribed to both of us, right? We
Yeah.
about to start doing some new stuff, and your mind frame is the mind frame that we share because we know when shit ain't right. We know when shit don't fit us, and we
Yep.
know who we are as a person and as a man. And then when
Right.
people come outside trying to attack that, they be like, "Why you react like that?" Well, shit, because I know who the fuck I am. You don't.
Well,
Why is
see,
my name?
I'm a little different. I'll mock it. I'm like, dude, you really come? You really coming? Dude, I'm gonna sit here in the chat and just roast your ass. Dude,
I love it.
dude, it
I
is
love it.
a point of pride to roast a mother. Well, you notice Mike just left because motherfucker, I am roasting your dumb ass, and
I
you
think
can
there was a little jealousy in there
self
too.
support.
I think he's a little jealous or something.
Now, Mike's a little tipsy, and I think Mike doesn't understand. Look, people just think I'm some nerd, and I am. But dude, I know some real deal, like motherfuckers. To use the French, dude.
Yeah.
You are the real deal, and I get to be the little nerdy friend. But dude, these
But you
people
put in
know
the work though.
the
You put in the work though, Stan. Like you really got to know me and Drina
Oh, absolutely.
in the midst of the chaos.
Yep. Yep. So, it's fine, little Mikey and all that stuff, but it is look, I still listen, to mostly, news and shenanigans, and I still listen. I rarely go in there, and every now and again I'll drop in and say hi. But unless I have something to say or there's just someone I haven't talked to or communicated with,
Yeah.
I don't need to. Caramel, there are people who drop by every now and again, and I wish, people like Caramel and you and Drina, y'all should drop by more. But I've always kind of, this news thing, I like doing it. I think that sometimes, you and Drina break out of it, you're building lives, you're, planting gardens, you're doing stuff that's just kind of outside of that, oh shit, someone said something about someone.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Like, it's like, dude, you can come and, get online and indulge, but in the end, I do more than, so and so said something about so and so.
Mm-hmm. And at some point, you got to see the ugly in it, and then
Yeah.
realize that that's not you, even as in real life or fake life. It's not
Yes.
you.
Yes.
Bad for business. And so, my only connection to that stuff is Benji, really, because I put so much of myself into him
Mhm.
when he didn't even think he could do it, and now that he's doing it, like that's my investment. I guess you would call it like that, like to just throw it to the wayside. I wouldn't do that, but I did get out his way to let him be who he gonna be.
Well, I still subscribe and I do get the pop-ups. I at this point, something's interesting in the title. Yeah. I still keep up with Janet, who
Oh,
I
it's
don't
ugly
even
over
know
there,
what
ain't
that's
it?
about,
You been
don't
seeing?
even care that much. But let me tell you something. I think I guess the last person I actually had excuse me. Like, I went up on Born Rich's show. He's the most interesting kind of evolution. It's like I saw him, that motherfucker. I don't dude looks like he is on the fast track to, like, he's not looking well. So I don't know.
I thought you were about to
I
say
don't know
something
what
good, but
I
yeah,
think,
no.
I think he got monetized, and that motherfucker, he's on the fast track to nowhere.
Yeah, because the message that he's pushing is it don't stand on nothing good, nothing. And but I will say he's interesting. I say I agree with that because he is. I believe that he is like that in real life. That's why he lost his girl.
Yeah, well, let me just say something. When I see you out there fucking wrestling with a lawnmower or something like that, and Dream is filming it. You know what I see? I see family.
Oh yeah.
And
Oh
I
yeah.
don't think I don't, I don't keep up with Benji and all that, other than hey, I'll listen to what's, for a few minutes, see who's in the chat, maybe say, hey, I see family when I see you in Drina.
Appreciate that.
This poor man's out there wrestling with the tiller.
Man, what happened is we looked up one day, looked around, and we're like, are we really like the only couple that's still here and still thriving? So we must be in the wrong bar or something, wrong get together because everybody around us is single or attacking couples.
Yeah. Yep.
For what?
For a chat or a super chat.
Or it's because they're witnessing something that they'll never get. Or they tried to attain and it fell through their fingers every time they got it.
Right. But
That's
let me
why
tell you something.
Oh, go ahead. Go ahead.
Dude. And y'all, let me tell you something that's rather odd. You and Drina, y'all give me hope. Believe that or not.
Really?
When I see a couple like y'all, it honestly gives me hope.
Please elaborate.
Dude, I don't know. I deal with a lot of fucking old YNs. Like, dude, there are 60-year-olds, 56-year-olds who fucking talk like YNs.
That's crazy.
Oh no, it is normal.
But if that's their upbringing and it's all they know,
yeah,
then I'll give it to them. But if they're
let me
posturing
ask
up,
you a question though. By the time you're 56, you are, your wife has died and you got kids. Why the fuck are you still talking like that?
You want to know the truth?
Yes, sir, I do. That's why I'm asking. Because I honestly don't know.
Because when they feel challenged, if they have any type of gang banging or standing on something in their life, if they had one hardcore period in their life, then when they feel challenged, I ain't even gonna say disrespected, I'm gonna say challenged, then they're gonna go back to that point in their life because they think that's the hardest representation of who they was or who they are. But really, that was 20 something years ago.
But let me ask you a question, and it's a genuine question. Can't you grow out of that? I mean, is it really? I don't know how to ask this, and I kind of know, but you can outgrow that, but
You outgrow it. You outgrow it, but you don't outgrow it fully. You outgrow certain principles that you stood on. Like you have certain as a YG, as a YN. Like you got. I mean, I'm ugly as it sounds. You got responsibilities, and if you make it through that, if you make it through that, then you outgrow. You give yourself a chance to outgrow certain stuff. And that comes when you get a family, responsibilities, you come home from prison,
or things like that. It'd be them reality checks, and some people ain't open to them because they think they way is the right way. But if you open to them reality checks when they come, that's how you make change.
Well, I know Drina would say you pray, and I know she's very prayerful
Every
and
morning and every night.
intuitive and all that stuff. But when it really hits the fan, and we all go through that, I mean, I've been through a couple tough days in my life. I think I agree with you that you go back to your core. A lot of it is parenting, but I by the time you get my age, because I'm older than y'all, I'm 61. There are several cores by the time you get my age. I mean, I've of course got my parents, but then, I have, back in the day when I was married and had, you know, it's almost like a tree,
Yeah.
you have rings. The older the tree gets, the more rings. So there's
Yeah.
several rings, but I don't know. I
I
just
would say, I would say that,
I see so many men. I see so many women. Um, honestly, I'm not one of these people that will go, well, black culture's this, black culture's that, but I worry. Um, I'm looking at these women here, up on the screen, and I think they're lost. And they're all fairly young. Two of the four I, talk to, interact with quite a bit. And, one of them, if I've called, I said, look, if I were her age, she would be my favorite mistake. She's irresistible. However, from my vantage point, any young man that gets with her, unless she makes a very dramatic, like, sea change,
yeah.
she's going to be someone's favorite mistake. If she isn't already. And she's gorgeous. I mean, and I'm going to keep, anonymous, like gorgeous, gorgeous, like almost model quality, but there's a favorite mistake up there. And I would never, my son's 20 now. He's going into his junior year of college. There's no way I would ever like, dude, go a different way.
So what motivated you to react to this pod and this podcast in general?
Oh, I know the people. I know the ladies up there, young ladies. I know the dude whose show it is. I mean, I interact, with these people, I wouldn't say on a daily basis, but quite a bit.
Yeah.
And you're objective. You and Drina, y'all are objective. You have no clue who these people are. And you know me, dude, I'm very judgmental.
Oh, hell yeah. Hell yeah.
That's part of it. I'm being the usual judgmental, but and like I said, two of the four, I think are waste cases. The other two are young. I don't know them as well, and from what I know, they will probably make someone like really a good, wife, mate, whatever you want to call them. But it makes me sad to see, like, these aren't dumb women. It's like they are actually smart, but it's almost like, what the fuck?
The one on the top left looked like she's still in high school.
She, the one on the top left, she's probably going to be a wonderful woman.
And I know that you know that because you asked the question. You asked the right questions when it's time to ask. So if that's your assessment, I will have to go with
Of
that.
her, but I don't know her that well. But I know enough about her. I think she just needs to get off of YouTube.
Yeah, YouTube can be a
No, no,
polluter.
no. I literally don't have a judgment of her. I asked her a couple questions, and I'm like, yeah, she just, she just needs to, actually like ignore some of the stuff. But here she is back on YouTube, so we'll see how that goes. And it's not like I'm their father. I'm being as dispassionate as I can be.
I think it comes down to do you really care from a good place?
Oh, absolutely, dude. Now
That's what that.
let me tell you in my honest, I'm 61. I can lust. if if I were like 29, yeah, I'd be trying to get with, one or most. But dude, I'm 61. So I enjoy these ladies at some point in time have been up on the panel. Dude, I enjoy it, when they come up and oh, Stanley, you're just look, I'm old, but I got a 20-year-old. I have a perspective. And I
Mm-hmm.
literally, if my son knocked on the door and said, hey, meet your future daughter-in-law,
Just say welcome to the family.
2 of the 4. Well, I'm not, but 2 of the 4, if this stayed 2 night, I wouldn't slam the door.
Yeah.
I'd be
Welcome
like,
to the
let's
family.
see how this goes. The other 2, I'd be like, tell her to wait on the porch. Let me talk to you right quick.
I
And
think.
by the way, DW, I'm not that drunk. I'm not even remotely drunk. I'm just being, old.
What you think? Can I ask you something?
Yes, sir.
What you think about LA?
About who?
Have you seen LA? He's always on everybody
That's one
panel.
of the Benji's people. No, I
Yeah.
honestly have no clue. I've seen her. If she said something, I wouldn't even know her voice.
No,
I
no, no.
really don't listen
No,
to nothing.
LA. It's a dude, LA.
Oh no. Do I know him?
He's the OG. I think he's like 61 too. He got that radio voice where he be coming in the
It
ad
does
libbing and
not
stuff.
ring a bell. I've
But
seen
you describing him, that's why
LA
I'm
up
like,
on the
wow, this
panel.
crazy.
I honestly don't know. I couldn't say.
That's a
Because
beautiful.
there's an LA who's a female in this part of YouTube, and she is pretty decent looking and relatively smart.
Always a good, beautiful thing.
Yeah. She is I've never had a substantive or long conversation, but if she popped up on the panel, I'd be interested in knowing her better. I honestly, other than, like the usual suspects, I don't I don't really dabble that much. Um, occasionally I'll listen to like news and shenanigans. I actually, because it was something she and uh Janet are feuding back and forth.
Oh yeah, it's going down.
Well, all I can say, if the pictures, I don't know if they're doctored, I feel sorry for Janet?
That's actually AI. That's that AI. Like, you know how you got standards.
Yeah.
Well, the standards got upped when AI came into the picture. So all you gotta do is really just tell it what you want, and it's gonna make it for you. Just tell it what you want. Chat GBT, and whatever image
So
you want,
Janet's
it's gonna
doing
make it.
okay. Apparently, her daughter had a child or something.
Now the latest is news sent Janet some. Yeah, her daughter had a child. Janet's daughter had a child. News sent her some clothes. Janet burned
Well,
them up.
Janet, what?
She had a bonfire.
Yeah, okay.
And news sent them, so you know how that goes. Shoot, I worked my hard-earned money, shipped them to you, everything. We get into it one time, and that was your first attack. You gonna burn the clothes I sent you.
I don't even want to know why. I guess the only question I'm going to ask is, doesn't Janet's daughter, I guess it's a baby daddy situation?
Um, she's a mystery at this moment. Like nobody knows,
Okay,
ever seen her.
I don't need to know.
So
All I
nobody's
need
ever seen her.
is
So,
that Janet
but I
is
guess apparently she has
able.
one, and the clothes, because they got into it, she decided to torch him, and it's been up ever since. There's been battle lines drawn and all type of stuff. And one thing I learned is how to sit my ass back, get out some popcorn,
You
and
know
watch
what
the
you
show.
need to do? You need to hug that lady, that lady Drina, and just go, "Ooh, boy, thank God I don't have to deal."
We saw it back in 2024. We saw it then and made the conscious decision that we're gonna move different. Because why you keep throwing your swirls? What's it say? Throw your pearls to swine. Why are you
Right,
gonna just keep doing that? Why are you gonna keep going where they don't even see you? So
right.
now, like when I go there, they'll see a news clip or see me on a TV or on Netflix, and then they want to say they want to act like they didn't see it, and then ask me questions, and then when I bust them out. And it's all bad. Remember you say take it easy? Yeah, no, I didn't came with a whole different art of attack when it comes to disrespecting my character. It ain't even fair. But that's what's supposed to happen when you've been here for a long time.
Mhm.
You gotta stand on stuff. People be standing on stuff, and then next thing you know, they on a panel with that same person that called them 27 bitches and 47 hoes.
Yeah, I don't know. I pop in every now and again, but usually I don't know. I think the best thing that I got from hanging out over there is, every now and again you'll get, and you and Drina will have to forgive me. I'm not talking about you and Drina, but Cali blacks. It's like you got some people over my way. They they don't act like y'all. You and Drina are grounded. You y'all and I hate to be, so racial about it, but y'all are real blacks. Like, dude, I could take you home to Savannah. We fucking, hang out fishing or just, yeah. I
You know that. You
I'm
know that.
down home.
You know that.
When I
First
talk to
off,
you and Drina, it's like down home. I talk to some of these weirdos. Oh, born in Hollywood. Dude, what?
you never hear that.
I'm like, dude, I don't care what valley you came from. What the hell? So I hope you and Gina understand when I talk to you, I'm home. I don't think
Yeah.
California. I just think home.
I
That,
appreciate that, man. I appreciate that. Hella much.
yeah. It's not, dude, it's not a compliment. It's home, dude. But you know, the people I'm thinking of, one of them's probably older than y'all, but he's a weirdo. But most of them are kind of youngish, you know, back in their 30s or. But nah, you and Drina are home.
Man, and watch this. In order to have made it this far, we
Mhm.
had to have gone through shit.
Right.
Had
Absolutely.
to have. And if you face it head on, then for me, that's what I would recommend. Like I like when we have problems, we might need like half a day, part or something. But we got the power of bringing it back, and we pray every morning and every night to make sure we bring that shit back.
Hmm. But you know, that's the thing. I mean, I'm not necessarily a praying man, but you got to have some way of centering
Yeah.
yourself, thoughts, you know, focusing
Oh, yeah.
and prayer, meditation, however you do it. For me, it's reading books. These people don't know how to focus them on themselves. It's a weird thing. It's hard for me to describe, but you got to, you know, it's fishing, it's getting out in nature. It is a way of just kind of, you know, my son comes home on a weekend, for instance, and he'll say, "Hey, I'm home." We keep the fishing rods right behind the door. He's
I'm
come home,
looking at one right now.
dude. He'll take a couple rods. I'll see you in a bit. Dude, he's been fishing since he was 4 or 5. It does a daddy's heart good to know, hey, it's been a bitch of a week. I'm going fishing. See you when I get back. I know he's out there just focusing, being one.
That's what's up.
That's gotta focus.
That's
Gotta
what's up. So watch this.
focus to let go in a way.
So watch this. In like 2015, I had a long lost uncle that lives in Beverly Hills, and he doesn't come back to Sacramento too often. But he came back for my auntie's wedding, and it wasn't like he had too much to offer me because you're long lost. But he left me with Money Magnet, and that was when you listen to certain stuff when you go to sleep. It's kind of like sleep programming, but it's manifestation. It's like repetition of things that you want to achieve in life. And what I've found is that I do that shit one night and I wake up refreshed and ready to go hustle and do whatever the fuck I gotta do and make it happen, and I see results. That was one of my centerings or one of the things I went to.
Right. Yeah, I'm telling Drina, I don't know how that was an oversight, but you know, she's a moderator. She can drop your links, her links, whatever she wants to drop. Um, and that's actually another thing. If you're a content creator or something and you got a wrench, drop your stuff you want people to see or subscribe to. Feel free to do it, folks.
I have a suggestion too, and this is I ain't gonna say too much, but I'm gonna say that you have a show. You actually have a show
Mhm.
that has nothing to do with nothing about nothing other like you. How would you feel about coming to my platform or Drina's just to do like an hour show or something?
Why would I have a problem with it?
Because there's people like you that have been grinding for a long time. You got 1,000 videos. You got
Well,
1,000.
I have 1,000 videos and like what 380 something subscribers.
Right.
So,
So I wasn't gonna put that part out there, but yes.
well, look. Let me tell you something. I'm kind of an acquired taste. I know I can be prickly. Look,
You
Um,
just said exactly. You just said exactly what the hell I was talking about.
oh, come
Acquired
on now.
taste.
I
I don't
know
want no regular
I'm
stuff.
not everybody's cup of tea.
I don't want. I don't want regular tea. I want the tea that turns blue.
All I all I have to say is one of these days I'll be monetized or something like that. But let me put it to you this way. It's not a I've been, before this channel even kind of started streaming, I was on another guy's channel. Look, I've been doing a show every day for quite some time. And, the past 2 or 3 weeks, I've actually, had bronchitis and, you
I
know,
I heard
it,
it. I heard it. I heard it.
yeah. But, I'm going to cut back. You know, I like doing the show, but I need to cut back a couple days. I don't know that I need to be doing this, during the week every day.
Yeah.
So, the schedule's gonna, moderate a bit. Maybe I'll do a pop-up show on a Tuesday for an hour or so.
So we
But
got. So
I
then,
enjoy doing it. I don't all I
so we
have
got.
to
Watch
say
this, Stanley.
in the
We got two
end,
options. Look, we got two options.
what's that?
One, you could just alert me and let me know when you're going live, and then I could open my live and share yours,
Oh yeah,
or
absolutely.
or I could just pretty much announce it and you come over and you run the show
I don't know that I want to run a show.
for an hour.
Um,
For an hour. I don't, and I
oh,
don't care.
well, we
And I
can
don't
talk
care what
about
you
that.
do. I don't care what you do, how you do it.
We'll talk about that because I literally just do politics and culture. Um, I
The tea that turns purple.
no, I don't even know what that is. Funny you should mention that. If you look, because I just changed my YouTube avatar, something called literary teas. There's a Frederick Douglass blend that my brother bought kind of as a joke a few years ago. But my mother was a big Frederick Douglass fan. I've kind of inherited it, and it's kind of my personal joke, because I
Yeah.
never cut my hair. I guess someone said, "Hey, years ago at this point, hey Stanley, you are the YouTube Frederick Douglass." Bottom line is, yeah, I will sacrifice. I'm not going to do the performative thing because I know I could be monetized. I could just do junk. I could do messiness and stuff. Nah, I'm old.
You know that you only need 500 now. And I'm pretty sure you got the watch hours.
Oh no, I had the watch hours like 3 years ago.
Oh yeah.
It's people, look, people people don't like abrasive. There are people, if I just fucking, just said, "Oh, hey, I agree, I agree, I agree." There's the grift, there's the performance, there's, "Oh, hey, yeah, you're right. I'm gonna negotiate." Nah, this is what I think. I don't care if you don't. I literally told the dude, and this is kind of, legend by now. Uh, dude, is famous because he's a white supremacist, and I'll keep his name,
Like a real one?
but he loves going. No, it's a half white guy, I think. But he will go to a channel. He wants that YN behavior. He'll give you $100. Yeah, but he'll go, dude. He will put little monkey symbols in the chat, and he will funnel money to you. And if you start acting independent, like this is what dude will literally get in the chat and go, no, I don't think you should do this. This is what I want. I want you to make a song for me. You know,
wow.
Oh, dude, it is disgusting. Now, you know, I tend to be fairly liberal. You know, I'm a kind of like a liberal with some conservative tendencies.
Yeah.
So, you know, he and I, you know, he sent me $10. One day he sent me like $100, which I was like, holy shit, that's a lot of money. Cash App. And I was like, well, damn, you know, that's so generous, et cetera, et cetera. But
Yeah.
here is the caveat. Once he starts sending you, you know, that money, this motherfucker wants to have a say in how you do the show. He wants, like, hey, if I want to zig, he thinks because I paid you $100 and I want you to zag, you should zag.
That's
Now,
crazy. That's crazy.
there are people who contribute quite a bit, and he wasn't even my biggest contributor, by the way. But there are people black people, who contribute just as much, and they're not going. So I literally, dude was up on my panel, and he tried to pull that, well, Stanley, I think. You know what I told him?
Oh, shit.
You know, you have two options. I need you to self-deport, or I'm just going to bounce you. And he self-deported. Now, you know, it's right at the start of Trump's second administration, and he's the Trump guy. But motherfucker, self-deport. If you don't self-deport, I'm going to deport you myself and then ban you. But he was like, oh, you know, Stanley, you're going to miss the money. Bitch, when I told you to self-deport, I didn't think you were going to leave your checkbook. I meant you and your money.
Yeah, for real. Yeah. You're not going to control me with your dollar.
Absolutely. Dude, you can have input. I will give you consideration, but motherfucker, you don't do yes, no. Like, what is wrong with you? But the thing is, dude, it's not like I missed them. Dude, I do this. This channel is not income. If it was, I'd be working to get it monetized. It's what I like to do.
Remember earlier when I said I'm invested in Benji?
Yes.
And that is part of investment. You got people that come around that try to do that for free because they think who they are warrants a certain type of respect. And they'll come in and try to take control of a channel or offer it. What'd you say? Well, I think, yes, they will come in with what they think for free, for the L. And so the fact that he used money to do it just shows how much more diabolical you are. Because if you have plenty of it and you throwing it around, that's just what you're doing, throwing it around. You ain't throwing your heart or your emotions or your ambitions with it. No, you're throwing your manipulation with it, and that ain't never cool.
Let me tell you something. I got to be able to sleep at night. You know, I'm at a point to where, you know, I don't even, you know, I go up on panels every now and again, but I've just gotten to a point to where, oh, dude, do you not think I can do the foolishness? Dude, I can do the roasting and all that. But
man, I watch. Hey, listen, I watch you fight them day in and day out.
However, the bottom line is, dude, you know what? At my age, I'm on the back nine. Dude, I want to be.
Wait. Spell that, please.
Oh, what, the back nine? Like 18 holes of golf?
Back nine?
Yeah.
Okay. I don't play golf.
You know, you do the nine and then the back nine is on the way back to the clubhouse.
I never knew that.
Oh yeah, dude. 18 holes of golf. It's kind of grueling. Oh, that back nine. I'm on the back nine of life, dude.
On the downside.
Oh, absolutely. The autumn or shit. It's late autumn. I like roasting a little bit. Yeah, I'll get up here and punch it up a little bit, but I don't know that I want to do this day in and day out.
There's a
I would
transition
much
though.
rather hang out with dirty weather and Drina and just kind of kibitz and just BS about life. It doesn't have to be
I don't know
about
if you want to call it evolution or transition. One that you can, and like it's like that. Don't make me roast you because I will.
Oh,
But
absolutely.
the trend is I'm only gonna reserve it for people that try me like I'm stupid or subliminal. Like open disrespect is different. I could take
Right.
that because it's open. When you try to subliminally do it, then that's when you got people that's on YouTube playing games. So I learned from you. I promise you,
I
Stanley.
don't know about all that.
I promise you, Stanley. I learned from you when it comes to psychologically roasting
Oh, dude,
somebody.
oh yes, dude. Most people are weak as fuck.
I used to be, listen, I used to be, you a bitch. Yeah, yeah, bitch ass, you a bitch ass. And then I started saying, okay, watch this. Now I'm going to roast you. While I'm roasting you, I'm going to tell everybody a story about how you really are in the middle of this roasting. So I'm going to bring up everything that you've ever did, keep it going, let you talk your shit. And I got the ultimate tactic, Stan. I say, I say, I'm going to give you 60 seconds do your worst. Because what happens is when I come with my 60 seconds, you can't say shit. And I woo-wee.
Oh, oh boy. Wait, hold it. What?
I'm gonna give you
Dude,
60 seconds.
dude, let me tell you something. Le- This and you're kind of you have learned something. Cause dude, people will go, well, Stanley, you're twisting my words. I'm like, absolutely. I openly admit I'm gonna take your words, I'm gonna twist them all up because I know more words, I know bigger words. I'm gonna take your words, I'm gonna twist them and mangle them, and then I'm gonna laugh when I twist your words.
Because you
I'm
don't
gonna have a
understand what I'm
foothold.
saying. You don't even understand what I'm saying. So I'm gonna laugh at you.
Dude, dude, people will pretend that it's not intimidating. Dude, that's some confidence. Yeah,
You know when I go in on people, I just don't do it just to do it. I do it for specific reasons, kind of like a superhero. Like I see a fake person or somebody coming in running some type of game, and I come in and I play it cool. And as soon as they think they know me because they might have seen something, then I show them otherwise. And so it's maybe I could lay in the cuts more and do it more, but I think it's not fair because when I do it, when I come in, it's like a thief in the night. And when you wake up in the morning wondering what the fuck happened, how did he even know that? Like, why did
yeah.
he even come at me? I didn't do nothing. I was just doing regular YouTube shit.
Well, let me
So
tell you, the sweetest part is when people come back 2 minutes after you make a comment and they're gonna go, what did you just say? Motherfucker, it's too late now. Oh, dude, that is death by 1,000 cuts. Dude, you're bleeding and you don't even know it. Oh, boy, that's beauty.
you know, I'm gonna give you an example of that. When I go in on people, as soon as they start to mention Drina, I know I got him because you're looking at her trying to disrespect her, and I'm in your face slapping you up. That's how I do. Like when them people come around that they don't got nothing, they don't know how to come at me. so they go attack something close to you. But she's
Yeah,
trained.
that's cowardly.
It is, and so that's why I'm able to capitalize on that. Because as soon as they do that, I know that they ain't ready. And so when you
Right.
said earlier, be gentle. Yeah, it would be even worse if somebody had nothing to come at me with because they don't know me. So like you, I respect when you said that because I
No,
really
I was like,
was.
well, that little boy, he's used to dealing with me, and dude, he doesn't. Dude, you don't want that dirty weather. Motherfucker, you'll be all twisted up if you keep this up.
It's like being beat up it's like being beat up by a stranger in a way that you just never saw coming. Like you saw some
Hey,
regular YouTube
my
shit.
panel, Stanley's not gonna beat you up. Dude, don't get your ass handed to you by someone who doesn't even know you. That shit's gonna hurt.
Man, hey, but I don't do that all the time. I only do it
Oh,
when
you know what? I shouldn't have said anything.
I only do it when I'm disrespected. That's the only time I really do it. But I realized that like I had to realize that my kung fu was a little different. It's a little different. And you know what? The fact that you always stood on who you was in the midst of it. Oh man, I didn't see you had some epic ones. That was where my respect from you for you came from. Despite
Yeah.
age, despite all that, he stood on what you stood on. And I watched you give some people some fucked up nights because you psychologically tore them apart.
Yeah, sometimes, you know, um, I don't really get into every now and again, but honestly, it doesn't happen that much anymore. Um, I enjoy dude, it was a training ground over there. Let me tell you something. You know how, the one thing I have to say is I y'all put me through the paces because I grew up like back when I was like in second grade, for instance.
Yeah.
The big boys, the seventh and eighth graders, they'd be out there on the court or they'd be playing football. But the little second graders, dude, we used to get in a circle and just we used to call it checking back then. These dude, black people, at least in Savannah, Georgia, black kids, dude, we can get around and just fucking, roast each other. We all lived in the same neighborhood, a lot of us. A lot of these young people, in their little 20s and 30s,
They're
they
more
they
sensitive. More
they
sensitive.
dude, you grow up having to have like verbal acuity, being able to think on your feet. You best, or your ass is gonna get roasted. So
Man, that's
I,
real.
I had to relearn some of this stuff over there on those Benji nights. I mean, I kind of knew how to do it. It was a good like reorientation. And I appreciate it. Dude, it was a good training ground. It was a good retraining ground. I Y'all helped me as much. It
You know,
was
hey, watch
y'all.
this. Watch this. I've been a YouTuber probably 2016, probably since 2013.
Mhm.
And so I've seen a lot of different people come and go, hella people come and go. And so your kudos come from having a mission and knowing when it was time to pull up to reel in your reel your bait in and all that and do a movie.
Yeah.
That's where the strength come in. Because
Well, it's kinda
you
accidental.
seen everything that you needed to see. What was for you? What wasn't? Now it's time to go. It's a nice little river over here that ain't been fished.
Dude, but I've always had the politics and the culture. I still I loved getting up on those panels a little bit, and dude, it was fun. But I had the opportunity, politics, roasting, politics. It was just, more my shtick. But dude, I miss those days.
I think you jumped in the water and outgrew the pool.
Yeah, to a large extent.
You outgrew it, and that's a beautiful thing. That's evolution because you got people still swimming in the kiddie pool.
Yeah, I noticed.
Doing the same thing, doggy paddling the same way, and don't know even how to get out and grab a towel and dust off and look at the other pool that the high schoolers are in. They don't know how, so they stuck in a kiddie pool,
Right.
and they can't see out of it, and it's sad. And probably when you go back and you be looking, the part of you is like, this shit is sad. They doing the same exact thing they was doing when I left.
Shalana, I listened to her show, but yeah, it's kind of the same old thing.
Right. And once we admit that to ourselves, we know when it's time to make changes. And so
Right.
when I go through there, I got a mission. Somebody's about to get bust out, or I ain't got nothing better to do. And that's hardly ever. So therefore, when I come in, I'm coming like a gust of wind, shaking somebody up, and then leaving like a thief in the night.
Yeah. But you should, I'm not saying I won't do an hour, but the thing is, we should talk about it.
I'm looking for variety if that helps you. I'm not looking for
That
anything the same.
doesn't help or not help. It's literally just, if I could get back, kind of to, of course I'll do it, but if you could give me like Terrence and Benji, people who are kind of interested in things other than the who did what to whom.
Well,
Yeah, of course I'll do it.
I got 10,000 variety subs. So therefore, you might not even see nobody from that place.
Oh, I don't care. At
Yeah,
this point,
I had a solid bar of subs from the gate. I was one of them people that mixed it up where people from that place to come to my channel. Like I went there and it was a bunch of white boys. I've been on that. I want
well,
this.
let me tell you, I got a bunch of white boys around here. Dude, this is like trailer trash white boys. I got enough of those. And there's nothing wrong with the trailer trash, but the bottom line is if you and Drina say, hey, you know what? This could be mutually beneficial, of course I'll do it. I'm just, as a matter of fact, it's more like, well, I can be a little blunt, but I will follow your rules, mostly because Drina will set the rules. And
The only thing we probably say is just don't play no music.
Oh no, I don't, dude. I'm not
That's
playing.
it.
Now I do have
Your bluntness is your
like
strength.
a buddy of mine. There's no copyright. I don't, there. You don't have to worry about me copywriting video or anything. That's not gonna happen.
I mean, you're gonna do so much in an hour, but guess what? I want you to be you. I want you to be you, and you blunt all the shit. Like you're not a stranger to us.
Right.
You are a plus because we're building our channel back. And one of the things that that other people are not doing is featuring other people on their channel. That's like something people should have been doing. Like you ain't got to come to my channel and just see me for an hour. You come see me for an hour. You come see Stanley for an hour. You see Drina for an hour. Like you mix it up and keep it going.
Dude, yes, I'm in.
My damn. Well, I don't know. But you got a lot of trolls, but my
Oh,
Instagram.
no. Wait. Let me warn you now. I'm the biggest troll. So yeah, as a matter of fact, most of the people that come in and out of this chat, very few of them actually even align with me politically. We're just probably troll would be like this channel.
That means your palms. That means your palms should be sensitive from slapping so many people.
You know what? We just get along.
That's right. And at the end of the day, I ain't here to cause nobody.
No.
I'm here to bring. I'm here to bring a goodness.
But let me put it to you this way, Dirty. Most of my show titles come from one-liners, the trolls. My naming convention for a show, somebody is going to write a one-liner in the chat that I'm just going to laugh at, and it becomes the title of a show.
I like that.
These people are good at trolling, and I'm good at trolling. I don't mind the trolls as long as they don't get out of hand.
Straight up, I like that. I'm going to steal shamelessly.
Oh, absolutely do.
Hey, because we forever are stuck with motherfucker.
Oh, dude, yeah, I'm still stuck in that mode sometimes.
That's classic.
That is the thing that's like the bridge. People still go, dude.
Yeah.
Apparently, people still like. It's so funny when Stanley curses. People still comment on that. I guess I pronounce every syllable or something.
Nah, because if you start doing if you do that, we will expect it. It's when you start taking some out is when we be like, who the hell are we talking to? We didn't remember. We didn't know if he was black or white at first.
Yeah, that was kind of weird. Oh, you're not black. Oh shit, that is so, dude.
But the funny part is you let people go with it though. That was the funny part.
Oh, but it's hilarious. And actually the god damn it. There's a senior chief. He just knew me from a Discord or something. The people who knew I was black, they used to crack up too.
It was funny. It was funny as shit because it was a mystery for months, and you wrote that shit.
Oh, dude, it is so funny.
I remember coming home and Drina was like, "Stanley cammed up."
Oh, and guess what? He was black. That is hilarious.
Hey, and the funny part is, I wish I could have been like, I knew it. I was like, for real? But that's what. See, one of the things in this life earlier you said that I is the power that I use, and that is like I know how to use the power of looking stupid to my advantage. I know how to use it. It's some people that unnaturally might be able to capitalize because somebody misjudged them. But when you know that you can look stupid on purpose and people are going to judge you for it, that's a power.
Mm-hmm.
And at this age, it's not even fair. So I can imagine when I get your age.
Let me tell you something. And you've probably heard me say this. If I had heroes, it would be Frederick Douglass, my father, and my mother. Dude,
Mm-hmm.
where do you think I got my I don't give a shit factor? Mostly, well, actually from both my parents. Dude,
Mm-hmm.
just be you, but you better be right. And I used to do this with my son. Dude, if you get in trouble at school, I'm automatically gonna side with the teacher. The only
Mm.
way, you better be motherfucking right, and then I'll side with you. The default is the teacher's right. And my parents were kind of like that too. It's like, you be you, but you better be right. You better be sure of yourself. Don't be coming up half cocked. Dude, you best be right.
Mm-hmm.
And that's kind of, dude, I don't give a fuck if you think I'm white or not, bitch. I literally grew up in an all black neighborhood. My parents are black. I could go a whole summer and not, dude, my black card, it's irrevocable. I don't give
Hey,
a
when did
fuck.
you learn paradigm shift?
You know what? I don't even know that the term was. If you knew my mother, if you knew and my father's still around, dude, there was no paradigm shift. You're black. You're excellent. Dude, it was just, it's excellence. It just is. There's
You know
no,
what?
to a certain
I was
extent, there's no black or white. There's just excellence.
Hey, look, I was riding with my mother the other day. I was in a bad accident a couple weeks ago and totaled my car and walked away from something that I shouldn't have walked away from. And I was scared as fuck to go to that police station and get my shit. But I had to call my mama. And as we riding, we going to go look at this car that I crashed in, the Charger, Hemi
Oh yeah.
Charger. And I looked at it. I started crying. Like, damn, this shit is like I shouldn't have just walked away from this. All four airbags, front smushed in. It was one tire so far up the street, and then it was one tire that was on the opposite way, and we pass it every day.
Right.
but but I made it. I made it through that. But while I was riding with my mama, I asked her. I said, "You know something? We ain't never been bad off, have we? I really come from a good family. Like I come from a
Dude,
grandma
you know,
teacher.
honestly, Dirty, DW, you don't know what kind of family you come from until you're an adult and you hit hard times.
What if
You
you never
you have
experienced it
difficulty.
from them though?
And not you specifically. I mean, just in general, and it's mainly my experience. I don't know that I was 41 when my son was born. I don't really, I knew at 30 that my parents, like, I wouldn't have I called my parents from a fucking pier in Hurghada, Egypt.
Yeah.
And literally said, you know what? After 4 months at sea, I'm just going to say thank y'all. But I don't know that I really appreciated my parents until I became a parent. Like, goddamn, all kinds of things, genes are expressing themselves, old lessons are expressing themselves. I
Let me
don't
see,
know if you
let me
really
see that you hit pay dirt.
understand what your parents have done, good or bad, until you are kind of under duress.
So let me say that you hit pay dirt.
Yeah.
First off, like my daddy wasn't. He like the whole 20 years I was in prison. He never came to see me. It may have been he wasn't able to get approved, but I don't know. But he never came to see me. And my sister and him fell out to where they didn't even talk no more since she was in high school. But I came home and was like, I'm gonna make it a point to be in my daddy's life. Fuck that. I don't care what they think about them and all that. I'm gonna be here. And then one day, shit, I needed about $3,000. And my daddy was the only person I could go to. But if I would have came home with that other mind frame that everybody else was trying to sell, that wouldn't have worked. Because my thing is, my sister, I'm gonna tell you something real sad. My my sister, my two sisters, one is rest in peace. They lived in the same they lived in the apartment complex next to each other and didn't even talk to each other.
Really?
And this is my daddy's two daughters. And the oldest one, they didn't talk. They acted like they didn't. And then my oldest sister, Keena, died. And I don't have that guilt because I came home and was like, that's my sister. Fuck that shit.
Right.
So I don't have that guilt. And so when you say your family was there for you, you don't know till you home. Well, shit, I'm gonna put it to the test when it's time. And then the other lesson that you said is this: you don't know your family until you turn into an adult.
Well, I don't think you know what your family did for you. You know, your mother and father, how you were raised. Sometimes, it's almost like a military thing. You don't know how
Change it to say, I don't think you know what your family can do to you. Change it to that because you got wisdom in that area.
No, I'll keep it the way it is. Can do to you. Now, what they did to you, it can be positive or negative. I'm not saying it's always going to be positive because I think there's some things that, my parents did during my upbringing that I knew I wasn't going to do. Spank, I never laid a hand on my son. Last time I put a hand on him, he was literally, I swatted him on a diaper. I wasn't into that. I didn't enjoy being spanked. I always thought there was a better way. So positive and negative. I don't mean all the training was positive. Some of it is like, I'll never do that to my child.
Yeah.
And Ms. Uniquely, I was hoping she would come up here. Probably too late now. She thanked me for reviewing the show. This show. I have criticisms all the way around. So I think of all the people up there, and I'm gonna catch flack. But it is what it is.
Do you do this all the time? Like, do you review stuff panels all the time?
No.
Oh yeah, you about to catch. You about to
If I'm
catch
going
it.
to do a panel, it's either something that stands out, or maybe I do go up on panels occasionally.
No, I mean like review. Like, how are you reviewing this one? You like this? Do you do this
I
all?
don't. It just depends on if it's interesting. I don't do it as a matter of course.
Oh, you might have got it then. You don't catch too much flack.
Oh no! These four ladies, two of them I'll catch flack, but they'll just have to live with it. But it's nothing I've not said to their faces.
You know what? That might be a good show. When they coming back, that might be a good show. I might have to watch you and see how
I
you.
have no idea if they'll even come back. I think like the top right woman, she would be my favorite mistake. I adore that woman. She is funny. She is saucy. She takes a joke well. She will if you joke at her, she's gonna joke back at you.
Yeah.
However, I don't think she can be tamed. She is feral. I don't think she'll. I've seen, and I've actually given her a compliment. One day she was kind of looking matronly. She was in a flannel shirt and jeans. She looked like she was about to, you know, put a can of end dust in her hand and a cloth. She'd be dusting a table or something. And it was kind of sexy that she was looking kind of domestic. But I also know that I think she is not tameable. She'll never be Susie Homemaker or whatever it is. She's kind of a pistol.
Is that the one that you would recommend for your son, or the other, or a
No,
different?
never. I called her, she would be my favorite mistake if I were her age. You will love her, you will adore her, and she will abuse
you.
She will disappoint you. She will want to go out and party and leave the kids home with you. Oh no, and you know what? When she comes back home, you'll be so happy she didn't bring another man home. But then you'll start asking yourself, well, what was she doing between the time she left the club and she got home at 4 in the morning? She will be your favorite mistake.
Man,
but a mistake you will make.
And if she's listening,
Oh,
she's
I
probably punching.
have no clue. It'll get back to her, and I won't back. Dude, I'm not gonna even back down from what I said because she knows I'm right. That's the other thing. She's brutally honest. And she knows that I will be right. Now she may go, "Oh, Stanley, no." But you know what? What? She's barely 30. Motherfucker, I'm like 30 years older. I know her type. She is beautiful. She is tough. She is a resilient, but she is untamable. She's not going to settle into domestic life. She's just not the type.
Well, then you got to play a different position.
Oh, there's no position. I'm just judging. I'm just judging. I'll never get her.
No, but you're intuitive though. Even though you never met her, you still.
It's not intuitive. She's been up. I've interacted with her on panels and stuff. Let me put it to you this way. She jokes with me and calls me. She'll come into the chat and go, "Hi, Papa Stanley." Yeah. All I have to say. And by the way, she is who she is. I'm not even saying it's the wrong thing. I'm looking at it from a young man's perspective. The man who can tame her, I'm not saying she can't. I'm just saying I don't think it can happen. I think to tame her would almost be like a lion tamer. You have to use some corporal punishment. You have to scare her into submission. She's not going to do it willingly.
Oh. Yep. You got a job ahead of you.
And that's not a bad thing. I think she is just who she is. And I think she actually, in a wise man, she's a great girlfriend. She will always be interesting. Just don't think she's wife material. Because I don't, now I could be wrong. It's just me 30 years older. I just don't think she is wife material. She's a great girl. She's a great woman, great mother. she's just not domestic.
Funny you said, "Hey, I'm just judging."
Oh yeah, absolutely I am. What I'm not being objective.
Yeah, but it's coming from a good place, and that's what everybody hearing. They
No,
hearing
I
that's what they
adore
not
her.
hearing, but they hearing it.
If I were 28 or 29, I would be I'd be like, "Hey, I need you to fly down."
Period.
Oh no, look, like I said, just don't have she is who she is.
Well, that's what's helping. I hope that she recognized the jewels that you point out in her and use it
It is
to her
I've been
advantage in life.
I'm being very forward. I'm being very out of place. I know that it is really not my place to even do this. I'm going to use old black man YouTube host privilege. She'll probably be mad or she'll just laugh it off. She'll probably just go, "Oh, that old motherfucker, fuck him." That'll probably be her reaction.
It might be a building block.
To what?
Now that's the world may never know.
Oh, and the world won't care. Dude, I don't care. I think it's honestly, I think if I'm going to be judgmental, she might be the person who needs to hear it. I'm not warning off some guy. They're going to make their mistakes.
Yeah.
I would love for her to hear the critique, and she might just go, "Well, Stanley, you're wrong," but I don't think she would.
Or she can say quite the contrary.
And you know what? If I'm wrong, I'm wrong. And her sister, who is right below her, I have critiques for her too, but I don't know her as well, so I'll reserve judgment unless she comes up on the panel. And then SB, they're all Canadian, by the way, or in Canada. Yeah.
Interesting.
Oh, they're all wonderful women, young women. SB, I don't know that well. I think she's been up on my panel before. So I don't really have a critique of her uniquely. I think that and this is going to be now, y'all listen. There's Tina. Hey, Tina, hit the link. I want to hear OMG. Oh, yes. If I had my favorite pick, and now that Tina's here, I'm not going to say, but they're all wonderful young ladies. I do have a favorite of the four. And I'll leave it at that because Tina might come up here and pull out a claw or two. And Tina, let me shrink this down and bring Tina up. Tina, my comment on you is you would be my favorite mistake if I was your age. I don't think you are domestic. I think you're a bit feral. I think you're a wonderful woman. I just don't think you're that domestic. And it's not a good or bad. You are who you are.
I gotta say, this is the most interesting conversation I've been a part of in a minute.
Well, I'm just up here pontificating. The people I'm criticizing have not. Wait, it's an interesting concept. You've never heard that term before, man? You are young.
No, I'm thinking more like I'm on the cusp of seeing something that I don't see every
No,
day.
I'm talking to Tina, who says
Oh my
favorite mistake is an interesting concept. She is younger. She's never heard the term.
Oh.
Tina, hit the link. It's somewhere in the chat, or I actually would be interested in your reaction to my. Oh, that was. I'm sorry. That's Drina who said it. Tina, hit the link. You don't have to, but I am kind of interested in your reaction to my. Let's call it a critique. Yeah, old man makes horrible criticisms of young women he'll never get in his lifetime. that's not that's not going to be a good headline.
Who put that?
No, I'm just thinking how horrible this looks. And you know the funny part is I'm not even drunk. I'm just being cantankerous.
You're just expressing yourself.
No, I'm just being an asshole. I know what I'm being.
You sending the bat signal.
Nah. Look, my day is over. You know, if I ever make it to the nursing home, we'll have our fun there. I am a little wistful. It would be nice to have a little teeny Tina, just to peck on the cheek.
I mean, if the Roman candle's still shooting,
Ah,
what the hell?
it's a lot more complicated than that, for me at least.
Say that again.
Oh, Drina wants to see the video. Look, it's way more complicated for me. It now that my son's going into his junior year of college, I can see the finish line. Dude, by the time he's done with college, I'm gonna be like 64. I'm not gonna be out, running the streets at 64.
SKREET.
Yeah, yeah, those streets. So let's watch a little bit more of it. And I think people are coming into the chat like Tina, they're seeing what I'm doing. They go OMG and run. And probably a wise decision.
Busted, like
Yeah.
on
Are
the
you serious?
eyes.
Yeah.
They did me like
And I'm
that
like,
too. They did me like that too.
Exactly. And then they wonder, turned up teethers. And then they wonder,
Tethers, I think. Tethers.
tethers. Oh, tethers. Okay.
Isn't a tether somebody born like
A
in one
tether?
of the-
Listen, at the end of the day, my sisters, okay, all of us black.
The topic, you mean of the video, Drina? It's Christian rock. I think that's some weird boxer woman. TikTok and LOL cow culture. Are we the problem? It's some overly academic bullshit by some dude. I don't even want to go into that. But are we the problem? We got 4 women who are from Canada. Why? Who's the we he's talking about? Canucks? It has nothing to do with American black culture. And the guy who thinks this is some sort of thing, to me, he's the actual problem.
So would that be like Blueface because he's streaming?
Blueface is a rapper, right?
Yes, that's the dude with Christian
Oh,
Rock.
Christian, yeah, I guess that's some sort of thing.
Because he's been at when he came home from
Okay,
prison.
let me help you out, Irby. The women on this panel are not American; they're Canadian.
Oh, so they're just getting whatever bits and
No,
pieces.
the dude who's up there going, "Are we the problem?" They aren't the we; they're Canadian. And yeah, that's my point. It makes no sense to talk about Christian rock. The culture to me isn't that transferable. Talking to Canadian girls basically about Christian rock is like, why don't you just fucking get a bunch of British blacks or German blacks? They don't live in the culture. They can have an outside looking in, but whatever they're saying about the topic is outside looking in.
Do you know I got a perfect example of that? Watch this. When I went on the run, I got locked up in Florida, in Sanford, Florida, and there was a guy in there that was talking to me about host music, telling me about
what?
Snoop Dogg. But he's from Florida, never been over there. But he's telling me like he's been there, like literally, like he knows, like it's the culture. But what it was is in his kiddie pool, he was the man because he studied that a little bit more than everybody else. But when he finally met the real thing and was talking to me, in my mind, I'm like, man, you so far off. This is like some shit you read in a magazine or something.
Well, I mean, is the good thing he at least asked questions?
I made that. That's what and you know what? To make lemonade from lemons, that's what I changed my mind frame to. Instead of judging him, I'm a help him understand.
Right. Well, I mean, I was kind of like that when I came over there. Dude, I probably asked a shitload of questions because, it's a culture that I didn't grow up in. And I'm sure, dude, I am so, I tend to pronounce and I know I've had that be put in my place several times. But in the end, it's really just like, what do you mean? How does that work? It becomes kind of fascinating. And again, I'm kind of being a little, old manish and judgmental, but I am saying that, some girl with a little kitten ear microphone or headphones talking about Blueface is an authenticity problem.
Hey.
She's not living that life.
Nah, that's why she got punched in her mouth. She went to Compton thinking she was all that, and somebody clipped her right in her chin.
Well, these are more or less good girls.
They don't know the dark side.
The only one that might survive in Compton would be Tina. She might survive, and she probably would. Would she be talking shit?
Oh yeah. Hey, Stan. It's time to it's 10 o'clock West Coast time. It's that snuggle time. Snuggle.
Well, you have a good. I'm not going to be on much longer. As a matter of fact, I extended the show just to talk to you, DW.
I appreciate that.
I have no purpose other than to talk to you and Drina.
That's right. And you talked to us both. You did.
Oh, absolutely. I had a great time. Dude, it was worth every second.
That's right. Yeah, man, I'll try not to be as much of a stranger.
Yeah, please don't. Dude, you really made my night.
That's right. That's right. I could have threw pearls to swine, but I came where I could appreciate it. And I appreciate that. I could have went left or right. So it's the right direction. All right, man. Well, I appreciate you, man. Look,
Yes,
Dirty
sir.
Weather on Instagram. Dirty Weather.
You know, I actually have an Instagram account, so it's there somewhere. I think it's like Stanley Cross 56 or something.
Yeah.
I'm not that hard to find, but
or leave a comment on one of my videos and then we'll dial it in.
I'll do that.
All right, man. You have a good one.
Yes, sir. So good talking to you, you and Dream.
For sure, man. Next time.
Yes, sir. Well, folks, we're gonna watch a little bit more of this, and then I'm gonna hang it up. But I have to gaze at my little Tina a little bit more. She is looking cute, but I know if little old Stanley actually like drifted into Tina's life, she'd be like slapping me around, going, "Oh man, I'm going out."
Black women on panel. We're blacker than these fucking black Americans.
Listen to her. Look at the neck snap. Neck snap. Let me rewind this. We're black Americans. Look at this woman.
Oh, tethers. Okay.
Isn't a tether somebody born
focused,
like
a tether? Listen, at the end of the day, my sisters, okay, all of us black women on panel, we're blacker than these fucking black Americans.
Oh,
hold on.
Let's fucking
No,
go.
okay. But isn't tether supposed to be people who are
Yeah, and the little goofy motherfucker, dude, he's like over 40. The fuck is he doing? Why does he think this is quality programming? I'm kind of curious.
offshore born?
Exactly.
I thought so.
Yes.
I thought so, but
It has changed. It is
Oh, it's changed to who? Hey, who's
non-black
Dave, hold on,
Americans.
you Dave, I'm not listening to your big time with your fucking
Okay, look at this You know what? I'm just gonna let it play. Again, Tina, little feral, little skinny, little wayfish, just talking shit. I don't know why.
pussy ass, dumb ass, wet ass pussy on
Look at
panel
her.
right now.
Look at her. The neck popping, the gum popping attitude. Where does this light skinned woman get off acting like that?
Who's Pink Pantheress?
who are you talking to?
I know
Dave,
the artist,
who?
but like, why is your
Dave.
name Pink Pantheress?
No, because Dave's a fucking gay.
Yeah,
Dave has a crush on me. Dave has a crush on me.
See,
And
there we go.
I think so too, right?
I think so, yeah.
When a rich nigga wants you.
Who's that chick? What's her face?
Yeah.
Antoine, get on panel because Antoine's gonna tell me, "Oh,
Antoine,
you're
get on
seven
panel.
slave." I
No,
got
Antoine is messy too. Antoine is a little
messy.
messy too.
Yeah,
He's a
he's
little
just a
messy.
little-
He's a little
Yeah,
messy.
you know what?
I love.
The whole thing's messy. I'm glad they had a good time. She hangs around T. You know what, Irby? I'm not even sure how to respond to that. She's not T, and quite frankly, T is not like what is T? T's not hood. I think mothers should act motherly. And I know this is kind of girls' night out, I guess, on UJ's channel. It's weird. Is my only comment. So anyway, folks, let me wrap up before I say too much. I am sure I have said too much already. My lovely friends, DW, Dirty Weather, and his lovely wife Drina, they actually made my night. It was wonderful seeing them. Hadn't talked with them in quite some time, and like I said, it was wonderful. And there will be a show tomorrow, probably around 4:30. It has been named, and I don't even remember what I'm calling the show. Something stupid. What is the name of tomorrow's show? Something. What the fuck did I call it? It is called Real Housewives of Boyd. and let me. When I watched the show, there's mooncakes. There's my little saucy ghetto person, and then there's SB, and there's Uniquely, and Universal Jones, who is just the ultimate weirdo who pops in and out. Real Housewives of Boyd. It's basically what we're looking at the screen here. Real Housewives of Boyd. That is tomorrow's show. So let's say goodnight to the Real Housewives. Let's say goodnight to their pimp. Their pimp, Dr. Universal Jones. And I will see everyone tomorrow. So had a great time, folks. See y'all later.